Major Clint.
Illuminati news. This is
Ground control to
Third World.
Major Clint.
This is Todd the Kthulu Magi.
Clint's going to tell you news, and I'll be in the back with him. Oh,
Okay.
Illuminati news with Clint Eastwood.
We're officially live. Let's see. Yeah, that beer fucked me up.
That beer fucked you up?
Yeah.
Goddamn, Clint, what was it, a 30%er or what was it?
It was just some Coors Light. I couldn't make it
bad
a
little green Coors Light. Make some green stuff.
Yeah. So I tagged it as the usual tags. So I mean, it's totally open subjects, basically.
Anybody that wants to talk about anything, please call in. Yes, tonight we'll be talking about everything on Clint's show on Illuminati News. We'll be covering the Illuminati news. We'll be covering deep, in-depth topics on every range of subjects. Anybody could call in, all your favorite personalities. Or it could just be me and Clint here getting buzzed, talking about some weird shit. Go on, Clint.
Okay, I sent an invite.
Clint's a little choked up, so he's... Clint's a little choked up.
Well, what I was going to ask is, did you listen that Cooper that I sent you? I forget which one.
Oh, I did. That one the other day?
Yeah,
the other day?
I think it was the darkness or whatever episode.
It was talking about going back into ancient Egypt and how they wore these serpents on their heads to represent that they had been through rituals, and they had understood secrets of the snake, which is really weird because a lot of people don't understand that there's this whole serpent thing going. Everybody's been told about the devil. Everybody knows about the serpent thing, but man, there's just weird history with snakes and stuff that keeps coming back around.
Yeah, I think it's called the Urius or Urius snake, the serpent on the head.
Yeah, the serpent on the pharaoh's head. Really weird, like a symbol. I heard that, Clint. I heard that. I listened to Cooper. When Cooper said that, it triggered something in me. I was listening to this episode you sent me from 1996 or something. That's when he recorded that.
Yeah, Initiates of the
Inner Flame or some shit. And Cooper said something about how the Pharaoh had this on his helmet, or his crown, his hood, and in one hand he held a crook. And I thought about that when you sent me that. I was listening to that, Clint, and I went, fucking this shooter of Donald Trump, the assassin, his last name's Crook, which is either a coincidence or it isn't. The pharaohs had a crook in one hand and a whip in the other. And the crook is designed to grab a sheep around the neck and rein them in. That's what that pharaoh symbol is, reining in the sheep, and the whip is the one to get them in line if they don't fucking do what they're told. God damn it.
The crook and the...
My camera just fell, sorry.
Oh, you're good. The crook and
getting
the
excited
flail,
over you.
They were reminiscent to me of the New Testament, whereas I don't remember the verse, but Jesus has the crook and the flail like the Pharaoh, and it's like, well, what's going on here? Why does he have a crook and a flail? You know what I mean? Like, why does he have the symbols of the priesthood?
So, I thought about that term, his last name, Crook. Crooks. Crook or crooks, doesn't matter. Crook is one of these tools that rein sheep in. Crooks is many of these tools that rein sheep in, right? Go back to the Vegas shooter. His last name was Paddock. Paddock in English is a pen to pen people in. That's the word
Yeah.
they use for penning in sheep.
Yeah, they could be fake names.
No, they just had a goddamn incident with three. No, here's the incident, the assassination. And I'm sorry to be the first person to the assassination attempt on Trump. I'm sorry to be the first person to bring this up, but there were three people that died or got killed. Look at their last names. Now, I know they live in Pennsylvania, which is a weird place, but look at their last names. And when I read their last names last night, I'm like, whoa, those are some weird last names. One of the last names of the people, I think one person died and two people are in critical condition.
Yeah.
One of the people that's in critical condition's last name is Dutch, which that's a Pennsylvania. The thing took place in Pennsylvania. When you
Yeah.
think of Pennsylvania, you think of Dutch, don't you? Kind of. You think of Pennsylvania, there's a lot of Dutch immigrants.
Well, I mean, like, the secret societies are always known to use acronym names and pseudonym names. And
Yep.
it's definitely possible that these people were somehow assigned names and that this whole thing is some kind of elaborate conspiracy.
I'm not saying it's an elaborate conspiracy, but the people's names, the names of these three people. The first one's Dutch. Go look up the next. Can you type in who are the other two victims, Clint, real quick, and read them off? I don't know if you have that capability. I can't do it because my camera's my computer, and it's sitting in a stand, and it's falling over every 2 seconds. So, sorry, Clint. This is unprofessional radio programming.
Let's see.
We're not exactly claiming to be professionals, are we?
I'm looking. David Dutch. That was the one guy's name.
So that's the one I said, his last name. What's the other two last names? Listen to these. Whew.
David Dutch. What is the other one? Damn it! Let's see.
Try to pronounce these. Try to pronounce these two last names.
Oh, here we go. James Copenhaver.
Copenhaver.
Of Moon.
Are you sure it's Haver? Copenhaver?
Yeah. I don't see the
and
other.
What's the other guy?
Cheetle, I think. Wait, no, that's someone else.
That's a disgraced Secret Service chief, yeah.
Yeah.
The third guy's name, it's like you said, Copenhaver, and then the other one's Copen something else. It's really weird, Clint. They make sense for back east Pennsylvania kind of names, but if you could find that third name, I read through those and I went.
Dave Sarah said he's obliterated.
Oh, Dave Sarah, I wish he'd come on here. But you need to get Dave Sarah on here. He'd fit right in.
Yeah.
It's funnier than nil.
Basically, everybody tapped out.
I love Dave Sarah. Let those people tap out. It's Friday night. We own the night, Clint. We don't need their support. Hopefully they're listening. Wishing they were here. Hopefully we do a show, Clint, that makes them wish they were here, right? Come on, Clint. Oh, yeah. Be with me. Be with me. Fight, fight, fight. In a good way. Good way. Good way. Come on, Clint. Give me something for. Give me something for that Trump reference.
I'm inviting Lee to see if he wants to come on.
Lee, I get Lee on here. Fucking love Lee. Where's Lee? Lee's probably like, where's fucking Clint?
But he's had really bad heat over there, and the humidity.
He's had bad heat. Oh my God! You want to compare heats? Anyways,
Well, the
Um,
dry heat's a lot less bad than this humid
Look,
heat.
they're all weak and wimpy, and if they can't come on here when no, I'm just teasing. I love all those people. They're very strong. I'm just teasing.
Yeah, yeah. I think I invited just about everybody that might be awake.
Doesn't matter. Come one, come all, or come none. We'll be here.
There's definitely a lack of guests that's been on Dan's. Usually there's like a lot of people, but there's only been like you and me the last 2 weeks.
On Dan's show?
Yeah.
Well, Dan skipped a show or two and fucking he kind of went, shoo, couple, he bounced off. You bounced off for a week or two, Clint. You were doing nightly shows.
Oh yeah.
So, man,
Put the
we
katana
missed
out.
you. We missed you really. Clint, you need to just slice those motherfuckers. Like in the air, symbolically, slice those motherfuckers that don't believe or regard the Constitution. Slice them.
Well, I'm definitely trying to save the
With your words, with your words. Slice them with your argument. Best argument wins. You know what? You know why censorship's bad? I'm gonna be the adult in the room. We were taught a long time ago why censorship is bad. Back in the 70s, we had authors, 50s, 60s, they did morality plays. They used to try to teach people about right and wrong and why it was, and we're the more moral people over those people. Man, they've abandoned all that shit.
Oh yeah.
They've abandoned the idea of right and wrong and principles that we've held true to over the last 20 or 30 years. In the 60s, 50s, 70s, they sold people on be the best you can be and take care of the environment. By the thousands, they were starting to tell people, "Oh, we never did that, and now we're all on the wrong side of things." So back in the 60s and 70s, they were teaching you be the best you could be, take care of the earth. I mean, literally, that's where the earth movement came from. 50s, 60s, where they started making people, hey, do you realize what's happening? That you're affecting the world? That started in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
People wouldn't even fucking think about the world as a thing, as the world, because tribes in Africa don't think about the world. They don't even know there is a world, outside of their tribe. So it was government programs programming people in the 60s and 50s to think about your climate, think about your environment, clean up your trash. In the 70s, they had that commercial with the Indian guy crying because people throw their trash out the window.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody saw that on television in America over and over on commercials on PBS, which we all watched back then. The Indian crying with a little tear out of his eye as these punk teenagers throw some punk trash out the window driving down the road. What was funny about that commercial was the guy that played the Indian wasn't even Indian. He was a guy. He was an Italian. He's Italian. So, that's America.
Well, that's the communists.
It's not a bad thing. I mean, in part, that's not a bad thing. That's America.
I was listening to Wayne Cooper the other night.
It's only bad when it's bad, but.
Well, he was quoting something about Al Gore, and Al Gore was, all these Earth worshippers, all Satanists, basically, and that they're, that's pretty loose definition, but they're all, they're using this whole green thing as a tool to manipulate into more communism.
No, definitely.
Yeah, that's
one of the things they realized after the political, they always try to move towards a softer form of control that gets even stronger. A softer form of control is stronger because you don't recognize it's coming in and strangling you like a python.
Yeah.
The hardcore commies that are fighting, coming in with hardcore tactics, you can see and fight against them. The softcore ones are more like a python coiling around you,
Yeah,
like gathering all
gradualism.
the universities
Yeah,
and strangling the kids and
they
making
use the
them all.
gradualism to 50-year programs to make it all eventually happen really slow. It's like the
Yep.
millstone uh, grinds you down
And
real
if
slow.
and if you think me and Clint are just throwbacks to the 70s or 80s or whatever, the John Birch Society, Daniel always throws at me, and I don't respond properly because I'm kind of throws me off guard. Oh, Trump's associated with the John Birch Society. I have conversations with Daniel, off air. He's a right winger. He could be a Nazi, Daniel. And not he could be a Nazi. Just he's associated with the John Birch Society, which most people associate with Nazism. Um,
Well, the John Birch is fraud, anyways. But it's
the
just because
John
somebody's
Birchers,
associated doesn't mean that they're guilty.
they had a lot of people working in the John Birch Society or with them that were telling you the truth. And you wouldn't even know about the creature of Jekyll Island. You wouldn't know about the Rockefeller influence. No one was talking about communists except the John Birch Society after World War II. They were the main front that kept what happened during the communist revolution, the commies working. What the
Cold War.
Birchers didn't know, what the John Birchers didn't know or didn't tell you, because they didn't know, was that the American capitalists, Rockefellers and all that, built up the communists.
Yeah,
They funded the communists. That's what the
yeah,
Birchers didn't know. They couldn't understand. Why would people in America fund the communists and fund their enemies? Because they make a bunch of money.
yeah. Exactly. They capitalize off communism. For the viewers' sake, see Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution by I don't remember the writer, but the book specifically.
Anthony Sutton.
Yeah, and that
That's the one. That's the name.
Rockefellers and
Wall Street and
Rothschild.
FDR. Wall Street and FDR and Wall Street and the rise of Hitler.
Oh yeah. They've created all these
They
different
created the commies, the Hitler. They created
Nazis.
Wall
Yeah,
Street.
it's all in the name of making money, and everybody's being played in the modern times with all this bullshit. They're all trapped in this left right wing paradigm.
Well, what it is history is written by the people telling you what went on.
Yeah.
So if we go down the road 20 years from now and some motherfucker is writing the news is writing out what they just did to us just now, they're writing it out, right, Clint? They're not telling you what happened today. They're writing it out.
They're trying to.
That's what their same thing is.
Well, their communist their communist devotees will commit crimes and pretend to be Republicans, but they're actually communists, and that they're there's a whole slew of these people that are violent, evil murderers who are committing crimes and
violent, evil murderers that are committing crimes and are Marxists. Yeah. And they have the most powerful tools on earth at their disposal. They will change our words, Clint. They will put out episodes. They will use AI to get away with their criminal activities. That is what is going to happen here soon.
Well, to break it down and back to Conan the Barbarian, the movie, how James Earl
I'm going to break out the Conan the Barbarian comics while you talk. Go on.
James Earl Jones points up after Conan says, "What is the riddle of steel?" He said, "What is steel but the hand that holds it?" And then he says, "Look, boy." And then that's my girlfriend breaking ice.
Oh, there we go.
Broken ankle.
Your girlfriend breaking ice? Man, I break ice.
Yeah, because she got in that car accident. But anyway, so
breaking
James
ice
Earl,
for her leg. Her leg.
yeah, for the swelling. But the
Goddamn.
James Earl Jones points up to the initiate and says, "Come," and then the initiate falls to her
Conan.
death. And then he says, "Look, that's the power of flesh." And then
Right.
in modern times, we see this Mad Max 2 come out, and the
Yeah.
initiate that is symbolized by the Great White Brotherhood or whatever, you know,
Mhm.
because they're all wearing white and they're all got white body paint and fucking they're a
Oh,
symbol.
here it
And
is. Here it is. I found him.
but anyway, so the leader of this group has the initiate fall to his death on Mad Max 2.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah, that looks pretty cool.
Conan the King.
Oh yeah, that's pretty badass.
Can you see that all right? Let
Yeah,
me just turn the light on.
They should have made that movie before
Is that better?
old. Oh yeah, yeah. Before we found out that Arnold was a communist, he should have made that movie. Yeah.
King Conan. King Conan.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. But it's
He's
crazy
even
though.
cooler. He's even cooler.
Well, the same metaphor is in Conan as in the new
Look at this one.
too. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's way cool. See the price on that son of a bitch?
Yeah.
It's like 25 cents.
Oh, yeah. But
Here's one for $1.
Well, the fact that
Can you imagine buying a comic book for 25 cents, Clint?
Well, we used to be able to buy Mountain Dews for.
What year do you think? I'm gonna let you guess.
25
What
cents.
year do you think a cheap Conan the Barbarian number 43 comic was going for 25 cents? What year do you think that was, Clint?
1975.
It was probably somewhere around there. Probably just somewhere around there. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you because let's see. Can I tell? Oh, let's see. 74, October.
That's pretty close.
Number 43, October 74. You know how much that bitch is worth? In 1974, it was 25 cents. Today, it's worth $12.
Oh yeah.
So you add it up. You add up how much 25 cents in 74, and today that's worth $24. Actually, that was 3 or 4 years ago when I last looked at the price of that bitch.
Well, I was going to bring up the pack of cigarettes in the 80s.
I love Conan.
Or like a Mountain Dew in the 80s was like 35 cents. Or like
oh yeah. There's a phone booth, 10 cents. We had phone booths back then. We didn't have no cell phones. You weren't walking around with the phone in your pocket. You had to go down to the next, like a block away, maybe a mile away. There was a phone booth.
Well, they used phone booths in the 90s too. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You didn't have a phone in your pocket. 90s. Yeah, exactly. How things have changed. So you brought up Conan. That's pretty much all the cool Conans I wanted to show you. Have a little Conan collection. Been collecting him for years.
It's crazy how they would make that movie with Arnold and the main theme of the story, if you are in the understanding of the esoteric, is that Conan is this lone warrior who wants to stop this this system that is basically a world government.
Well,
and it's a serpent cult.
The funny thing about Conan is it was written by Robert E. Howard. And Robert E. Howard was good friends with Lovecraft. And so they were communicating back and forth. Lovecraft was friends with all the biggest authors at the time. I have this Conan book. I haven't read it. I picked it up a while back. I have more books than I have read.
Oh yeah.
All these books in the background, some of them I've read, most not. I actually long for a day when I'm able to sit down and read all these. But I have read every Lovecraft story. So, my giant Lovecraft collection, Clint, I read every story written by Lovecraft, unless there's a hidden story. Some of them I've read more than once. And I haven't done that with any other author. That's how much I love Lovecraft. But Robert E. Howard and Conan, those stories are incredible.
Oh yeah. It's I think he definitely um
Tapped into some earlier history kind of a theme.
well,
Conan takes place in prehistoric history, 10,000 BC or some shit
yeah,
on that range. When
it's
snake cults ruled the world, like in the movie,
Hyperborea.
Hyperborea, Hyperborea,
Yeah,
like
the
Madame Blavatsky talks about the space
pre-Akkadian.
between primitive societies.
Yeah,
Um,
that's why steel was so important, because everybody else had bronze and iron, and it wasn't as strong as steel
oh, there's so
weapons.
many aspects. It's not just
Uh,
the metals. You can go through and trace metals like technologies. Civilizations, they go through the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, when they
yeah.
figured out how to use iron, make iron into swords. Did they go from the bronze, iron? You pull it up. Let's get a history book.
Well,
I've got one somewhere.
to go back to the Conan movie, though, it's like Conan's tribe was killed by the serpent cult, and his tribe was, they were artificers of metal, of fire, and that they made the weapons, and that the ruling the ruling serpent cult was basically the Roman Empire, and that they went into Conan's village,
So
destroyed his people.
his village had a technology of how to make the weapons, right?
Yeah.
That's the story. His sword. The sword is so fucking. The technology of the sword is so intense
Well,
that
in a way, it's,
Conan wielding that motherfucker is just brutal.
well, and
That's
you're
what that.
missing. You got to generalize it more. In a way, it's like he is the symbol of fire, and then the serpent cult, they are the symbol of water, because they have the faith, and that the faith, the people, the cults with the faith are always baptized with water, like the Christians, and that the philosophy of water versus fire, it's interesting how the writer put it, but like because the ancient fire is I mean, it's hard to explain, but like this whole the whole story it goes back to the whole red versus blue pillar of alchemy, where the fire and the
Listen,
water and
in the movie, he gets captured by the ruling society. Let's just take the movie.
okay.
Can't go through all the history. I've read some Conan stories, but I can't. That doesn't make me a Conan expert and Robert E. Howard's expert. I hope to get back and read those. There's so many other writers that knew Lovecraft. I hope to read their stuff too. But in the movie, he gets captured by the snake cult,
Yeah.
used for labor. That's how he gets big and buff. And then eventually, I forget how that first he gets. I forget how it happens, but he gets released.
Yeah,
But
the
he's
guy with
this
the red
big buff
hair,
guy.
the red haired dude releases him. In symbology, that could be the tribe of Set or Seth, uh, according to the mystery schools, not my
He
religion or anything.
starts out as a kid pushing this fucking mill thing, and then by the time he's a young adult, he's pushed this thing for so long that he's huge. They chain
Yeah.
him to it, if you remember
Yeah,
in the
and
movie.
well, plus at the beginning they had the Nietzsche quote, the Nietzsche quote, Friedrich Nietzsche. What doesn't
Uh,
kill you makes you stronger. the
well,
the
but that movie was saying basically what they do, and believe me, that's what they have done. They've trained the most incredible people on earth. That's what all these movies are. The Gladiator. They're explaining to you. We've trained the most incredible people on earth. So when we're talking about this crap here, Clint, tonight, and pretending to be outside of their grasp, we're going up against the most ruthless people on earth. They no longer have to train people or control people the way they used to, Clint. You know what I mean?
well, I mean, they've got the whole instead of the initiate secret these days, the masses are initiated and indoctrinated into the disciplines of the secret society. That's why Crowley calls the people the eon of the Horus, the conquering child. He's saying the initiates are the conquering idiots that are gonna do the bidding of the priesthood, and that
Well,
these initiates are initiated without portfolio through the movies and the ideologies taught by the Marxists and the communists, and that they're their revolution. They think everything's a revolution. They're
you
trying
know the
to.
Beatles. You know the Beatles. You say you want. Here's the Beatles though. You say you want a revolution. Yeah, you know. We all want to see the plan. So the Beatles song Revolution is not for revolution. It's saying we don't really believe in your revolutionary ideas. The ones that they were pitching at the time, right? That whole
Interesting.
song is like he says, yeah, you talk about destruction. Well, you know, you count me out. And then the whole song says, we all want to see your plan, but they never give a plan. So Lennon was on, the whole fucking song is on to, we don't believe your revolutionary ideas.
That's interesting.
The Beatles song was totally against. The Beatles song was for, let's hear your plan for revolution, but the whole song's against it because they never. The song says you,
No, I get what you're
you
saying.
never present the solution. That's what that whole song says. And then the chorus is, and you know it's gonna be all right. You know it's gonna be all right. The song ends. It's gonna be all right. Yeah, you know that song "Revolution" by the Beatles.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just
That's literally one of the biggest songs of all time because it was talking about what was going on then. And it's the same thing shit that's going on right now.
yeah. The Leninists, Marxists, communists that are all they're destroying the everybody's all making a big deal about the statue still, not in the leftist way where
Even the
they're
Beatles that were involved in the mind control were not trying to sell you on the communist. The communist thing couldn't be sold back then. Even
oh yeah.
as left wing as they were, they couldn't just bring in the commie shit that's going
Oh
on
yeah.
right now.
Well, I was going to bring
Um,
up how in China the Marxists
Pardon
destroyed
my
China.
French.
Well, they destroyed the old temples and shrines of China, and then people are
I love
not
that fact that you brought that up. Yeah.
well, like people don't understand that when the leftists destroyed all the statues, that's the same thing. It doesn't matter what the statue's about; it's the fact that they're destroying history, because that's what
It's
the
been
Marxists do. It's
it's
the same
been
as the
done
Islams.
worse elsewhere.
Well,
In other places they
yeah,
just came in and killed anybody that got in their way, and then forced everybody to sit and look at the idols being destroyed and rub their noses in it and said, "You're a bad person for ever believing in this idol." That's what the commies did over in China and all these other places. Fucking
Oh
destroyed all
yeah.
this
Well,
history.
even in ancient times, they destroyed all the they broke all the noses off the Egyptian statues.
Oh, I know. They defaced every ancient artifice they could because they're all about the truth, right? No, they want to disfigure and obscure what really happened. Who would
Yeah.
do that? A bunch of liars.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they
Who would
did that
want
with
to do
the
that? A bunch of liars. Yeah, that too.
yeah, the Islam is controlled by the socialists, and they did that with the Buddha statue. The Islam's destroyed the statue of Buddha. This
They're
huge.
doing that to fucking ruins right here on our own in the United States. They're coming out with concrete trucks and spraying things that they don't want you to see with colored concrete. And I know that sounds weird, but
Well,
whew,
that's a little bit different
that's what
stuff. But
they're doing.
that's
I know it's a little different. They're trying to hide history, though. They're
yeah.
changing
Well,
history.
that's
They're hiding things they're finding.
yeah. The archaeological conspiracy is a little bit different than the Marxists purposely destroying history.
Somehow it might be connected at one point, though. These scum want to hide the
Possible. I
truth.
mean,
No, it's not only possible, Clint. It's what is going on.
well, they
So that's
covered
what.
up the. There used to be a giant head statue on at the mouth of the Chicago River in Chicago or whatever. There was a giant Native American head statue that was. It nobody knows where it went exactly. I think there's a replica of it or something, but it was different than the Toltec tribe. It was some other tribe that was.
Clint. They're finding things in river beds and streams in the United States all the time that don't even fit their timelines.
Oh
The
yeah.
people that are telling you that they know what the historical record is, and I'm not arguing against them because I'm a big advocate of science. Clint, I'm kind of a skeptic too when it comes to anything.
Oh yeah.
So
There's this phenomenon in America where there's like 1,000,000 miles of roads, or not roads, stone walls they just go on and on and on, and nobody knows. They don't make sense
oh yeah,
for land
in the desert,
boundaries
all
or
over, in weird places they don't make this.
well, in the Appalachian area, in all the way to the
They're out in the
Midwest.
Southwest desert. Yeah.
Well, like these walls they don't
Walls.
because the natives didn't build them.
They look like kind of a. If you didn't know what you're looking at, you think it was just rock or something weird mountain range, but they're actually walls that go in the middle of nowhere, rising up in the desert and in the Appalachian range. Go on.
Yeah, like they're like a foot wide and like 2 or 3 feet tall because they've been so worn down. But like,
you're talking about those ones.
Well, they don't make sense.
I'm talking about ones that go across the desert of mountain ranges where there's this literal wall that keeps going across miles in the middle of the desert of rock that shouldn't be there, that's 8 feet wide, and it's like the ancient wall of China, but it's as if it was worn out, rubbed out.
That might be possibly what it might be connected. I mean, that could be the ones in the the East Coast might have just been deteriorated really bad.
Clint, I'm telling you, the more I look at this, something probably happened in the 1800s that.
Well, they're deleting the Anasazi tribe, and the Anasazis were said to be in connection with some type of supernatural beings.
I watched that. I was just down there looking at some Anasazi ruins.
Well, I suspect that there's a connection between the Anasazi and the Anunnaki of the Babylonian.
No, it could be. I suspect that there's underground tunnels everywhere. Hey, I'm thinking if you got underground tunnel drilling machines and they can make a 30-foot round hole going down into fucking underground. What do you think you might run into if you're just drilling holes all underground as deep? Maybe you go 100 feet, maybe you go 50 feet. What the fuck do you think you might run into digging into that with 10,000 years of civilizations, ancient civilizations underground? Do you think you might discover something? Do you think you might find some weird technology? I think you might.
Oh yeah, it's
Just
definitely
thinking about
possible.
that myself, it's possible. So maybe these guys are digging underground tunnels. They run into ancient civilizations underground. Either
Well, I mean,
they, either the government runs into ancient civilizations underground, not aliens, just weird old ruins of
well, it's
ancient
possible that
civilizations.
well, it's possible there's some type of humanoid species underground that is just living there, and it
But
isn't
even
supernatural or
if there
anything.
aren't humanoid underground species, just breaking through walls of ancient civilizations, if there's weird survivals of their societies or technology, even if they're all dead, that's almost like ghosts. If our government went down underground and found these things, that's like tapping into a haunted house, a haunted civilization. You know what I'm saying, Clint? This is creepy shit. When they go find mummies, when they go underground and find mummies, you don't think there isn't a weird, whoa, almost cursed feeling as they're going into the tombs? Are you there, Clint? Did I lose you? Ground control to Major Clint. Ground control to Major Clint. Oh, check your connections and may God love be with you. Oh, ground control to Major Clint. Are you there? Maybe it's just me. Since I'm here taking over for Clint, um, Clint, what do you think about this latest movie? The bad movie that just came out. Can't even remember the name. It's so bad. Uh,
Okay. My internet went out for a second.
Illuminati said, "Shut this shit down. Shut it down."
Oh yeah. Well, I think the PlayStation 4 was hogging all the internet.
I know. Can I just imagine? Can't I just imagine that the Illuminati said, "Shut it down"? No, I'm just teasing.
We're talking about the underground tunnels, so
The orphan children and the fucking mud floods and
well, the big
shit they
companies do
found.
shady stuff like that, where they'll
Oh, they do
purposely.
shit.
It's like Facebook will do a thing where if you're on the phone and you use Facebook or something, or I forget which one, maybe it's Apple or something.
Facebook.
It'll run the programs to a really hard point to purposely drain your battery to ruin your phone or something
Oh,
like
there
that.
you go. Oh,
And
I'm sure
they do the
that.
shady
Yeah.
ass shit that is just
They're all
it's like
scum.
yeah, it's like not only will they drain your battery on your phone, but if they don't like what you say on
Anybody that's
Facebook,
not for
well,
freedom, I don't mind capitalism, but I don't like crony fucking nepotists.
well, like
Oh,
well, when
never
the
mind.
government's controlling the business, it's not
See what
capitalism.
happens when you don't have money? Your phone thing falls over.
Well, I mean, because like
If I
government
had a
ran
computer
Walmart.
like Clint, if I was rich like Clint,
Well, I'm definitely not rich,
I wasn't using my phone
but
standing up between two books,
it's like the
maybe
government
I could have a
controls.
nice camera
Well,
too.
it's like when they
God damn it,
control
this
the
son
big
of a bitch.
businesses.
I
When the big
tried,
business
Clint.
when the big businesses are controlled by the government, that's called socialism. And like when the government is the big businesses, that's communism. And we've got a mix of the two right now. And
The thing I like about your show, Clint, is my phone always falls down every time I talk to you. That's what I love about your show. You see the ceiling whenever I'm speaking. It's a really cool aspect of your show. No other show does that, Clint. I love that. Fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be a guest tonight.
Well, especially after my performance, phone falling over. Who wants to be on with a guy with his phone falling over? I don't blame anybody if they don't show up. So I guess we'll just have to be the fucking entertainment tonight. Clint, let's do this. Let's talk about all this stuff that people love and hate. These topics that they need to understand. Maybe in some cases. Or weird shit we never heard.
Oh yeah.
I got just that last guest on Daniel's show is incredible. What's her name? Was Nix?
Oh, yeah, it was an interesting guest.
That was a very good guest. I thought I liked that. Generally, I like Generally puts on some good, brought some good people to Daniel's show.
Yeah,
the number one. What did I write down?
Oh, looks like Chad's coming on.
Chad's coming on. Chad Warner. That'd be cool.
It's
alive. That's what we need right now. Chad, save me.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We hear you, Chad.
Shit, I just been talking forever with an old friend. I'm sorry, I just tuned in. What's going on?
Can you hear me, Major Chad?
I'm in the tent. I'm in the blackness. There's nobody here.
The darkness? That sounds cool as hell.
I'm a victim of beer.
That's my answer.
Clint's drunk, which I'm sorry. Yeah.
Where'd he go?
We lost him. Oh well. Love Chad. Come back, Chad.
He must have lost service or something.
Anyways, your show's always fun, Clint. Are we on a new channel now? Or are we starting a new stream or some shit?
Got kicked off.
We're on
Chatter, you're back.
Illuminati. We're on Illuminati News at YouTube.
Welcome to Illuminati News, Chad.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Clint. What's up?
We were talking about that great show that Daniel put on. Really good show.
I feel like a bitch. I missed a lot of it.
Oh, it's okay. It was good. Me and Clint covered for everyone that couldn't be there.
Yeah.
And now we're making fools of ourselves.
Well, I did a pretty good halftime speech.
Of course, I'm teasing.
With the Constitution stuff.
Clint did a good constitutional rant, and I come on, did a rant about people that thought Trump getting shot was cool. And then that's pretty much catched up with where we are, Chad.
Yeah, we're talking about Conan the Barbarian. And
we were talking about Conan the Barbarian a minute ago.
That's funny because Jin the Ninja caught my attention with his Conan post. Do y'all recall that?
Oh, no. What did he post?
I don't know. It was Conan, and it was something about a hero needs a big sword, and I was just like, that's the Western.
I'm not on fucking Twitter anymore.
Well, that's a good thing. You're better than us.
A long time ago. No, I got on there a long time ago, when I first found End of Days Radio. That's how, like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, End of Days Radio is advertising Twitter.
Well, it's weird that Twitter is hot all
and
of a
then
sudden.
I did like 3 posts and I got off and I never went back to Twitter. Once I realized what it was, everybody's going to talk back at you. I'm like, oh, I threw it, like a hot potato. Never went back to it.
Now it's the alt-right hotbed. It's the Elon.
Because I realized everything I'm saying is going to be fucking countered by every single person on there, So I'm like, fuck that.
I hear people saying that, but why is Twitter different than other sites in that way?
Right.
Well, it's funny because I made a comment yesterday or 2 days ago. It's got 10,000 views. People are
I dropped 10,000 views on Twitter.
That's huge.
Well, people are in denial that fucking in the 1800s Democrats were slave masters and shit. And
right, the Civil War.
Yeah, they were perpetuating the slavery and fucking like New York seceded.
We're historical.
Well, New York City was ran by Democrats. They seceded from the Union during the Civil War so they could continue the slave trade. And
some of these weird.
Doesn't that show that it's retarded to pick one side over the other? It's just the Masons either way, or how do you take it?
Well, no, I hear you on the Masons thing, but on history, some of these parts of history, you can see how it changes in our own lifetimes, how fast history changes from what it really was. So you're like, what could have they changed 100 years ago if we were even born? You know what I mean? What are we buying from people 100 years ago? We're living in a time right now where they're changing it in 2 or 3, 5 years where you're like, no, that's not what happened. But then now that they're saying that's what happened, you're like,
people have 100% faith that they know that Jesus is real or this, that, and the other.
Oh yeah, and that part too, yeah. I love how they take the Bible that they. Oh yeah, I don't want to get off on that.
but the basic thing is that the dumber people are really confident that they know that this is right or this is wrong. But the smarter people understand it's complicated. Meaning, like I may not.
It's complicated.
I may not have faith in that Jesus was real, but I find all kinds of value from the Bible.
You don't have to be. You're not a bad person because you don't believe in the Bible, too. Let's all come to that realization, if we may. Just because you don't believe in the Bible doesn't mean you're a bad person. I mean, Phew, you can come to that one first,
Oh
because
yeah.
during
Yeah.
the fucking Middle Ages, during the witch hunts, you believe or you die. I mean, we've literally
Right.
moved beyond. We're lucky to be in a phase where we can talk about this stuff.
Yeah, because you could
100 years
have totally
ago, you
believed in
would
the
die
Bible,
if you even
but if you
said this
wanted
stuff.
to read the Bible, you were the devil. Versus the Catholic Church that said, "No, I'm telling you what the Bible says."
At one point in history, it was illegal to read the Bible. You had to speak Latin, and only priests spoke Latin. They literally made it so you couldn't even read that fucker. That's how the church split. Martin
But
Luther. That's what
that's
they
why
tell
I
us.
don't.
Well, Martin Luther was the Rosicrucian though too.
But they tell us that's how it split. Was they wouldn't even let the common person read the Bible. You couldn't even read it.
Clint, Todd, let me hear your reaction. That's why I don't support government, is that it keeps us all like arrested development. Meaning,
Well,
like, it doesn't matter what they support. What's more important is that you understand what's right or wrong, not because I'm scaring the shit out of you, but because you understand it's the truth.
well, in America,
No,
our
no.
government is the Constitution. We don't have no government because we don't have no Constitution. I mean, it's like a trick question, you know.
You don't need the
Okay.
Bible to be. There's
Okay.
people all over Earth that never heard the Bible. You don't need the Bible to be a moral person. Tribes. Listen, tribes that never heard the Bible have their own system of ethics or whatever. They
Right.
have their own. They didn't ever heard the Bible. They're still go, and they might be totally
Yeah.
be.
But
Well, then
that's
he,
the
They might be
similarity
totally
between
beyond
the
what the
Bible
Bible.
and
well,
the
the
Constitution is that they were trying to like say, look, this is something available for anybody uh, to be able to know what's right or wrong. And as beautiful as both of those are, I agree. But it's like the movie Trading Places. Like,
uh,
like they almost give us this beauty just to say, oh, we gave you the beauty, but you're still fucking retarded. So that's why we get to dominate you
well,
because you
if
don't
Oh, I
appreciate
love
the
that. I
beauty.
love that. You got
well,
two old guys. Remember that movie Trading Places with Eddie Murphy?
Yeah.
oh yeah, well that
Two
was
old guys. Two old guys. Wait, they look at this homeless guy or whatever. He's like a criminal, and they say,
Yeah.
Let's bet if that we traded him with this guy that has everything to see how they'll turn out. That movie is who these people are. I mean, as far as the way they care about us.
Aaron Russo hung out
They
with
bet
them.
$1 what would
uh,
happen. What would
well,
happen to us?
uh,
Yeah.
the producer Aaron Russo. He was him and William Cooper started the Constitution Party, and on the internet today, it doesn't mention either of them as the founders of the Constitution Party in the
Oh
'90s.
my God.
Interesting.
Yeah, you go to
That's why I
Wikipedia.
give you credit, Clint. I mean, is there anybody other than you that's more a disciple of Cooper today?
Well,
And
in a
Cooper
book.
or Clint here is the fucking like a Clint
Well,
here is like an archivist. He's like an archivist of
well,
Cooper's work.
well, there's a book called Pale Horse Rider written by Mark uh, Jacobson or something, and
There's another guy that's
he
put out a book
mentions.
that he
Well,
put
he
out a book. He's selling it on another channel. Clint, by the way, trying to claim he got everything from Cooper.
well the well what I was gonna say is I mentioned in the Pale Horse Rider book. I'm a pale horse rider. I am death.
You are slightly pale. Don't you have a
What?
little red tint to your hair too?
No.
Not at all.
What was I gonna say?
Little red tint.
No. Damn, I drink 5 of
You got
those
a little
Coors
buzz going.
Lights. Yeah, I'm pretty buzzed.
Clint drinks 5 Coors Lights like he's done. We almost didn't have him on here tonight, Chad. So thank God you showed up.
I ate all those gummy bears.
Chad,
I got
are
a
you
sore
there?
throat.
Chad's gone. We lost Chad.
I think he's there, but he's probably got really bad service or something. Oh, he's gone.
No, we lost him. That's okay. We're going to continue on with the killer program. Where's Geo? Yeah.
I invited
Where's
a bunch
Geo
of
when they need
people,
him? Yeah. Where's Geo when I need some weird guy to talk about Ibogata or Ibogata?
Iboga.
Iboga.
I did send him a
That shit
link.
is. I want to try that shit. I just don't know where to get it. You know, you can't really get it. It's so fucking. The only person I ever talked. I'm gonna do a gummy right now. Geo, if you're out there, I'm doing a gummy in your name. It's not Iboga or whatever. Ibogata. All right,
yeah.
Clint, let's go on with our discussion.
I'm just looking if.
Hopefully you're super buzzed and somebody else is coming on. Where's Robbie Marks? I love Robbie Marks.
He's still on the camping thing.
He's out camping. Don't bug Robbie. Let's not bug Robbie. Don't bug people, Clint, if they're trying to fucking go to like these paranormal prehistoric sites. Leave them alone.
Well, I was looking for that blue dude.
If they're looking for ghosts, if they're searching for Bigfoot, if they're trying to get to Washington, D.C. like Dr. Roberts to meet AOC, whoa, we need to get AOC on in the Daily Radio.
Well,
that would be incredible.
Communists. No communists.
You don't trust no communists.
Communists are scum. They're deceitful. They're deceitful liars.
Clint, you let them talk though.
Sometimes
we don't censor.
Polite.
We don't censor.
Usually they
anyone.
turn into scumbags and they'll sit there and.
Clint, we're against censorship.
Yeah, but they'll just sit there and try to insult you under their breath with all this.
But you can't let them. You can't let them pull their commie tactics where they shout over you or try to just strong arm or debate.
Well, the fact that they want to dress.
Clint, the only way we're going to get out of this fucking New World Order is with open debate.
Yeah, but these people are total brainwashed. They're no different than the people trying to shove Jesus down our throat. They're all just fucking brainwashed.
I hear you. And I hate that shit.
Yeah.
So we're going to have totally open debate.
Well, it's like
me and you, Clint, were squished up against. Me and you, Clint, were squished up against these Jesus believers on one side, and then the communists on the other that want to squash us in the middle, battling back.
The Jesus people don't understand that the churches have been compromised by the communists. They specifically went after the churches.
That's
to
that
change
pincer
the
movement.
They changed.
That's that pincer movement.
Well, remember they changed the churches to communalism, which is communism.
Yeah.
The whole concept of this greater good crap, and
that's how scary this shit is.
It's like, it's just ridiculous how we're just getting screwed in the long run.
Well, I'm with Clint. The only protection we have is the Constitution. Yeah, it's the only thing you can argue. The only thing they leave you to say, yeah, that's real. They sit up there every day and say, the Constitution's real. So it either is or it isn't. And if it isn't, then Clint, everything drifts away, right? In countries where everything falls, that means your country's gone if that doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
Other countries collapse all the time. All around the world, countries fall, and that's the worst thing that you could have happen to you. We got Chad over here.
Countries will fall.
I apologize. My battery died. I had to plug up a backup one. Yeah, even if I have zero faith in all of the politics in America, I mean, America's as good as it ever was, and
yep, or ever will be. I mean, no, that's not true.
Well,
it's good as it has ever been. As good as it has ever been. Well, and we'll leave it at that. You know what? Other countries, Chad, are probably surpassing us now because they've got the benefit of what our country created. And they're going to take us down, the creators of this thing. You can feel it. Other civilizations
There's a
on other
duality.
parts of the world will be allowed to live on the fucking shit we created. And they're going to take us down
China.
because we have to be, they got to get rid of the fucking people that created this.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you try to talk to third world people, people from Russia or China, they'll be the first to be like, don't tell me that America is dead. They believe in that more than we do.
Oh, they're using that and living and riding and loving that. It's like a wave that we've created that doesn't, it's not even real. You know? Our cultural wave that we created is rolling across the world, and it's created by just pure fiction. Doesn't mean it's not real. I mean, it's like the stuff they're living in worldwide is like what we're going to be, what they're getting rid of here. Do you know what I mean? What they're saying is here is bad.
What is the connection between the founding fathers that we have respect for versus these losers like Trump and all the rest that like they're nothing compared to those people? Where is that magic?
How's Trump a loser?
Because like he's not, the Republic is the best that leads the rest. He's not the best. He's like it's obvious now that everybody's just kissing
He's not
Israel's
the
ass.
best. He's not the best, but you know what? In our system today, you got two candidates, Trump and Biden. He's not the best between Trump or Biden.
Well,
Right.
the fact that the communists hate him
You
is an indicator
you
that
think Biden's better than Trump?
No, but I think the problem with the right is that they think they can just look over at the left and go, "You're fucking retarded and we're the best." No, just because they're retarded doesn't mean you're the best.
hold on, the problem.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Let me interject here. The problem is that the terms left
I know,
and right is
Chad.
being used.
Chad, you're not Democrat,
No,
right?
Hold
no.
on. The term left and right,
And you're
goes back
not
to France.
Republican either, right?
Right.
Right. Me neither.
Well,
I'm with you.
Hold on. The modern media perverts the term left and right, and they also pervert the term conservative to where you could be conservative towards a constitutional republic, or you could be conservative towards the communist world government. You know, you see what I'm saying? That just
No,
like you
how
could be
can
liberal.
you be conservative towards the communist government? What does that mean?
They're conservatives trying to conserve the communist world government. The words can be used for multiple meanings, but they don't actually.
I understand that, and that you can directly look at Tucker, and he had a guest on, and the guest said that he was pro-communitarian, and Tucker goes, "Yeah, I agree with you."
Well, you're missing my point. My point is that is an example of the Hegelian dialect, where a term liberal or conservative can be used to describe anything you want. It doesn't mean the terms in the classical sense. The modern language has been manipulated and adapted to.
I agree with you on that. The left wants to like censor terms, but the right, you and me, I'm agreement with you, meaning that like we just care about agreeing what the frickin' terms mean.
Well, that's the thing, is that the term left and right come from France, and that they mean something different.
Chad, where you come from? Chad, where do you come from? Hold on, Clay. I'm sorry to interrupt. Chad, where do you come from? Aren't you taught like the United States #1, our government #1 system, our country, or your state, your country, your state #1?
What do you mean? I mean, what our state is #1? What do you mean, Todd?
Like Utah, my state, greatest state on earth, greatest state in the country, better than California.
But I mean, to me, that's the difference between the truth and reality. Yes, every state is supposed to be sovereign, but I mean, I don't think we've experienced anything close to that until like before the Civil War. I don't think we know that in the modern era. I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just saying, every state, that's what we're all taught from children, is that our country, our state, greatest, oh, Utah, oh, love it, oh, I love Utah, right?
Right, you're
Love the
number
United
one.
States. Fucking number one.
well, it's like
BYU, University of Utah.
to explain to Chad why
Fucking
we
we're
know
number
that. Hold
one.
on. To explain to Chad why we know that Trump isn't part of the New World Order, most likely, I would say like 99% he's not part of the New World Order. Whereas he went to the UN and he told the UN he would no longer give them 25%.
For Trump.
He would no longer give them 25% of the federal taxes for the UN war machine. And
Here's the difference.
Hold on. There's two more points I got. He also said that he would not let the UN take the Second Amendment right. And then he also, in constitutional terms, he wanted to secure the border. That's a constitutional power that is vested to the federal government, which is one of the very few things that they actually have the power to do. And the fact that the leftists or the Democrats all made a huge deal about the border not being secure, they made a huge deal about him securing the border, and then when they get in office, they immediately open the borders for millions and millions.
When you're done,
migrants.
Clint, pass it to me, and then when I'm done.
Well, I'm almost.
When I'm done, you can tell. Okay, when I'm done, okay.
Go ahead, Todd. I'm listening.
Basically,
no, he's almost done.
That's how you know that he's not an internationalist, because he's trying to preserve.
I disagree, but I hear what you're saying.
Keep going. Statement here.
So, and I'm going to argue when he's done. I'm going to tell you why. When he's done,
he's trying to preserve what's left, the little tiny amount of America that's hanging by a thread. He's trying to at least secure the border, and it may not be under the height and greatness of the founding.
Thank you, Clint, for saying that, so I don't have to.
Yeah,
he's trying to preserve what's left.
Todd, I hear
and
you.
When Clint's done, I'm going to give my argument why he isn't one of them.
Go ahead, Todd. I want to hear you, and then I'm done.
Well, also the fact that Newt Gingrich said on the news, on which you can see the video on YouTube. Newt Gingrich said
he's not one of them. He ain't in their secret society. They're genital grabbing.
He's not initiated into the secret societies.
He ain't one of them.
Specifically on the air
a long time ago.
Yeah,
and Newt would know. Newt has been given the grab under the skirt.
Yeah, Newt's a secret society member. And that
okay, but like Trump, he went to the Wailing Wall, and when you go to the Wailing Wall, like all the presidents do, that symbolically means you're having sex with the Holy Spirit, which is Talmudic.
Well, the thing is that there's all these traditions that are, enforced on the leaders.
I'm going to let Clint go on. Let Clint go on. You said the Wailing Wall. He went there. That's ridiculous to say that makes him a bad man.
But
Clint was almost done. Clint was almost done.
You think America's running America?
Clint was almost done, though, Chad. Clint was almost done doing what he was going to say, and then I was going to give everything I had.
But I would say the biggest proof is that some Marxists tried to take a shot at him, and that they're trying to label the guy.
But you don't know it's a Marxist. We just know that somebody took a shot at him. Why does everybody know?
Somebody could be anybody. Anybody could influence the Secret Service. Anybody could not fly drones over the.
Well, don't
fly drones over. Anybody could do that. Okay, go on, Chad.
Recently, one of the shooters' profiles, because the Discord.
Maybe they got William Tell to shoot an apple off that guy's off of Trump's ear. Anybody could have told Trump, turn to the right. Our sharpshooter will shoot that fucker off your ear, and they'll miss your ear, but they hit him, just nicked him. Come
But that's
on,
what I'm
Chad.
saying, Todd. That's what I'm saying.
A
Is
couple
like
people died, but it's
so,
okay. We're gonna
it's
pull
so
this
hard
off.
to hit his ear that the people that I mean, who either it
Well,
was an accident or it's
No,
on
no,
purpose. I don't think
they
it
ain't
was an
taking that.
accident. I think it was a
They ain't
controlled
taking that.
event.
well, I would say that it was a
Chad,
miracle.
the weirdest.
Okay, so he's the chosen one. Jesus
Well,
has
I'm not
picked.
saying that.
Well, that's what he says. Trump says, "I'm the chosen one."
He did
Well,
say
he's
that.
probably just glad to be
He
alive.
was joking too. He's joking. And guess what happens when you
Fucking
joke?
joke.
You get
It's
your
not
head
a
blown
joke.
off potentially. So don't
Well,
laugh. Don't laugh when Bill Cooper gets his fucking head blown off. Tell him the
I
truth.
think it's ridiculous for Alex Jones to be like, if you question this, you're on the left. When all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, you're Mr. Conspiracy. Now, if I
well,
ask any question, I'm in
I
trouble. Fuck you.
well,
no,
I
I
don't trust
agree
Alex
about.
Jones.
I don't trust anything. I'm with you, Chad. I'm with you, Chad.
But
But
we're just
Trump has been demonized for 10 years straight. The
it's
minute he
been
went up
longer than
against
that.
Hillary
That just
Clinton,
makes it all.
If you go
Look,
back, hold on. If you go back to the
that
80s
makes it proof that
episodes,
this kid is faked.
well, if you go
I
back to,
think they
hold on,
don't like him. We wouldn't even be making fun of these guys. There wouldn't be a big giant thing if Trump hadn't.
well, Todd, just so you understand my point of view, it's not that I like him or don't like him. If I'm talking about people that I like Alex Jones. I like Donald Trump. But I mean, do I trust these people? That's a whole different
well, the
question.
thing is
No,
that,
I hear you. I didn't
hold on,
say you
let
liked
me
or
bring
didn't
up
like.
an example of something here. Back in the, if you go back and you watch
You
the
always give
80s, hold on,
interesting
wait,
points of view, Chad. So I always want to hear
let me,
what your take
let,
is on this stuff.
Likewise,
hold
I
on,
think
likewise.
you
let me
know what mine is because I've
say.
laid my fucking heart on my sleeve the whole time here,
Well, let me give an example here.
Chad.
If you rewatch the '80s episodes of Saturday Night Live, you'll see even back then they were hating on him hardcore. Back in the '80s,
On Trump,
oh yeah, 100%. They were straight up
Trump
hating on
has
him.
been. Hold on, Trump has been idol worship for a long time. There's a heavy metal. I used to have the copy of it, and it's called The Wall. And it's a story where he is a populist hero back when Mike Tyson was the deal back in the day.
Well,
So
he's worked
I
with all
don't.
these trainers and these wrestlers and the whole fucking WWE wrestling thing. I mean, the whole time he didn't just.
Trump has
That
been a
wasn't just
super
that.
popular. He
He's
wasn't
building
even right
buildings.
wing.
He's a personality
Well,
in New York. It's like he's being groomed.
He was a super popular person. My whole life
Hey,
I had the board
let
game.
me throw
let
something
me
in here. I'm
one
sorry. No,
statement.
hold on, Clint. Hold on. I want to
Well,
throw
let me
something
just say
weird
one
in.
sentence.
Okay, make it quick because I want to throw
Okay, it'll be
something in
really
before I
quick. It'll be
forget.
quick. Back in the hood, they would say, "Don't hate the player, hate the game."
I had Trump the game as a kid.
Well, you don't
I
understand. It's
mean,
like
Okay,
he's just one person. There's a
listen.
giant system that's
Listen,
unconstitutional. That's
there's
right now.
something I heard the other day. Matt Bracken from Infowars was on
right?
some show where he was saying, "Hey, what's up with all these people from India as part of this thing that's coming up?"
What's up?
JJ Vanta's wife is from India,
Heck.
and he met her at Yale University with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Another
What's
person
the
who's
odds?
essentially paid to tell you what you want to hear. Yeah, okay.
What's the odds that the vice president now met his wife at Yale University with Vivek Ramaswamy and they're all friends?
Well,
Years and
it's
years
like how
ago,
Trump's wife is
before he became a
daughter
senator,
of a communist
and she's a famous lawyer on the San Francisco. So, whew, whoa.
You
Whoa.
can right now turn on YouTube, and back in the day, people on The View loved Donald.
I'm talking about the Indian connection now. Vivek
Okay.
Ramaswamy,
Yeah,
Tulsi Gabbard,
it's just some other.
Kamala
They're all
Harris,
politicians. They're all going to tell you what you want to hear.
India.
But if we look at Trump, did
No,
he
I'm
promote
telling you, there's
the
an
Operation
Indian
Warp Speed?
connection between these people.
Okay,
They're
Todd,
putting out in front of us.
I'm asking you, did Donald Trump support Operation Warp Speed, which is a big pharma scam?
He definitely said,
See what
put
I'm
his
saying?
stamp on that fucker. Yep.
And my point is that if you pick a side, you lose. I agree with.
I know
I like
what
freedom
you're
of
saying,
speech.
Chad.
I like
I know what you're saying, Chad.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I
At a
like.
certain point,
Is
Chad,
Trump a
at a
supporter
certain
of
point,
freedom of
you have,
speech? No. He
Chad,
is
at a certain point, you have to
if
take,
you criticize Israel, I'm against you. That's Donald Trump, not my opinion.
hey, it's not that extreme. It's not that extreme.
To the
It
common
is.
person,
He supported a law. It said, you're a dentist, you're from Texas, you have a contract with the government, fuck you. You're fucked because you criticize the state of Israel. That's why I don't like Donald Trump.
I know
Let me
that
just make
part.
a point here. Let me make a point. To the common person, which we are, we need cheap gas. We need less inflation.
We want cheap gas.
And
give it to me.
And it doesn't matter.
Tired of paying $5 per gallon, drive down the road.
Yeah,
imagine what poor teenagers are trying to get down the road.
Just so you understand, my point of view is nobody should ever support the government because regardless of which way they support, sometimes it's going to be left, sometimes it's going to be right. The whole time is the rich people are in charge, not us. That's why I don't give a fuck about if they help me out with the gas and they're fucking me over with the gas. It's them in charge the whole goddamn time.
Yeah, we get that, Chad. But
it's definitely all unconstitutional. I mean, we can't even call it government because
do you read? Are you a reader? Do you like books or any authors or
to
any?
be honest with you, Todd, I have not been, but now after B.D. Salerno, I am now reading, and I have a book club. I'm reading a book about Jim Thorpe, the Native American, right as we speak.
Yeah, well, that's cool. I just wondered. Because it's not good. It's not bad if you don't read. My best friend does not read. Has like a handful of books he read.
When people, just to point to that, you know how people are like, oh, we're all, which is the fact, all of us holding these phones are Androids and we're all becoming more computer day by day. But my point is like that shit was going on with books because if you're not living the experience and you are more dependent on books than your experience, then you are full of baloney.
The thing about everything is that the UN wars are what our tax dollars are paying for, and
that's unconstitutional. That's what we agree with. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, before Trump was ever elected, he did a debate. He said that he wanted to abolish the 16th Amendment because it was never properly ratified.
What is that? I don't know what that 16th is.
The 16th Amendment is the tax amendment, which illegally violated our 10th Amendment, 10 square mile clause, enumeration clause, etc., where they started illegally taxing us by the 16th Amendment, which was never actually ratified. And so it's done under the color of law. And the fact that he brought that up, and I've never heard anybody besides like William Cooper and a handful of other people mention that the 16th Amendment was unlawful and unconstitutional. You know, it says that he's got some kind of brain in his head.
From a different point of view, you're like, hey, he's throwing us a bone. But I'm saying this is where me, the pagan, agrees with the Bible. The greater evil is what the good people don't do. So meaning like we're supposed to know all this stuff. We're not supposed to be like, oh, thanks for throwing us a bone. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I don't actually vote, so because I don't consent to be ruled by unconstitutional government. But
That's where I'm supporting here and on your channel is that exactly you're saying what most people don't is that let's say you are conservative and you do respect the Constitution. That stuff hadn't been in effect since DC was made the capital.
It's not about being. It's about being constitutional.
That's what I just said. I mean, that's been
hold
gone
on,
since before
but
the
you don't
Civil War.
understand my point. Is that the modern quote unquote conservative, like prior to Trump, like the Bushites were all, they didn't know
They're
it, but they
not
were all
conservative.
communists. And
Right.
They were conservative towards an unconstitutional de facto government. And that,
well, so is Trump, meaning that he is supporting Israel.
Yeah, but he said
these people are so dumb that from their point of view, he's conservative, but he's not.
Well, hold on. He's mentioned the Constitution and he's mentioned how communists are taking over more than anybody I've ever heard my entire life.
I know, but that's like lip service. You know better than most people.
Yeah,
it
but
matters more the facts.
Hold on, though. The fact that somebody took a shot at him is proof that
no, see that pause. I'm just this is what I'm trying to say.
No,
well, you don't understand
that gives them. That gives them one fucking.
The Marxists hate it.
That gives them one notch above anything on the other side. So whatever the fuck, Chad, is on the other side is bad compared to what he.
Stop. If you pick left or right, you fail because the Masons run both sides. Meaning, like, I am all about maybe the left is going after Trump, but it's also
what I'm talking about. What I'm saying, Chad, is we are approaching an event horizon.
What
is this fucking election?
Yeah,
is going to decide the fate of the fucking world.
I agree with that.
And you saw what just happened, Chad.
Even
the last 4 fucking years, and a fucking corpse, Joe Biden and his puppet,
Joe Biden. I hate him.
Puppet Kamala wins.
Yeah, fuck him. I hate him.
You, Chad, if you don't push Trump over the finish line, are going to be. But you ain't gonna. Based on your math.
You're not hearing my point of view.
Fantastic, Chad.
Just my point of view.
Whatever. You don't like Trump and you don't like Biden.
It's not that. Listen, honestly,
doesn't matter.
That I don't like Trump. It's that y'all are so for him that you're blinded. I am saying.
Y'all.
It is
ain't even for him. You don't even listen to what we're saying.
I hear you. Todd? I hear you. How do I not?
I'm a fucking Trump supporter, but I ain't a blind Trump supporter.
Yeah,
I ain't a blind Trump supporter. I will tell you every fucking false thing that he's got going.
But if you won't, it's just like the Christians. It's just like the Christians, Todd. If you won't accept that you could be wrong at 10%, then you're not being
about
fair.
What? There's 2 candidates. I don't like the system. I mean, what am I wrong about?
But
what part am I wrong about?
Okay, Todd, just hear me so you hear me. It is possible that the Masons run both sides. Not just that because Bo Biden's a piece of crap that Trump is the answer. It could be possible that they're both a piece of crap.
I know.
There you know. So I don't even have to explain it. So why are you bullying me that if I don't accept Trump, then I'm a communist? I'm not a communist.
I'm sorry. No, I'm kind of traumatized. Pardon me, Chad. I'm kind of traumatized by the guy that I want to be president almost got his head blown off. So I'm still kind of suffering for a fucking minute.
Perspective. I agree with you. Look at it this way. Let's say I think all this is a scam. Let's say I think all this is a scam. Do you think that it would help me? Do you think that it would help me if Trump got shot? Hell no. That would be scary. I don't want that at all.
Can you imagine if his head had been blown off and blood splayed and they had perfect photos of his head? That's what they wanted, Chad.
I think that the Masons want you and I think that the Masons want you and me to hate each other, and I don't hate you.
No, you hate Trump for some reason.
No, I
All
don't.
right, I
Don't
get
say
it,
that.
or whatever.
Please don't. I
Well,
really
hold
don't.
on.
I really don't. I
Well,
really
yeah,
don't.
there's obviously some emotion going on. So.
I don't know
That's
what's going
okay
on here.
because
I
that's
don't
where.
love
That's
Trump. I
thank
kind
you.
of love Trump where he's like, he almost got his head blown off and he lived. I kind of like that. Am I a bad man? Because I'm like, wow, a guy I like didn't get his head blown off.
No, you're not a bad
Yeah,
man, but
fuck
I think
yeah.
I think that's an emotional reaction. I don't
Of
think that's
course.
a logical reaction. I understand your reaction.
Well, you gotta understand though that I've
I
never
don't like
seen
Trump
any.
just because he
Hold
didn't
on.
get his head blown off. Been watching him for fucking years. I'm an old man.
The
Okay,
fact that
but I mean
hold on,
that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Todd.
the
I
fact
mean,
I've
go ahead,
watched
Clint.
Trump for
the
Go ahead,
fact
Clint.
years.
the fact that countless hate TV shows have been made against him, the entire media went against him, all the youth is against him.
Yeah, but yeah, I hear
His
you, but you're not
armies.
hearing my point of view.
He's
None of
been
that means
raised
that
as
he's
the
correct.
heel or
All of those
whatever. You're
things could be
fired.
things.
He's the boss.
No, I'm saying that all of those things could just be done to make him look stronger. They don't necessarily mean he's right. And we know so much that, like, he is a Kabbalist. He had in his
He doesn't wear.
biography.
No, he's not. No, he's not a
Yeah, in
capitalist.
his biography, he thanks his Kabbalah teachers, and that's what I want to make a distinction of.
Well,
Y'all,
maybe Kabbalah's not bad. I mean,
hey, no,
learning
let's make
about
a
the Kabbalah
distinction.
is not bad. It's a
With the difference
ancient
is that
Hebraic system.
listen, I hear you, Todd, but I'm saying the difference is that we're all like learning about that, but we don't go, thank you, Kabbalah teachers. You see, that's the difference.
Well, you're
He,
not taught about that. You're
Yeah,
not. You're
that's
not.
not
You don't know
direct.
about that. But
That's not
he,
direct proof of anything besides he
that
Mhm.
means
believes in
that he is
religion.
pro-Israel, and
that's
Israel
like
doesn't have
Joseph Smith
anything
did.
to
That's
do
like
with
Joseph Smith had some weird views. I'm a Mormon. You know, I'm a Mormon,
Israel.
Well,
baptized.
The modern state of
it's
Israel does not have anything to do with the ancient Hebrews, and it has everything to do with the UN and running the world. And here's Barbara Specter in her own words saying the white people are going to resent us because we're going to be pushing these people into Europe and into America because we know better. That and there's even Zion. I saw a video and it was a woman and she's white and she's Zionist and she's born and raised in Israel and she stuck a microphone in the face of this Southern evangelical senator who, with two legs blown
You
off
saw
and
this?
metal sticks in place of his legs. And she says, wait a minute, I thought the whole point of Israel is that everybody was going to be safe, not just the Jews. And he goes, we're going to turn Gaza to glass. And he yells it. And you see what I'm saying? Like, she's on the same page as me.
Which page is that?
Is that the point of Israel is not to dominate the world, and it is not to, you see what I'm saying?
well, I've seen other memes and stuff that said that he did stuff against Israel.
That's a bunch of bullshit. How does any of that make you explain that
Trump.
to me? What the F
Who?
is
Oh,
Trump
Trump
ever
did
done
stuff
for him
against
to not
Israel?
be a fan of Israel?
Well,
I don't
Trump is the
understand.
He was
biggest
being
fucking.
polite to him, but he was ignoring all sorts
Oh
of
gosh.
stuff. From my
Trump is Israel's biggest. He brags about being Israel's biggest goddamn.
Todd
He
knows
said,
that's the truth.
Trump said that fucking he would be elected president if Israel elected presidents or
Oh,
whatever.
he's
He
like
was the
running for
president of
king of
Israel.
Israel
So
2024. And then
let's not.
Israel is known to be biased towards China and Russia
Bibi
over us.
Netanyahu is here right now going,
Yeah.
Trump, come into my arms. I want to hug you.
I mean,
Get the
hello.
money. Get the money from you. Yeah. Oh.
So
Horrible.
again, I don't really have a problem with the people at the top of the power pyramid. I have a problem with all of us just going along with this shit. Yeah, I feel I understand these Illuminati.
So what are we disagreeing on here, Chad? What
that's
is?
why. That's why I say that I won't vote
Where
or
are we
care about anything
disagreement?
until there's gold and silver money in circulation and until there's constitutional government.
Chad, why can't you see what the hell's going on here? Yeah.
That's what America is.
I don't. It is confusing. It is confusing because that's why I like Clint, because he points out what Bill says is that, look, if you're a big fan of the Constitution, that shit hasn't been ruling the roost for a long time.
The only thing that's going to save your ass is the Constitution. I love that. That's why I like Clint's show, because that's the only thing you can save your ass.
I agree with you on that. I don't have anything better to say. I'm not
That's why
trying
I'm
to say
around here
anything.
on Clint's show, hanging out, because
there's
he's lingering on the guy that got killed, Bill Cooper,
it's the only peaceful
putting up,
remedy.
posting the only thing you got. There's a few other people, Jordan Maxwell, that always talk. Now, Jordan Maxwell wasn't a big constitutionist. He's more of a fucking word guy, but Cooper was constitutionalist. Yeah, I know, but not the same way. Not the same way.
Because he pointed out that the UN is totally communist. I mean, what more do you want?
Well, don't forget the UN is also.
If that's all you have to do. If that's all you have to do.
Well, you tell me, Tom. What more? What do we need?
Well, I'm saying, you know what? You know what Bill Cooper? You know what Bill Cooper had to do? He had to go shortwave radio.
Yeah, well, now that gets to the thing where I was talking with my best friend today, and I will say that the scam of the internet is today, the only purpose of it is to meet people in the flesh. All of us could have a much stronger impact with people locally. You know, it just happens that we met each other online, but really, locally, what we need.
You know what happens to any movement above a certain size or scale? It gets infiltrated by the people that run this thing.
That's what I've been going on. Listen, Todd, help me.
That's the problem.
Brandy, what is her name?
That's why I'm not meeting anyone. That's why no one's meeting. I love Clint. I love you, Chad. I love Daniel. But we all know that we're going to be fucking met by somebody that's evil. Somebody that's going to do us in. When I say evil, I'm not saying they're a bad person. I'm saying they're going to send people to do you in.
Well, I don't have to get paranoid. I think it's our own behavior that's the issue, meaning like, that's why I liked Brandy.
I'm telling you, they took fucking Edward Snowden and Julian Assange down, and they will take us down, Chad.
Well, I believe in you. I don't believe in Edward Snowden and all these people I can't control.
I know.
But my question is, no, we're not. I'm at you, Todd, know all this from back in the day of being in the New Age occult world.
They're torturing me with fucking signals coming through the walls, burning my skin, nerve problems.
You don't really believe that. My question is,
I don't really believe that.
I'm surprised.
My arms aren't feeling burning. After years of doing construction, I'm sure it's Illuminati torching my nerves, carpal tunnel.
I just try to be pragmatic, meaning like honestly, as much
I'm telling you, they are putting stuff in our food, our water.
Well, I agree with that 100%.
You know what my argument is what's even worse? What's even worse, Chad? They are putting listen. They're putting in technology in all your homes. Why did they run cable lines down all your streets? Why did they insist on putting smart meters outside of all your homes? What is broadcasting through the devices they set up?
The next generation isn't even going to be able to argue these things via critical thinking.
Sky with their satellites.
Well, the next stage after democracy, socialism, and communism is the technocratic dictatorship. And then,
Elon Musk's great-grandparents were transhumanists, let alone today.
Well, it's definitely possible that Musk is some kind of, communist.
Well, that's a fact.
Carry on, gentlemen. I need to take a break. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna.
This is really. I think this is an example of how they have us divided and conquered. And I don't blame anybody other than myself or whatever, but I think it's a testament of like, we are on the same side, yet we're here arguing. That's so sad.
Well, it's not really an argument. It's just we just all had some alcohol and we're talking really loud.
That's a valid point. Let me ask you this. Speaking of that, that's my bitch about this whole alt media thing is we get all emotional, but what is
what we can't do is the emotions are how the Illuminists control us.
So seriously, Clint, what do we do so that we are more action and fact oriented and have things to show for it that we've achieved goals versus just getting all high and mighty talking? That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, I think something that we could do right now is find lawyers who are willing to file writs of quo warranto against unconstitutional acts. We could file writs of quo warranto against every unconstitutional act and law and legally force them to cease and desist, basically through the writ of quo warranto, because the writ of quo warranto says that they must name in law what their declaration of authority is for whatever they're doing. And if they can't, then they have to cease and desist, because if they don't have any legal delegation of authority, then they're doing what's called operating under the color of law, which is a felony. And that I
agree with you. I think that's like 2 points. One, we can all look at the internet and see that there are people that know their rights and exercise them with this sovereignty or whatever you want to call it, you know. But then personally, like I paid $1,500. I got this issue with me passed to be dismissed within 6 months. And I tell my lawyer, hey, I am like for the first time in my life being asked to leave a job after passing a background check. They go, look, we see this misdemeanor weed charge and now we're asking you to leave. And the lawyer goes, I didn't know they did that. And I'm like, well, they fucking are doing this.
Wait, they discriminated against you?
Okay, so like I was working a job and then I had passed the background check and I was working. And then they go, oh, well, now we found this thing in your background and we're asking you to leave.
Well,
and then
was there anything in the contract about not having a misdemeanor?
No, it's just like I told you. I get hired.
You might be able to sue them for discrimination.
Okay.
What state are you in again, Chad? State. Arkansas. Yeah. Bill Clinton state?
Yeah. Well, so what? That's if it's not in writing somewhere.
Arkansas.
If it's not
when you hear Arkansas, what do you think of? Bill Clinton.
If it's not in the job application or in any type of contract that you sign for the job, that you could be fired for having a misdemeanor, and they fired you for having a misdemeanor, that's discrimination. They're discriminating against you.
So that's my whole point, is that what we have now is called anarcho-tyranny, meaning that the law works when they want it to work.
Well, I'm saying you might be able to sue them for discrimination.
Okay, that's great. But I mean, like, that's how we need to deal with this, meaning like we just need to have a group so that people can address these issues and cooperate and, solve the problem. We're not going to solve the problem with politics.
You know what happened the last time?
Well, I tried to save that Dexter Taylor dude, but he was an idiot.
You know what happened the last time some people got together, a big giant group, and they formed around Trump? Thousands of people are in prison now.
Well,
because they went to January 6th.
I went to the stop.
Mad as hell.
God, I went to the
stop the steal rally. Yeah,
in November before January, and I met Alex Jones.
A month before, he met Alex Jones. You know who else met Alex Jones? the guest on Daniel's show last week, Jamie Hanshaw.
Well, yeah, she's deep with him because of Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you listen to the show?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What
Um,
was I gonna say?
I was listening to the live broadcast from Alex Jones and all the different shows. I was watching all the fucking shit as it was going down.
But Alex Jones is the devil because he does what I'm talking about. You can talk this. Let's just firmly tell this for the next generation.
Alex Jones was one of many groups going. He wasn't the only one.
No,
right?
but I mean, just hear what I'm saying, Todd. My point is that when people say
Trump
that
supporters, no, but hold on, I'm sorry, go on. I didn't
when
mean to interrupt.
people say that the truth will set you free, that is a lie. You got to take action. Like see, when Clint just said what he said, I'm like, yeah, you're right. I will follow you. We need to hold these people to account. We need to stop being egotistical and childish. And like, it's really not the fault of Alex. It's all the people that are like,
I don't remember Clint saying hold these people.
Yo.
What people?
He did just a second ago.
Oh, we got a guest here.
What's up, Clint?
Who is this?
Chad?
You guys remember anything blue?
Oh, I remember. What's up,
It's
Blue?
been a while. What's up, guys?
We called you Blue back then. Blue. He
Yeah,
called you
still
Blue.
blue. Still blue.
What's up, Blue?
My boy Blue.
Dylan, dude. Yeah, man.
Little boy Blue and the man in the moon. When you coming home, don't know
That's
soon.
That's right, Todd. That's right.
I mixed the lyrics up though. I mix the
Wait,
lyrics up.
Is that what the
What's going on,
your
dude?
nickname's from?
No.
But no, nothing's been much on my end, man. I've just been working and stuff.
No, the reason he called himself Blue is because he was blue about the bad situation in the world, is my guess.
It
Oh
could be
man,
true,
actually, get this, man. My name is actually based off of that Eiffel 65 song, Blue.
I'm blue and I believe I was down.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe I was down. I believe I was down. I love
You got
that
it,
song.
Todd.
That's a bad trip.
I love that song. Song tripped me out.
Yeah,
Have that on my
that's my
playlist.
group, man. That's my shit.
I have that on my playlist.
Got it, man. It's classic.
Man, that song is like a picture of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So what's up, Boo?
Oh man,
Are
I
you
just
listening to
decided
the
to say hi, man.
conversation? Have you
Yeah,
been
I'm just
listening
here,
so
man.
far? What we're saying here?
Actually, not at all. I just tuned in, man.
Not at all. So he missed your whole thing, Chad. You're
Yeah, what's
trying to
going on?
explain how we're all fucked up.
I'm used to being ignored. It's okay.
You used to being ignored. We love you, Chad. What do you mean?
Oh yeah.
Are you,
We
We
Chad
love
sitting
you.
up in a dark
Ignored.
room?
Ignored. No way.
That's
Chad
fun.
sitting in the pitch black room.
I'm in my.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
so
Blue
fucking
is blue, so
Chad is just pitch black right now. What's up with that?
Blue's sitting in the pitch. Blue's
It's
sitting in the
because
pitch
I'm living
black
in
room.
nature and y'all are living in a lie. That's what happens. I'm
Yeah,
living
Blue
in
is in pitch black, and
Huh.
so
Chad,
Blue.
Blue, you want to
What
do what you got to say.
Wait, to what?
yeah, what do you got to say?
Wait, to what? What are we talking about?
Anything. I know what the
Let's
fuck
talk about
I come
anything
here
you
for.
want to talk
What do you
about.
come here for?
Wait, I'm sorry. I got nothing to say, man. I'm just here, man.
Nothing to say.
Yeah,
Well,
Did
man.
you see Trump almost got assassinated last
Oh,
week?
dude.
How do you feel about that?
Oh man, I felt like it was the best publicity stunt could have ever
Best
happened.
president
I
almost
feel like
getting killed. The
that-
best he ever had.
Just as soon as he got shot in the ear and pumped his fist, I was
Boy,
like, damn, he won
Imagine
that
how great
election.
the publicity stunt would have been if he'd gotten killed, Blue.
well, that would have been
Imagine how
bad.
great that
We
would have
agree.
been.
Death.
We agree.
Wow,
It's
that
like
would have been
JFK saying it was a
incredible.
stunt.
God, I guess Joe Biden's president. Like, give me a
I'm
break,
shut-
man.
Hey, let's shut up. I want to hear Blue's answer to that. Blue,
No, I know. Blue.
what would have happened if Trump had been shot? Let me hear that.
Yo,
Oh man, if he got shot, man, I guess there would have just been a few million very upset people that
Boom.
yeah, yeah,
basically
very
I
upset.
think basically where we at now on the narrative, right? On the New World Order narrative, right, man? We have
Right.
all these characters, but everyone ignores them. And then as soon as Trump gets killed, they would be like, wow, there actually is a New World Order. We gotta fucking rage the system. But no, he's not dead, man. And no one's raging against the system. But meanwhile, you got Trump. He's still a Jesuit. He's still a Masonic
Trump's not
coadjutor, man.
desperate.
I'll put it like this, Todd.
Okay.
He loves the Pope. He kisses his hand. He
Boom.
hangs out
He
with everyone that
he
kisses the
kisses
Pope's
fucking
hand.
rabbis' butts too.
They're the
Yeah,
same
man,
people.
exactly.
They both wear the tiny hats.
So
Yeah, man.
Well, it could be a mafia thing.
It's
Well,
same
it could be
thing.
because
he has to
because
kiss the mafia
mafia
butts
was
to build the building.
supposed
He
to
has to kiss the
Freemasons
mafia
control
butt
some
to
of the
make a
gang.
casino.
That
It
is
don't
what
matter,
it
man.
is.
It's all about money. It's all
Boom.
about
Yeah.
control.
Yeah, well, he's a businessman. He's not Joe Biden that's bending over and sending
Joe
his
Biden
son to
probably
get.
been dead for like 30 years, bro. Like that's
The
probably like his
lesser of
ninth
two
one or
evils
something.
It's
is
a
still
different
evil.
fucking thing, though. He's not a politician that's gotten rich soaking up America's tax dollars. He's a
Yeah, but he
businessman that
made
loves
rich because
America.
he paid off the
Yeah,
That
Jewish
loves
teachers.
America.
They're
No,
running
to be honest,
construction in New York
no.
City.
I'll tell you
Well,
every negative Trump. I'll tell you every negative thing I know about Trump, and it blows anything you guys are saying away. So go on.
no, I just feel like
When you're
we just
ready for
have
me
a
to run down
giant
Trump,
line.
let me know. I'll go
We
through a
just
whole list of it.
have a giant line of Jesuit coadjutors, man. And as long as
He's not a Jesuit, for fuck's sakes.
no, I'm
He's
just saying he's a
fucking, if
coadjutor.
anything, he's a power of positive thinking Norman Vincent Peale.
Luciferian.
He operated
That's
Operation
Mason.
Warp Speed, bro.
Yeah.
He
I'm
financed
saying,
the
if you want
vaccine,
to know
bro.
his, I'm
Billions of
saying,
dollars
if you
went
want
to our
to know
destruction for
his
years
belief
straight.
system,
we
his
can't say the
religious
B word
belief
on here.
system,
We can't
if
say
you
the
want
B
to
word.
know his religious belief system, his upbringing, it's the power of positive thinking, like
Todd is
Norman
correct.
Vincent Peale.
I think, like, sure, positive thing, but
Yeah,
positive thinking is
business,
going to help
like,
us in
like,
the
no,
situation that
I'm
we're in.
saying he was raised on these weird power of positive thinking gurus, like, I don't know how to
It's
explain
what
them.
all the rich people
Okay,
do.
No, we
so
understand you,
basically,
Todd.
Speakers,
if
speakers,
we're going to be
power
like
of positive
imagination
speakers,
guru,
speakers.
positive meditation, we can
He's
go to
not even,
Ignatius
he doesn't
meditation.
believe, when he held the Bible, it was upside down. He's not a, he doesn't believe in,
Bro,
Well, the fact of
they
the
believe
matter
in
is
you or
that. Well, the fact of the matter is that we want cheap gas.
yeah, we want
No.
cheap gas, so whatever
I
gives us
agree.
cheap
I'm not really
gas,
too
we're ready.
concerned about the whole big
On
picture
that,
at this
I'm
point.
with
I
you
Give
just
me
want
cheap gas.
gas.
No, dude.
Cheap gas or bus.
I'm more on when do we get
No,
on the gas?
fuck
Man?
that.
Like,
It's
we got all
not,
this
no,
technology.
fuck that. I'm a true Trump supporter where I say he doesn't hate America. I like that. And nobody's proven to me yet that he's a bad guy on the
Well, I
loves
definitely
America
don't like
track.
all these
Okay,
people coming over
Todd,
the border.
what is your
Prove,
reaction to
prove
him
it to
supporting
me. Prove it
Operation
to me.
Warp Speed?
Bring your
What is
arguments.
good?
Bring them all to me.
Todd, what is good
Everyone.
about him supporting the jab? Please, I want to hear that.
The jab. Okay. He sat there as president. He didn't say, did it, take it. Fuck, he didn't even take it until it was what they suggested you do. Do this, mister. He sat there the whole fucking time going, I don't know if I should do this. He finally did it. He did remdesivir and all this other
Endorsed the
shit
jab.
before
He
he
got
did it.
paid money by
Yeah,
Big
that
Pharma
doesn't
for
stop
endorsing
him.
it.
Let me tell you what he didn't do. He didn't force you to take it. Guess
He had
who
everyone else
mandated
tell
it?
you to do
Guess who
it.
mandated it? Joe Biden. Joe
Yeah, man,
Biden
because
said,
he's a Jesuit too,
mandate
man.
it. Get your jab. Trump sat there the whole
Okay.
time and said, take
Yeah,
it if
man.
you want or don't. So
Yeah, but
don't
he
say
didn't say
Trump forced you to
he
take
didn't
it.
he didn't say that it was bad for you. He didn't say that it was gonna change your genetics. He didn't try to save
He
anyone.
didn't know what
What
the
I'm
fuck
trying to
it
say.
was. He was
But he
following
did
their advice,
promote a
Blue.
jab,
He
and
knew
he said,
everything.
Oh,
He's got billions
just
he's
of
a
came
dollars
up
for
with
that
this
businessman.
out
He's
of the
got
blue.
casinos going on, golf courses over here, fucking
Yeah, shout
Iran
out
over
Scottish
there.
Rite's golfing.
He's following Fauci's advice. Donald
Exactly.
Trump
Another
isn't
Jesuit.
running the fucking
Where'd
Okay,
Todd go?
helps.
okay. Let's put that
Is this my
aside.
internet
Here's
that's
my
fucking up, or
question. Let's look at the Trump shot, right? Now, my question is,
The
if
Trump
Trump
shot.
can't
Go for it.
if Trump cannot take care of himself like any of us would, and had people that protect him, that he got shot, how is he going to protect us as a whole nation?
Bro, that's so cap. He would have
Are you
died
talking
if it
about
was
the
a real
vaccine
assassination.
or the shot that they try to take him out with?
No, I asked a simple question. He was at that rally. Anybody sane would have had their own security secure it. He could not secure it, which is how he got shot. So why should we trust Trump to secure the whole nation if he couldn't stop himself from getting shot in the fucking ear?
Dude, because that makes him like a Christian emblem, man. Jesus saved him.
Yeah, he's the chosen one. What a bunch
He
of
is.
horse shit.
Exactly what they're
Horseshit.
trying to spin, man.
Fuck.
It's the most Catholic shit you could think of.
Jesus gave him a
Catholic?
blowjob.
Right?
Why you guys doing some sick Christian stuff over here? Christian.
He's not even Christian. He's a Kabbalist.
Yeah, man. He worships the dollar. He's a tyrant.
He's not a Kabbalist. He might be fucking
Honestly,
raised in a Jewish
Todd,
community.
not to
He might love
interrupt, but
Kim
his
Jong-un.
own
He might love
biography, not my opinion, his own biography, he goes, hey, I really am giving a shout out to my teachers of the Kabbalah. That's
He
not my
loves-
opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Shout out
arguing
to
that.
Kabbalist
And I'm not
Green Face.
arguing that. So I'm not arguing that.
Hell, I feel
Um,
like I'm Jewish. I am interested in the Kabbalah, but the
Yeah,
difference is,
my friend that I thought was really smart
should
says,
only
I
be
want to be
interested in
Jewish. How do I become Jewish? I'm like, you can't be Jewish. You're fucking German. Yeah.
Right?
well, that's
Marry
what
a Jewish chick.
that's what masonry is. It's how to be a Talmudic Jew if you're not a
How do
Talmudic.
I become Jewish? I'm like,
No,
sorry.
you know what's funny about the Talmud talk? The
What's
NFL
that,
guy
sir?
who was in charge of the Super Bowl, he said
Uh-huh.
getting prepared for the Super Bowl is a lot like preparing to read for the Talmud. And I still haven't deciphered what that really means, but I was
Yeah,
like,
that makes no sense.
it must
Well,
be very
none of this
political.
means
Because
that
the Talmud's
none
a
of this
fucking book.
means
That's
that I
like the
like
Bible.
the
Like, read the
Muslims in
Bible and
there.
see what you would say to that. Which
No,
is
but
just,
that's a quote. That's a quote by the NFL guy. He said, "It's
Yeah, but-
preparing a lot for the Talmud, the Super Bowl."
But the Muslims and the Christians, it's the Abrahamic faith. They're all battling for we're the chosen ones. I don't like any of them better than the other, or the
Well,
atheists.
They all vouch for end time
Where-
prophecy at the end of the day.
where's Clint at? Hold on, guys. Where's
Being
Clint?
secretive.
Is he gone? Did he leave us? Is he throwing up? Is he?
Clint went
He's
on bathroom
having
break.
Was he
sex or taking a
disgusted with
crap,
this?
one of the
Was
two.
Clint disgusted with the whole conversation? Is he
Yeah.
taking any crap? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
We've all been
Did we
deemed as
drive him
hell.
away? Did we
We're all
drive him
Muggles.
away?
We're all muggles.
Did we drive him
We drove
away?
him away.
We drove him outside. Get out of here, Clint. I'll chop you with my sword.
We sent him
I
to
have
the
a
chopper.
very sharp steel. I spent years sharpening my steel just to cut your puny neck, Clint.
Fire and
Yeah,
eyes.
tiny-
Todd, what do you
you
think
have
about
tiny
Arnold
biceps.
Schwarzenegger saying "screw your freedoms"?
Oh,
you
he's a
have tiny
Nazi, bro.
biceps.
He's a Nazi.
After I listened to Clint's show, I
He's
realized
an
I
Austrian
shouldn't have
Nazi.
said that. I'm very friendly toward people. As a governor, I always cared about homeless people.
The governor.
Now,
Like, I love the Pope.
Gavin
I love the
Newsom,
Pope.
Gavin Newsom, he has tiny biceps compared to mine. I will
I
put
do at least 150 push-ups in the
Gavin
Pope's name.
Newsom's head. I'll make him bow down.
When I walk in,
No, I don't know. I don't know what
Oh,
would
looks
happen.
like Dan's in the chat.
No way.
Come on or not?
Bring down on your. So, Blue, where the fuck you been?
Man,
Shit, man. I just been cruising, man. I've been
Well,
like
shit.
looking at
Tune
other
into Clint's channel every once in a while, if you will. You know, just
yeah,
tune
man.
in.
Clint,
Let us
I mean,
know. Let us
yeah.
know what normal people on your side of the world are thinking, would you?
Oh yeah, fucking normal, right? You want to know
Yeah,
what I've been
normal
looking
people.
at?
Where you been working?
Nah, man. I've been looking at this guy named Ammon Hill, bro, and he's a
Oh yeah,
Greek
he's
researcher.
fucking crazy.
Yeah, man, and he talks a lot about the Greek text on Jesus and how he was like using drugs, like using
I'm
drugs
down
on
with you.
children.
Tell us all
and all
about this.
type- And he was
Tell
talking
us
about
all
the early
about it.
Christian cults where they were pissing and shitting on each other, baptism and shit, all that stuff.
Yeah.
the symbolism.
I think that
Even
isn't
weirder
the
shit.
simple way to put that is that whatever Christianity was, it was like a fringe thing, and now it's this conservative thing. So what's up with that? Would be the basic question.
Well, he's
Yeah, man, they
talking
went
about
from
ancient
baptizing in
religion.
piss
He's
to
the
talking
problem
about
is that people take symbology as something, and there's first of all, these rumors that are
Ammon Hill
unverified,
is incredible.
but
Some of the
people
shit he's saying.
misunderstand symbology of the ancient cultures and words and phrases and slang, and then it gets perverted eventually, and that's where the earlier Satanists weren't necessarily Satanists, but they were worshiping a perversion of
So
truth.
what is your point, though, Blue? You know, talking about Ammon Hill.
I guess my point is like
it's really interesting. It's really interesting.
So the Greeks back in the days, they used drugs to expand the mind to heal people, right? And nowadays we don't actually have natural medicinal remedies, man. You don't see people on natural shrooms.
No, in the medieval ages, they started getting rid of people that knew about the herbs, the treatment.
Exactly.
They're hoarding the information. They're hoarding the information.
All of our system today being a scam, meaning that in the past, I think it was more legitimate.
I would say that in the past it was a lot more fucked up. I mean, there was a lot more options, probably a lot more.
They're doing some weird shit a long time ago, and I don't trust these guys any further than I can throw them.
Right.
There was castration cults back then, just like there is today. They go by different names and so on, but it's all the same thing.
The Medusae cult. They were women that would hunt down men, or the Amazonians, or shit like that, man. They would hunt down men, like cut out their dicks, take their seed, make babies.
I love that. Ammon Hill's talking about how wild it was back in the ancient period, the ancient times.
And it would go vice versa, man. The women were taking sperm,
and if you don't think if you don't think some of that shit carried over into these fucking cults that are running the world, that's kind of what's going on. That's kind of what the wave they're riding.
Because we're still in control by cults today. That's the problem with Christianity. Is that
that's the most dangerous thing that we're talking about here.
Weirdo stuff, but they didn't.
That's the most dangerous thing we're talking about here. It's kind of stuff to get you killed, almost.
We wish. Nobody gives a fuck about us.
I know you keep saying that, Chad. I know you think that, Blue, but
well, that's our secret power.
We are not that hardcore.
Our secret power is
no one knows us. And then the minute that they know you, you die. Fantastic.
We brag about it when
I live right next to the Jesuit high school, and I think about like striking in front of them all the time. But I'm like, that's probably bad publicity, man.
To do what, Blue?
I disregard that. But yeah, man, I do think it is weird to put yourself out there a lot.
Do you guys remember early computer? Do you guys remember early computer games?
Yeah,
like from the 80s, where there's little dots on the game board.
Yeah,
Boop, a light that's going. No, like even a handheld one where there's like 9 fucking spots where a red light could light
I
up,
went to
boop,
Catholic
like
school and they introduced us to
football
the Apple
games.
IIe.
The computer games were so primitive. They were like 12 or 9 red dots on a board. You play football, and it got more and more advanced.
Okay,
That's
Yeah.
but I
kind
have
of.
a 14-year-old son and he plays Halo, and that's really old. That's the
I'm
Bro.
90s.
talking about a fucking thing that had 5 things on a computer board. Like 9 lights on a red dots on a computer board. A football game. Don't you remember those
Oh,
old
you're
games?
talking about the LED games, like the ones, yes, the handheld
1970s.
games, the
8,
70s,
yeah,
yeah.
1978,
Yeah,
79, playing
yeah.
football on these very stupid
Handheld games.
handheld game. You sit there and try to move the red dot over to block the fucking guy
What about,
that's coming up the football field. That's how far advanced we are now, where you're playing on a giant fucking wall TV.
well, now we can fuse reality with a video game via social media.
Yeah, so we are moving well into what's happening is something I talk about with Clint all the time. Magic is going to blur with reality.
Amen.
People think that, magic, oh, Harry Potter, that's kind of funny. That's just a movie. No, that's fucking what they've been doing, and that's what's going to happen immediately. The
Or
future
you
is,
take out real
the
magic from
future
the
is
equation
going to
and then
be, the
put it in
future is
technology.
going to be, and I'm here to tell you, whatever you can manifest it to. And I know you hate that, you Christians out there, but that's my
So I
view.
agree with you 100% because it's so gay to get into these political discussions because you know what everybody's doing? They have these smartphones. So really, we're all transhumanist androids, regardless of our emotions.
Things are occurring where you're not even. Look how they took us over with the phones. You
Done.
remember how no one
Only took
wanted,
them
like,
10 years.
everyone was against surveillance devices, and in the 80s, you would be abhorred to be carrying around a tracking surveillance device. Now you're just surveilled everywhere. See how
Yeah.
fast that
Same
That's
occurred?
thing.
okay. That's
Watch
my
how
concern
fast.
with
So
the
the connecting with
elections. I'm
the world.
like, if you do want to talk about presidents, then you need to put this topic of big tech and big data as the number one most important question.
Pretty
No
much,
doubt.
man. Like Palantine, Peter Thiel, how Peter Thiel
Yeah.
is
Totally.
running
Peter
AI in
Thiel.
the next
Peter
election.
Thiel.
Super
When
Jews
I hear
on
Peter
bullshit.
Thiel, that reminds me of J.D. Vance.
Same thing.
That's what I've heard about J.D. Vance. He's working with Peter Thiel. Wow, just what we need, some more surveillance, big state. They want to go to war with Iran. Look,
Exactly. That's
I'm a
all it is,
Trump
man.
supporter. I'm a Trump supporter. I've told
We'll
my
go from
friends,
credit scores to social scores in no time, man.
Yeah, I mean, Trump can talk all about free speech and gun rights, which he's not even for either of those. I can argue against that, but that's what I'm
He
he
saying.
ain't
It's like
saying take the guns. He didn't say take the guns.
he
Nope, that
did
ain't
with the
Biden.
school
Biden, though.
shooting.
Biden, take the guns. Biden every day, he'd take the guns if he could.
Okay, well, just so you know, Todd, I disagree. My point is with the school shootings, he goes, "We got to get serious. We got to do the psychological evaluations." And then now he's been
He
shot by
passed
one
the
of
red
these
flag
police.
laws. Yeah, he passed red flag laws.
I
Right.
think that's what's going to come out of him getting shot. Yeah, these liberals, we got to take the hell, there'd be
You know what?
idiots.
Red flag laws says they got a psychiatric evaluation.
Yeah,
They look crazy.
yeah, yeah.
Nah, to be honest, with
That's what
that
red flag
point,
law
or
is.
that
Red
I guess
flag law isn't take
it's
your
a valid
guns.
thing you just said, Chad. That's a tactic that can be used and played with. So
Because the
it can
basic
be
tactic is
effective.
very simple. It's called
Tactic,
communitarianism. They're just
to
taking the
take your gun.
opposites
To take
and
your
they're
gun.
mixing them
I
together.
agree. No,
His
I
wife
agree.
is the
I
daughter
agree.
of a communist
Well,
leader. All of his
Any
supporters just ignore that.
infringement on the right to bear arms, I'm against.
Just like all the
Uh,
Trumpers love Elon. They're like, well, he's giving us freedom of speech. Yeah, but he's a corporate owner. He's not
attack Trump. Is this the attack
That's
Trump
true.
thing? Okay.
You have to think about all your freedom of speech.
Let me attack Trump. Hold on. Let me attack Trump. Oh, Tucker Carlson loved him. A half of America loved him. Fuck everybody that's against or Biden loved him. So let me attack Trump.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just because Biden is a piece of crap doesn't make Trump any good. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Continue on.
What's the odd of some lone man just coming out of nowhere to save the world, save the United States? What's the odds?
Because Alex Jones is acting. If you question any of this, you're a
retard.
I like to believe, though. I like to believe, like God might be somewhere in there, but yeah, probably not. You guys are right. It's all over.
I believe in God. Let's get that straight.
End of days radio. We're all with you.
I may not be Christian, but I can tell you
the world's coming to an end. You're right.
I can tell you factually. See, I don't like that. I can tell you factually that whether it is humans or God, somebody's allowing us to live because they could easily wipe us all off the face of the planet. I don't see what would stop them.
And who do you think that is? Who do you think that is, Chad? Who would allow us to live? God or the devil?
Well, if it were humans, it would be because they are trying to push us into becoming better by scaring the shit out of us.
Oh, humans. Yeah, humans, right? Humans. Kind of Logan's Run, yeah. Humans are pretending they're higher beings.
I believe in God because we've all experienced synchronicities where you're like, man, I don't see, how I could have got through this if it wasn't for some kind of spiritual thing. I mean, I think that's my experience.
Well, look, these scumbags have had periods where they think we need to reduce the population. We need to get rid of stupid people.
Do we really
need to get rid of colored people? These people have had periods where they said we need to use the state to get rid of people. Colored people?
Yeah, in America.
People in America.
What was it? The whole
and then they said, how can we do it most effectively? Paid lots of money to find out how we could wipe out people here in America. Living in America.
Because half the time I'm fighting against these rich assholes that want to kill us all, and the other half of the time I'm like, yeah, I think about 50 to 90% of us could be wiped out, and I'd be okay with it. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'd be more okay with the advancement of education, man. At least let everyone have the chance to know before they get wiped out, have choice.
And I kind of feel like it does. And I kind of feel like it doesn't have to be this way. There's another way.
Not at all.
I agree with that.
So many people.
I tell that story all the time.
People.
I got a letter from the state of Arkansas, and it was about some political issue, and it was worded so that it didn't matter what your perspective was politically.
So,
it was concerning the environment, and hey, we have this water table
I just
under the ground.
So many people. Someone has a solution. I know we can all live together, solve every problem. You know who doesn't want to solve problems of all this? You know who doesn't want to solve problems of all this? A little tiny fucking elite group of people.
Yeah, amen.
Little tiny, like microscopic size group.
But that's why I agree with the Bible. The greater evil is what the good people don't do. We need to be cooperating.
Yeah, exactly.
We need to have our
We need to get along. We need to get along. Democrats, Republicans, everyone realize you're getting fucked by these nutballs. These
well, let's be more specific.
These aliens.
Let's be more specific. The way you do that is instead of all of us having an ego battle, we need to go, who do we vote is the most worth listening to instead of everybody having a fucking podcast?
Who is that, Chad?
Well, I would say that our goal should be
for president.
I think we should hold on.
Who for president in 4 months, Chad, do you think should get our vote?
I don't think
Biden
we're
or
going
Kamala
Todd,
or
but I think
Trump?
that's a good question. But I don't even think we
That's a
know
great
who that would be.
question.
But you see what I'm saying? Let's
You
just
don't
like
know who that. I'm asking you. No, don't
I
tell
don't
me.
know. That's but I'm saying
You don't
none
know
of
who
us
you
know.
will
None of us
vote
do.
for.
None of us do.
Maybe it'll be Robert Kennedy over there.
No.
I get
Hold
you.
on.
I get
Let
you.
me
I get you.
interject here with everybody. I think one of the goals to answer Chad's thing basically is that we need to figure out. Hold on, wait. I'll be quick. Well, we need to figure out how to get allodial titles back on land, and then we need to boycott everything and just go be free on our own land somewhere.
That
on
part.
allodial titles.
I don't know how many times I have to say it. I'll say it again. The only reason I'm voting for Trump, and I'm not liked by a lot of people because of that. It's because he's the only motherfucker that doesn't hate America. Okay? He's the only son of a bitch that has said these guys suck and globalism's bad. And maybe you got one chance with this guy. With Biden, he's the same guy that's been guiding us down this fucking road. Go look at their past. He's been there 50
I
years
so
with these
agree
son
with
of
you.
bitches.
Just so you know, I consider myself as somebody way on the fringe. So I have always looked at these groups that, I try to work with them where they're at because I don't expect that they're going to come to where I'm at, more on the fringe. So it's not like I'm against.
I'm not telling you Trump's going to solve everything and bring us to, America back again. He doesn't hate America. Fucking Bo Biden is just total. Oh God! I mean, either way. I mean, we're going. It's getting dark.
I think
Even
there's
when
a
Trump
majority
wins.
support for Trump, don't you, Todd? Don't you think that he is who the people have chosen?
Yes, he's the fucking guy from TV.
Well, hold on. If
Middle
Trump,
class
hold on, you gotta
Americans,
look at
every
motive.
voter.
You gotta look at motive.
You gotta
here.
look at motive.
Well, hold on. Listen.
Let's listen.
4 years ago, or whenever it was, they committed
Motive.
endless election fraud. The motive of the Marxists.
Yeah.
Why would election fraud have been committed against Trump if Trump was one of them? See what I'm saying?
We were all surprised that he was ever able to be
Why
successful
would they
in the first place.
overthrow an election if he's one of them?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll say this much, man. Like, why does Trump have so much 9/11 coding within his whole career, man? Like,
That's
why
true.
was there during 9/11? Why did he have 9/11 commercials? Why does he have 427 encoded in his name? Why is he the Messiah of Israel? Why does he love Israel?
Trump went on there.
But you can't let superstition blind you.
Trump did an interview where he said there's no way a plane could fly into the building. The steel girders wouldn't allow a 747 to destroy the building like that.
That was the old information about the WPC that everybody was told.
Building collapse from the middle all the way from
That's
the bottom.
why 9/11 is bullshit on its face, because that was the reason why they built the building, is that it could withstand that. So I mean, you see, and that right there is the Zionist scam, is that there's validity to both sides of it that causes the biggest argument, cause the biggest chaos.
Exactly.
That's Zionist 101.
So now,
It's like,
if Trump is Zionist, when he has 9/11 encoded within his career,
and
why he wanted to build the second Trump Tower or the second
ask Bo Biden, are you a Zionist? Guess what he says.
Joe Biden.
Guess what he says.
Zionist. Admitted that years ago.
Oh yeah. Ask
what
Bibi
does he
Netanyahu.
say, Todd? I don't really know what he says himself. What does he say?
Oh, he said, I am a Zionist.
Yeah,
he admitted that.
I'm a Zionist. He proudly proclaims it. It's like, oh my God.
But to
Even
be fair,
Trump,
let me just say this. Since
even
we're talking
Trump
about
didn't
it,
say, I'm a Zionist.
okay, but hold on.
Trump
Let me
didn't
just
say
say
he's
Trump
this,
did
and
say
it goes
he is
for
the
Africa.
child of
crap.
Israel.
Honestly, listen to this. The problem with using the word Zionist is that it causes a confusion because just garden variety Christianity, if you ask them, they say, oh, well, we're God's chosen people. So any of those Abrahamic faiths are like claiming they're better than you.
I know.
And we're not trying to be rude, but yet this is this political thing that causes this fucking battle. So it's horseshit on its face, in my opinion. Yeah.
I know. And I'm
That's why-
Mormon, fucking escaping from Mormonism, and I'm a magician that doesn't
That's
quite
right.
believe in Mormonism, but
That's right.
baptized by Mormons.
You
Because at
tell me.
Mormonism, you get baptized at 8 years of age.
Huh.
But that's a
Uh-huh.
weird thing that maybe in the
Baptism is a form
past
of
that
initiation.
Every
Mormonism.
8-year-old gets baptized, dunked under the. It's a big
I don't
thing.
You
mean
were
to talk over
intended
y'all,
to
but
be
I
Go
want to
washed
through
give
a
by
you a listen to
baptismal
this.
font.
My opinion
Huh?
is that in the past, I think Mormonism looked like this weird thing. But the more we move in the future, I don't think Mormonism looks like a weird thing. It looks like this is what this is
Well,
America. This is Trump. This is
Well,
what
Joseph
the
Smith
far
said
Apple
that.
has. This is normal.
Joseph Smith said that Jesus came to the Americas and brought them the faith. Brought Jesus Christ came to the Americas.
Well, that's
That's
that
the whole thing
confusing
with the
thing
Mormonism.
about it wasn't your average white person in the pioneer days that hated Indians, but there was a
Well, hold
definite
on.
change. There was a definite change to when they started massacring them. That's a
See,
whole
one of
interesting topic.
the first Mormon towns was called Communionville or some shit, and it was a communist town, and that the Mormons are
There you
just another
go.
arm of the Illuminati.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And the goals of the Illuminati is communism, and that world communism.
so what happens is
But that's America's story. Any revolution, including the American Revolution,
you
is a
know
communist
you know that movie. Hold
No,
on,
no,
hold
no, no.
on,
The founding fathers
Chad.
were
No,
against
hold on, Chad.
communism.
I got this weird movie. I got this weird movie scene to throw in here. You remember the movie the fucking with Clint Eastwood, not Clint Eastwood, Kurt Russell,
Which
where they have the
one?
cowboys. They have the cowboys.
Kurt Russell and Cowboys. I don't really know.
The western,
are you talking about
ancient,
Silverado?
old western, not Silverado. It's that really popular one.
You talking about
Not
Tombstone.
Tombstone. Oh, Tombstone?
you talking
Oh,
about
is
that?
that Tombstone? Where
No,
they had
that's
that Kurt Russell.
Val
Yeah, that was
Kilmer.
Tombstone. Tombstone, yeah.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
Kurt Russell was in that. You're right.
Where they
My
meet
bad.
the cowboys. The cowboys.
Well, that's communist too.
I
You
can't
ever
remember.
notice
I
this?
can't remember
Hey,
the guy. I can't remember. That's what
let
I
me
was going to
just
bring
say
up.
this. Let me just ask
The
you
red
this.
stash.
I'm always blown away by that story because that was pretty communist to where they had to check in their guns to go to the town. Hell, we wouldn't even agree to
And
that.
they had
today.
the
What
red
the fuck was it?
scarves. They had the red scarves.
Yeah. That
Or
was
whatever that red
well-
scarf thing.
Yeah, man.
The-
a lot
Yeah.
like the red hat.
yeah.
Well, as part of that red scarf thing, I would assume originates from the Spaniards because the
No, they
Spaniards
said
were
it was a
cowboys.
real thing. There was a fucking real gang of dudes that wore the fucking scarves. That was their symbol in the Old
Let me just
West.
cut to the chase.
Cowboys.
Guys, if you want to call the communists the bad guys, you're going to lose because it's basically the same as what we are saying is that,
Well-
hey, we're the little guys. We don't want to be pushed around by the powerful people. I mean, there's not really that
You
much
don't
difference.
understand. The communists are the powerful people. They're
I know, but I
Well,
mean,
the
what
reason-
motivates?
well, hold on, wait. You
I
said-
agree. I know
hold
that,
on.
but I'm saying what
wait.
motivates the little people is that they believe they're fighting against the powerful people.
Well, yeah, that's what
Yeah.
the communists trick them into doing, into thinking.
Well, so is the capitalists.
You don't
same
understand
thing.
though.
But
that
it's
is
a little
not
different. The
capitalism. When a
communists
business,
forced
it's
it. The
not.
capitalists.
hold on, when a business is
Communists forced it.
giving,
The capitalists give you a choice.
Okay. Here's a book. It's
hold on,
called Anthony Sutton, The Best Enemies Money Can Buy. And he
I got
shows
that
how
book. I own that book.
Wall Street is who funded and ran the Bolshevik Revolution.
yeah,
Yeah.
Wall Street was
Ford,
majorly
they
involved in
sent
World War II,
over
but
Totally.
the tanks, and
Totally.
Caterpillar sent over the bulldozers. So
well, you
there
gotta
Boy,
is
understand
no
there. Hold on,
difference.
you
we're
understand though.
totally with
New
you.
York,
Totally with you, Chad.
New York is basically not America. It's never been almost. It's New York, as in York, England, the York Rite, as in
I'm
the
but
crown.
I'm totally with
Okay, I agree with you, Clint. But the problem with that is that that America died like in the fucking 1800s, so we lost.
bro,
So
that
we're behind.
America died in
We're-
9/11. Actually,
Well, it when
Okay,
Kennedy got his brains blown out.
1800s,
okay.
1911,
So
1950s,
this is
1960s.
the same
Come on,
discussion as
guys.
like when I talk about the
You
pagans.
wouldn't be
It's like
fucking sitting here.
maybe the Christians took over for the pagans. What are you going to do about it, you little bitch? You see what I'm saying? We're all little bitches. What are we going to do about it?
Well, we're going to
we can't
stand up
legally
for it
say
right
it,
here
but
on Clint's show.
we're
Just being on
using.
this motherfucking show, standing up for it.
I
So
respect that. We're helping each other. I respect that.
I wouldn't even
the
fucking
thing
be
about
here.
hold on, the thing
You
about
know, I don't want to. You know, I don't want to. I love this show. This is
Chad,
not
hold on.
some.
Let me talk here. This is
Every
my show.
time I come
You're
on,
all
no,
good. I respect
hold on,
y'all.
Chad.
I don't want.
Hold on, Clint.
We're on
Hold
the
on,
same
Clint.
team.
Hold on, Clint. To Chad. When I come on here, I am risking, and I know you think it's funny, my well-being. My well-being.
Oh yeah. Well, we're
Because
speaking
every
about.
time I come on here, I criticize the fuck out of these motherfuckers. And I've done it the whole time.
Hold
And
on.
you know that, Chad, if you've listened to me, and I know
I
you
do
have.
listen. I respect
So-
all of us
Hold
in
on,
equal
let me,
regard.
So
in that
I am
All right, let me
fucking
say
putting
something
my
here.
neck, and I ain't getting nothing. Not one dime. You ain't either, I'm assuming.
Well,
I
here's
just-
what. Here, let me
Oh,
explain.
God, just
let me explain.
Put my
something.
neck on the. That's how stupid I am, yeah. Put my neck on this block.
We're all in
Illuminati-
there with you,
The Illuminati made communism, and that
right?
the Illuminati
kidding.
used capitalists, and
That's what we sit and talk about the whole time.
all these different isms.
You know
that
what
are going
happened
around.
on January 6th?
Well,
A
hold on, let
bunch
me
of
make my point, though.
Antifa guys wore Trump hats, erected a scaffold, and made it look like people were crazy. And now 2,000 people are in jail. And that's how they do it now.
Yeah,
Wait
that's
till
some
the next
communist shit
wave.
going on.
Wait till
Well,
the next
let me
wave
just
of
can I
shit
just
they
add to
do.
that a sentence?
Well,
I heard the other day that BLM was bitching about Kamala being picked. They're like, "Hey, we didn't even get to
Oh
fucking
yeah, we
pick
don't like
somebody."
that. We don't like an
gotta-
actual black, partially black
Let me
woman.
finish the
Jesus
statement
Christ.
I was trying to say earlier.
I'm
With the
listening. I'm
horrible
listening.
Joker
Well,
smile. Sorry, Clint.
All right, the
Seriously
reason why
ugly.
the reason why the founding fathers were not pro-communism is because that they created a contract that would give people individual rights. Communists give group rights, where the group takes away the individual right.
Okay, but I remember. But remember,
I'm not done. There can be no
No,
individual
you're right. You're right.
in a communist country. There is no rights in communist China. And we're sitting here
Right.
hanging by a thread. Our Bill of Rights is hanging by a thread. And fucking that's all we got left. And that
I hear you, but
That ain't our fucking system. We don't operate like that. So,
my point was
but
that's
they
why
are not honoring. They are not honoring our
you gotta
rights.
look at the symptoms of the communist countries. A, paper money. B, endless wars. C, high graduated income tax. D,
all of which
the
we
taking
have.
away of private property.
We
E,
have all of that.
the taking of,
Yeah.
exactly. Our America has been
We've
heard
that's
all
what
this
I thought.
shit many
Hold
times.
on.
The Communist Manifesto, 10 planks.
Well, anybody who speaks against the communists are instantly crucified. And
Okay, so my point is, I think we're in agreement from a different perspective. I call it the trading places argument. I think that the founding fathers gave us the Constitution, which is good, like you say, but they knew that we couldn't be mature enough to execute it. So therefore,
well,
it doesn't
it was an
matter.
experiment.
200 years ago, I
There
mean,
you
they're
go.
fucking
Experiment.
like primitive people almost. I mean, come on.
Right.
Well,
I
that's what
agree,
people
Todd.
Well,
know.
they're not primitive. I'm saying they're
Oh, hold
they don't
on.
have the
They
internet.
didn't
They
know
don't have
freedom.
computers.
They did
They
not
don't
know
have.
freedom.
Yeah, they
In the
don't know
modern
what
day,
could have
hold on.
come. Yeah, they don't want it could have been.
Modern day, when I ask somebody if they've read the
Just like I blew
Constitution,
all my fucking opportunity inherting money. That's why
Well,
I'm
hold on.
coming
What
from.
what'd you blow? How'd you blow your
hold on.
opportunity? What's
Let
the
me
story?
make a point here. This is my show.
Hold on.
No, it's my show.
It's your
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
Hey,
I
I
haven't
want to
Fucking
hear
ask.
Clint.
What's his name?
I wanna
His
hear Clint.
story over
Please
there.
go. I want to hear what Clint has to say.
Get blue
Well,
on. Get
in the
blue on
modern
here.
day, if you ask somebody who's a Marxist, have you read the Constitution? They'll say no, it's too complicated. Because
Right.
they don't
Even though
understand
it fits in your pocket.
Even our most paid politicians and all their round tables of lawyers can't understand the simplicity of the Constitution.
But I mean, it's a fair point is why should they?
They're sitting there using situational ethics to take away. They're using democracy and group rights to take away
but they're
more
right
and more
at time.
individual rights.
Clint, I'm
More and
saying
more.
that I agree with everything you're saying, but I'm saying unless there's somebody there to punch them in the face or hold them to account, then they're right to do what they do. That's the problem with the right.
The thing that we can do is
Man, I hope Chad, you're not. I hope Chad, you're not about punching people in the face.
Okay,
punch him in the face.
Todd. Okay,
I hope you're not about that, because
no. Here's what I'm saying: is you cannot really be good
unless
you're able to make the bad people behave correctly. Now, okay, don't punch them in the face, but you got to make them follow the rules. If you can't make people follow the rules, then it doesn't matter how high and mighty you are. You see what I'm saying?
You don't understand.
I agree with that.
Hold on. You don't understand. Communists want people to be violent because...
I'll say, hey, Chad, why don't you let people be who they are, and if they're not affecting you, leave them alone. Hey, Chad, leave those kids alone.
Or they could have said the same thing about the COVID vaccine. You could have left everyone alone.
Why don't you just leave those people alone?
That's a great. Hold on, listen. That's a very good example. That Corona vaccine, that was group rights taking away individual rights, where people were forced
regardless of democracy. All of us agree that we didn't support it. So what did we do? We just sat here and we took it. That's the problem with the right.
They need to take it and shove it back up their ass.
The problem is that there's a
we didn't get it, but we allowed
right.
that transgression against all of our rights to stand. And so it doesn't matter our emotions. What matters is our
right back up their fucking ass.
Well, I never.
Fauci and all these people need to run for their life.
Trump's ass. You got to shove it up.
Fauci and all these people need to be ashamed of what they did.
As well as Trump, he took money from big pharma
an experimental vaccine, forcing people to take an experimental vaccine. That's
including
a war crime.
Donald Trump.
Including Donald Trump. No,
Donald Trump didn't force you to take it.
He promoted it and he got paid money from big pharma. It was an untested vaccine.
Here's where whoever is against him on the vaccine's wrong.
Trump
was a part of Operation Warp Speed, to take it. No, he was.
Yeah.
Of course, he was a part of it.
He got paid money from Pfizer. What the fuck are you talking about?
He was a part of it. Thank you, Todd.
No, he didn't get fucking paid money. No,
yes,
listen to me.
He was trying to.
I'm gonna give you the whole history of Trump. I'm gonna give you the history of Trump and COVID-19 vaccine. He was president when it happened. They're freaking everyone out. Oh my God, something's happening. Look out, everybody.
Is he the president in charge or not? Why is somebody telling him what's going on? Oh, it's the WHO. The UN is in charge, not Trump. Go on.
He's president, Chad.
No, he's not. The UN is in charge.
The Marxists have painted a picture, and everybody's buying it hook, line, and
I'm
sinker. That's what I
taking you
see
back
from
in
that.
time. He's president. Here comes COVID-19.
And
The
who
numbers.
got in charge of the whole COVID thing? The WHO, the UN,
They're
because they
telling
are in
him.
charge,
They're
not Trump.
telling him.
Yeah,
They're telling him.
that's how,
Deborah Birx and Anthony Fauci that you have to get the vaccine. You got to stand 6 feet apart from everybody. Get the vaccine. It's going to be
Yeah,
very important.
I remember. I'm the one that stood out in front of the Walmart and fucking told everybody they could go fuck
You
themselves for
was that
taking
guy.
it.
You was that
I'm the
guy.
one that went into the
You
liquor
were
store
pushing
and they
people
tried
away
to
when they
stop
were
me.
trying to get in.
I
Oh,
went into the liquor
Chad,
store. They tried to make me
you're
put that shit on
horrible
my
for doing
hands.
that.
The woman had the mask on, and I said, "You know what? I could just sit here and buy this beer from you, but I'm going to tell you, fuck you, you Nazi bitch. So don't
I had
fucking
a
come to
friend that
me
put
and tell
shit
me
on
that
him.
I'm
I had a
crazy."
friend that pushed. You
Go
would have
Chad.
liked
Go
my
Chad.
friend. Yeah, go Chad. Go Chad. My friend Allie, you guys get
Fuck them
along.
Nazis.
He was wearing fucking shit on his teeth, like pulling his mask off, going, "Take me down." So go on, Chad. So you're a
The
resistor,
problem
yeah.
is that the words are distorted, and the words
You're not
all have
bowing
loose
down to these
definitions.
people that want you to bow down,
Well,
Chad.
there is
No.
a
Or
Tell us
there's a
more.
people can
circular
Tell
go
us
back on
logic.
their
more.
word.
There's a
Tell
circular
me more.
logic
Tell me
thing
more.
happening with the buzzwords, and the buzzwords are used. You guys got to remember the whole alchemical meme episode of Cooper's. The words are used. They're playing games with
Clint, we're
people's
not going
minds.
back that far. We're living right now.
No,
Cooper
This
is
has to
gone.
do
He's
with
dead.
right
I
now
agree with
because
I
Clint
know that
100%.
hold on, this
Cooper
has
is
to do with
fucking.
right now because people are demonizing capitalism when they don't understand that some guy selling his corn on the side of the road, that's capitalism. Is there something wrong with that?
True.
No. That's called
Not at all.
a right to contract. He has the right to sell his corn and contract it for money in exchange of labor for compensation, and that
Right. I support this 100%.
civilization cannot exist without
You know, I'm a
capitalism.
fucking
And
capitalist,
Marx,
right? I'm a capitalist.
But
Yeah.
then you
Marx-
have the angle. Then you
Marx
have the
created
angle
a
of
false
communist capitalism.
paradigm. Marx created a false paradigm with this whole capitalism versus the proletariat bullshit, where Marx didn't understand how the real world works because Marx never
He
actually
was
was
literally
in the
like
real world.
me. He was a trust fund kid.
He didn't even write his own manifesto. It was a ripoff.
Huh.
It was given to him by the Illuminists, Babeuf and Klutz and all these other communist Illuminists.
Well,
It was
and he
all
wrote a whole
planned.
book called Das Kapital, which my understanding is that they understood that the first level is you have to use money.
I almost grabbed that
gain
book the
power.
other day.
Well, the
I
thing
saw
about
that book
it
on the
is
shelf
that
the other day. I almost grabbed it.
Marx was part of the Illuminati plan, and that Rothschild is part of the Illuminati plan, and all these other groups are part of the Illuminati plan.
Yeah, but aren't you arguing my point? Meaning that if we're talking about Rothschild, we're talking about money. So it's silly to talk about. I mean, yeah, that's communist because it's a monopoly. He controlled all the money, but it's all about tricking. See what I'm saying? It's a bullshit talk. Because if you're smart, and no, listen, just hear me out, and I'll throw it back. If you're smarter than the other people and you know how to screw them out of money, well, you could say that's capitalism, but you could also say, no, that's a monopoly. You're smarter than everybody else, and you screwed me out of money.
How do you say?
The thing is that the capitalists
why do you say that?
Capital off from communism. They're investing in it. It's like a business, and that what it does is it vampires nations until
you screwed me out of money, like on a mass scale, like on a world scale, because you're talking about a personal, like small scale.
Todd,
on a world scale.
Todd, let me ask it to you like this. You know that the casino always wins, right?
Right.
Okay. So what is that? Is that communism or capitalism?
Well, you can't divide it
That's
into
not.
those
It's
two
not
things.
communism or capitalism. It's a
It
house.
means
It's
that
a
the
house.
people that play the game are stupid, just like all of us. We all play the game, and over time we lose. And the people that win are the people that have the most money to begin with.
But Chad, we are trying to talk about Clint and I and you, things that we have learned that these people have done.
That's what I'm
We have
talking
to
about.
live
What the
in
fuck
a
are you
fucking.
talking about?
We have
Well,
to
you got.
live in the world where we have to fight
That's
these
what I
people.
just said. That was my argument, meaning that I'm all about capitalism as a concept, meaning we should have private property. But I also understand that there are a few people that are smarter than the majority. That's how I inherited my money, was because my
I think I'm just. Hold on, Chad. I think
Go ahead.
I'm just a little fucking. Pardon me. I want to apologize. I think I'm just a little on edge with all the sharp fucking language and topics that we've been dealing with tonight. It is a crazy evening. Wouldn't you
Well,
agree?
I think that I just
Whew. I think I'm
just
gonna ring the gong. Chad, I think I'm gonna ring the gong.
Please, Todd, ring the gong 2
I
more
think I'm gonna
times.
ring the gong. Bing.
3 more times. I'm feeling relaxed.
So we can all calm down. Calm down. Just a hair.
On
One
my
more.
later.
Thank you, Todd.
Well, just to be fair, I appreciate you ringing the gong, but we're
No,
having
just TV. I've been doing that trick for a long
and
time now.
I want to say this, and I want to get your response. I think what we're experiencing is what happens when you have a debate, right? So that
Right.
everybody,
gets
all of
heated.
us, it gets
Fucking no
heated.
one even understands what
Well, the
they're
problem is
saying.
we're not all on the
No,
same page.
just hear me before you go on. All of us,
We should take it one at a time.
all of us are trying to represent our point, so we're all equal and that we're trying to do good.
We're
Totally.
being very democratic.
Yeah, and
Well,
it's nice that we're not calling each other fucking bad names. Or, horrible names.
So that's the beauty, is that none of us is wrong or right. It's all up for us to decide what's
And
right or wrong.
my prediction is they will not allow this into the future. So enjoy this while you are here tonight.
Amen. I agree.
Exactly, I agree.
I bet
We
you
should,
money they will not let this go on much further.
I
Yeah,
agree.
they can't
It's
have
a
people questioning
privilege.
things.
It's a
It would
They
privilege.
be-
can't have free conversation. You'll probably never see each other. It was nice knowing you guys.
Yeah. Give it a few
Because
more
I'll
years.
be
Todd.
dead.
We're still here.
I'll be dead. Serious.
There's FEMA
Hopefully
camps
not
through the
within
whole
They
country.
threaten.
10 more
They
years.
threaten people that
20
can
more
really
years,
make a
Todd. You got
difference.
this.
Hey, look, in ancient history, people that hurt them, they either killed them or made them part of their armies. In ancient history, Greece was respected warriors that were great, that fought against them, so they wouldn't kill the great warriors. Greece took on their greatest enemy, warriors, their warriors, when they conquered civilizations. That's when Alexander was going across all the known civilizations. He was not killing the greatest warrior. He'd try to convert them over to his side.
Well, Todd, I agree with what you're saying, and I think that's why they will keep people like us versus the people that don't even give a fuck.
So there you go. There you go. I like that kind of perspective, among other perspectives. Whew. So my point, though, being, as
The thing about
Alexander
history is sorry.
sat to conquer, he was a conqueror. That's how you know he's Alexander. He's conquered. He's going across the known worlds.
Right.
He isn't. He isn't killing all of his. Like the worst opponents. He didn't kill them. He take and conquer, and he turn them on his side. so that when Greece turned around and had to fight Rome in Troy, isn't that the Battle of Troy?
You know it better than me.
There were fighters from all these other cultures that was going
Yeah,
up
where'd they
against
go?
Rome.
Why is everybody's internet fucking up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
There were fighters that they'd taken on Greece's cause that were fighting against Rome or Troy or whatever that Battle of Troy. It was
Okay.
a conglomeration of all the best fighters on one side and then the empire coming against them.
Okay.
The empire is what's going to happen. And there was a conglomeration of fighters captured from
Okay.
other weird.
I just want to jump because, like, there is a video where you can see Tucker and he's talking to this guy, and the guy is the one that said, "I am for communitarianism," which is that all of these opposites are going to be pushed into this new world order. And then Tucker agrees, right? Now, as much as I don't like that, I think that that is a realistic position, like you're talking about, like those ancient people were on the opposite end of it where they're like, hey, the smarter thing is to accept that, you need to, like, not
Many
just try to
times.
eliminate people, you got to just blend. So I
Well,
think that somehow this is like a sport, and it's really a blessing that they
it's a
allow us to have
blessing that
this.
we're able to sit here and
Yes,
communicate and
yes,
not
yes,
draw
yes.
swords on each other in
Right,
reality.
right,
We're fighting a war that's ahead of the fucking physical war that's going to happen behind us. So
right.
thankfully that we're sitting in this position. Our fathers, our grandfathers, my grandfather fought in World War II, had incredible stories.
My
Got
grandfather
bombed
as
in
well.
Pearl Harbor, and incredible stories. I have uncles that went to Vietnam. Incredible stories. We're the ones that have been pushed ahead. We're fighting the verbal battles, the mind wars.
Well, and I think that's like when you look at the 1800s and those children, those pictures, and they were dressed like little faggots, like this old gentleman thing. But ultimately, I think there's
No,
some
I'm talking
nobility.
about right now. We're riding on what our just recent ancestors,
Yes,
Vietnam, and all this
yeah.
bullshit.
No, I
We're
was just
we're we're free because of these World War
yes.
II garbage. Not because of that. They've warped all that. I'm just saying. Go on. The
I just meant to
orphan
say.
trains.
All I wanted to say is that it's very easy for us to look at today and go, man, we are nothing like the people in the past. But I think the other side of that is that we are more intelligent, and we know that this is like a psychological battle of our time, and that in itself is noble. You see what I'm saying?
Blue,
Meaning
are
that
you still there? I love that part.
I'm listening.
Noble. Cass, are you there, Blue?
Yeah, I'm still here. Thank you guys, and thank you, Todd, for your family members in the past. And yeah, thank you for sharing
I
it.
would like to hope that somehow the people that are the powers that be are using us as pawns, and it matters, this discussion that we're having tonight. Maybe in some way, when they turn off the power and take away our food or whatever, maybe we will be in a position to help the others because they will be too fucking retarded compared to us. Maybe we will be able to be of service. That is what I
Well,
hope.
I agree
I,
with you. I
I'll
agree
say
with you,
this much:
Cass.
is even
No,
outside of the political and the conspiratorial, we still have the integrity to be good human beings. So at least
Right.
try to
I
exact.
love that good human beings part. That's how I've lived my whole life, Blue.
I know that's right, Todd.
Every person
Uh,
I meet, I go, "How are you? How's your day going? How you doing?" How many
Hey,
people do that? How many people do
And
that?
those people made that happen so that like you and me, Todd, are on different sides. Like I don't have any respect for government, yet both of us, all of us here are noble in that we're trying to do good. That's a beautiful thing.
Well,
True, we
I
are
believe
relatable
that.
in
I
the fact
believe
that
that
we are trying
the
to make a difference.
hardest thing is to make an example. That takes some effort. The hardest thing is make an example. Be a
Because
good guy.
it's just like at least in the past you had like celebrities. Who do we even have today? I think that we respect ourselves more than we do any kind of public stars. I don't see
Be a
anybody.
good guy. Who do we got here?
Hey,
Dan came to visit
yo,
us.
We got a new guy
You
in
here.
feeling
Phase
better?
Radio,
Dan,
Daniel Unafraid is
Daniel,
here.
nice.
Thank
right
you.
on. We got good vibrations. I'm picking up
Can you hear me?
good
Oh, where'd Todd go?
vibrations.
Is it my
I'm
internet?
thinking of Beach Boys.
I'm never off
Good,
this plane.
good.
This is amazing.
Oh, good
What's up, though, Dan? How are you
vibrations.
today?
Hello.
Daniel,
What the hell's
hello.
going on?
I just wanted to say that the best political system is a monarchy.
You want a king and a
hell?
queen?
Who's gonna be king of America?
I think that we
Donald
can claim
Trump.
that should be Elvis.
Fuck that.
Elvis comes out of the grave.
Slim Shady.
Zombie
Yeah, that's realistic.
Elvis.
My boy.
Okay, I guess I missed something.
You
'cause my
love
internet's
Charles.
retarded.
What's going on, Daniel?
But look at it this way: the real problem is not like what type of political system. The real problem is inflation and how little value the dollar has, and how hard we have to work just to make a tiny little bit.
Yeah, but the
meanwhile,
king's still gonna tax you,
the
right?
world government.
The king will tax you, but it's okay as long as the currency is backed by silver or gold.
Yeah,
But
but
I
what
mean,
if the king's like, I order like 90% of your rates, man, and
yeah,
you get
don't we
fucked.
all know that the rich people have enough money to go around? They're just keeping it from us. So how can I believe in inflation?
There you
Yeah,
go.
how could I believe in a king, man?
Well, it's real because they're just printing money out.
Yeah, the secret is that you can never pay back the debt.
Right.
Damn, my internet.
They sit there. You can never pay back all the money they're printing.
Oh, my internet.
Well,
is
You know
trash
the
tonight.
money.
I don't know if
You know
it's
the
internet
money
or
we
it's
gave
finger.
Ukraine. Hold on, the money we gave Ukraine.
y'all are talking over
could-
each other too much. It's unlistenable.
Sorry,
Thank you.
can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
No, I'm just saying because I went through this and like I used to just let everybody talk all over each other, and it took me a while to kind of accept that it was not working.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Well, I'm just rolling with the chaos.
The money we gave Ukraine
was a lot.
Continue.
Well, that's an example of communism. It's the redistribution of the wealth.
Right.
It's they've done it
Yeah,
to Ethiopia.
my brain
and a bunch of
shut
other
down.
places.
How much? That's how much it was. My brain shut down.
Well, that's a fair thing to shut down on because that's what I was saying earlier. We've all seen. Go ahead.
Well, it's one of the goals of the Communist Manifesto to redistribute the wealth, and it's not going to go to any of us. It's
Joe
gonna go all
Biden
around
promised
the
a
world, and we're gonna have to
10-year
pay for it forever.
contract. Joe Biden made a deal with Zelensky for a 10-year contract that even if Trump gets in there, he can't reverse 10 years of bombs and money and deaths. How does that sound, guys?
Sounds
Indeed.
like
It sounds like
Sound like
communism.
business as usual?
New World Order.
Gross. Gross. So even if Trump gets in and says, I don't like that, Joe Biden or Bo Biden went and put a permanent thing that you can't reverse, but maybe the Supreme Court will reverse it. Sick stuff.
it's because when we went from having monarchies to having a Vatican and
Bro, but
money.
America's never had a monarchy. That's what I'm thinking about now.
It did back before the colonialists came back when it was Amaracus.
What is Amaracus?
It means the land of the snakes. It's what this land was originally called before the white devils came.
Silver serpent.
Interesting.
Back then, people lived at one with the land, and the exploitation of the resources in this country had not taken place yet.
They have snakes.
Yeah.
You know, the America is the symbol is like an eagle with a snake in its arm. Eagle strangling a snake.
But what I'm saying is, when the Rothschild banking dynasty began, is when the exploitation began in full force. Before then, things were different. And once that began, what happened was they realized that they could have more power with money than they could by being a king. Like, hey, where'd the host go?
No, dead ass, dude. That was capitalism back in the days, that's for sure.
Did we lose Clinton?
Nah, he'll be back.
He was having issues with his internet. He's probably going to come back. But I just want to throw in on that I think there's this thing where aren't the white Europeans kind of in the same boat as the Native Americans? Meaning, like, we were all beat into
definitely.
we were beat into the gang. And then also how, like, the natives, they,
What it was once they established like how the foundation was going to go. Let's get rid of the white people that live here after the fact.
Well, there was
same thing they did with the Indians.
How retarded is
Same
that,
thing they
though?
did with the Indians.
You
And by
had whites that ran
1970,
Europe
they're
and they
getting
needed
wiped out.
to kill Indians
I'm sorry.
because
That's
they
what
went
they.
to America.
Well, there were already white people here, like Vikings came here, and probably several other peoples as well.
Yeah, definitely. The Phoenicians. We have Phoenician documents in Florida.
Probably. Who knows? Probably. But point being that it wasn't like the race of people that arrived that was issues.
What these people want to do is they want to scrub. What these people want to do, they want to scrub a layer of information that's available to all of us that we all have access to, but they don't want you to know it exists. And you know what I'm talking about. You all know what I'm talking about. That layer of information right there. They do not want everyone to know that. No.
Well, it doesn't matter like what type of political system you're in. If you're doing well and you have money and your money counts for something, people will.
Back in the day, they used to build buildings. Today, they don't even build buildings. Now they just use that information to control
conditions
you.
are really the worst? Like
they just use that information to control
people
you.
Living through the Great Depression.
Who's this new person arriving?
People living through communism at its worst when hyperinflation is happening.
Communism when they're killing people. Daniel?
See,
there's horrible periods of communism.
On, like, the propaganda shit, and that's like
communists killed a lot of people. I mean,
but people on the right
still killing people.
People on the right are set up to argue with people on the left, right? We could all agree on that. It's like
well, I'm still arguing that the definition of left and right can't even be used in modern times.
Right.
It only applies.
I agree with
France.
that. I'm like, what the fuck is left and right, bro?
Well, in France, it applied to the people
in modern times, but in not 40 years ago, commies are killing fucking anyone to get their hands on.
Oh well, they're killing people right now in China.
They're killing people right now. Commies are all over the fucking world. I mean, don't forget communism.
My camera's on, dude.
What about the fact that what's up? What about the fact that our presidents, whether they're a conservative or a liberal, they all are AIPAC and involved with Israel.
AIPAC ain't communism, but I don't agree with
the British.
AIPAC is socialism.
Yeah, the British socialists. the crown,
Only the poor
crusade.
America shouldn't be
It's not
fucking
crusade.
The rich
paying.
people are on the same side with each other. See, that's what pisses me off is that we all argue on this fucking podcast, but these gangsters, they somehow know how to get along. Specifically, the Vipers of Venice. We're talking about families of all these rich people, and they had it all figured out so that the people didn't complain with each other. No infighting. They had that all figured out. That's why they
Yeah,
have the right
well,
to rule us.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Because that's why you see pictures of Trump with the Clintons, because all those rich crooks are part of the same club.
no.
Yes,
No.
Bam. He said it, Todd. He said it. He went there. And I agree.
No. No.
They are personal
And I
friends.
will fucking, at this moment in time, so listen, I know you can sit here and go, oh, they're all bad. We are 4 months from fucking Trump getting elected or fucking dumbass, goddamn zombie, fucking corpse getting elected with the fucking Kamala Harris. And if you're gonna
I'm
fucking,
for anyone that hasn't kissed the Pope's hand, bro.
Yeah, it's to be
and
on
I
Todd's
fucking,
side.
if
Hold on,
you Trump or bust, I'm saying it right now. And I know you don't like Trump or whoever the fuck don't
hold
like
on.
Trump, you don't trust system, Trump or bust, because you know the other guys can't stand us and we're going straight down with those suckers. So
But that
Trump or bust.
Hold on, it's my turn to
Trump or
talk.
bust.
Go
My
ahead.
turn
Yep.
to talk. Oh, la 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 la.
Just
Okay,
pull people off, man. Just like pull
Well,
you off
sorry.
and get me back on, like I did.
Sorry.
no, well,
Sorry. And I'll argue
hold
Trump.
on,
Let's go.
listen, Todd.
What's up, Clint?
To
All
be
right.
on your side, Todd, is that the using Occam's razor, which is, we all know what Occam's razor is, but
right.
so so we use the if then. If Trump was one of the internationalists, then why would they fake all the votes? You see, we have to use logic. We can't because
Okay, can I add to that?
If Trump was for internationalists, why would they fake the vote?
One more thing is that
I'll be real, man.
if you were to use, hold on,
What
if you were to
just
use,
them later
what?
instead of
Let me talk. No, it's time. If we're to use the wisdom of Jesus, the philosophy of Jesus,
Please don't bring him in here. Yeah.
well, this is on your side, Todd. Know them by their fruits, quote unquote. The fruit of seeing the election being fraud, and that it's like these.
Bro, I've seen fruit. He's a tyrant.
I mean, that's definitely a point, but at the end of the day, he's just another Israel, a dog of Israel. Like what?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
rich
why
tyrant.
would somebody take a shot at him then? You see, and why
Well,
would this?
okay,
Why
well,
would the
can I just
secret
throw in?
S?
No.
Hold on. Why would the secret S, which is chartered by the United Nations, why would they tell their sniper? Why would they tell their sniper to not take the shot when he had the shot for 3 minutes on the killer?
Right.
Because it's a conspiracy
The
done by
fucking bullet
communists
was supposed to
kill a
hit
guy.
him. Give me a
That's
break.
one answer. There's another choice. Go ahead, Daniel.
Wait.
No, go ahead. You started first.
I got two of them. See, this is what pisses me off is that I can agree with both of y'all, but keep my initial position. Meaning, like, okay, another position is the reason why they do the Trump shot is to increase the respect for Trump. Why?
Increase his popularity.
Yeah, but that's not. Nobody's gonna let somebody shoot a bullet by their head to gain popularity.
Make you more popular.
If I knew I wasn't gonna die, I would take that. I would take that deal. 100%.
Die, you're really popular.
You understand?
You don't get to hang around and enjoy the popularity.
This is there's
I
communists who
have
are.
two things to say. The first one is that it could be to get the majority of people to have more belief in government.
Video game.
At this time, there's no faith in government. So that's one reason why it could
it's not even faith in government, it's faith in a man.
Well, the first thing we got to look at is the fact that the Illuminati has it's an umbrella, and it has all kinds of separate entities underneath it that often
Right.
fight with one another. The
Right.
CIA does
Always like an octopus,
Just like we're arguing.
Got
Here.
Jesuits,
like an
got
evil
Freemasons,
octopus.
got
Yeah.
Templars.
It may have
Half
been.
the people involved in this conversation are Illuminati potentially.
It may have been for the purpose of making the Trumpers and other people that are on the fence just totally go, oh my God, that's exactly what they got. They got a lot of support behind them after that.
You have some representatives here this evening, yeah.
And
I'm for the truth, but other people.
There's also the
Can't trust them.
possibility. I'm gonna jump on the other side for a second. That maybe like JFK, Trump legitimately is bucking the system. Maybe he was one of them, and he's kind of defecting or going rogue or going
How
wild.
could he be bucking the system when he has direct connections with Peter Thiel, Palantine, and AI weapons?
There you go.
Hold on.
I'm with you, Blue. I heard Blue in the background.
What?
I'm with you, Blue.
Blue?
Okay, basically what I'm trying to say is that basically I'm saying Trump is one of them. I will not change my position on the New World Order.
Who is the guy that you mentioned? Like, I want to look this up.
Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel.
He's got big tech inside, just like Elon.
Peter Thiel, Palantine, and AI.
Palantine.
And then look up Lavender.
Spooky shit.
Donald Trump. You'll see his connection with artificial intelligence. Basically,
Snooping,
everything
spying, compromising,
Trump has invested in. He is like
crippling
overlord that has flew
because
over the mind.
That's what's really in charge. It's not the government or corporations. It's big tech. This is childish. They are the ones that are allowing us to speak right now. Yes.
Well, okay, Trump said Kung Flu. That was fucking stupid. That's not even funny. That's just racist.
That's funny. That's funny.
It's not funny. It's stupid. Kung Flu.
Donald Trump makes fun. What about it? Everybody here makes fun.
It's childish to blame China for the thing. I agree, if that's what you're saying.
Come on, Daniel. That's his
it's not
fucking...
childish. Because get this. What's it called? Anthony Fauci has an interview where he corrected himself, where he was talking with communist scientists of China, but he corrected himself and he just said Chinese scientists on the COVID-19 situation.
We shouldn't even talk about this.
I want to talk about. I want to talk about for a second.
But hey, it isn't important
over to China to be made, so it's not
fair. I want to change subject for a second.
So real quick, it's not important. I mean, I brought that up, but it's not important if Trump is like he makes racist jokes or anything like that. Like the question we're asking, is he part of the cabal? Is he one of these guys? Let's look at the evidence. Connected with Israel, very deeply.
AI, Palantine, Lavender, anything that has to do with AI, he's involved with. He was. Well, I won't say he was directly involved, but I'm pretty sure he knew about Event 201 directly. Event 201 was an artificial intelligence simulation of a mass population, emergency event.
We don't talk about that. No one ever allows us to talk about that stuff anymore.
COVID-19 happened.
I gotta show.
Guess who was in office at that time? Donald Trump.
One of you guys
we're living here today.
And then next thing you know, Joe Biden, and then they did the whole Jesuit 50-50. They switched positions. And now
nice to hear from you.
Back to office, or it could be Kamala. But either way, it's the same person. It doesn't matter how it unfolds.
But the Pfizer name. He accepted money from Pfizer. He accepted a direct donation.
Exactly.
Produce the vaccine.
There isn't one person in Washington D.C. that doesn't take money from Pfizer. Everyone is run by Pfizer.
Almost all of them.
Go on. Go on, Daniel. Every single person gets $3, $5, $10, $1 million from Pfizer. Every person in Washington D.C.
That was more than $1 million.
$600 billion.
It's your show. You pick who.
Hold me off. I volunteer.
What?
Hold me off.
Millions for you.
This Clint, you pick who this talk.
Clint is in charge of this whole mess. Clint,
All right, well, The
You
devil's
pick
advocate.
who should speak, Clint. Who should speak?
Think about this. There was no wars during Trump's administration.
There was no wars during Trump.
I have an answer for that.
There's gonna be one in the next.
And somebody
there's one
has
right
an
now.
answer
but
for that.
think about
We've
this.
been in it
Somebody
for
has an
years.
answer for that. That
One
was what
person at a time
happened.
speaking.
Why
You
is
ha-
it okay?
Chad, you have an answer for that? That's what happened. What do you mean you have an answer?
What damn
What-
tiger?
I have an answer for that.
Why is it okay that he took
Oh,
money?
why did not wars happen? Why didn't they happen?
Why is it okay that he took money from Pfizer? How is that justifiable? That's corrupt.
Let's hear
And
I
Daniel.
want to know why wars didn't happen, according to
Well,
Chad.
How was the money
Or-
given to him? I mean, was it a donation or something for
Yes,
the
it
campaign?
was. It was a donation
directly.
to
He
his.
got paid money.
What
Just
they
like
did
I,
is
I have a
But if somebody
I have an
donates-
affiliate link, I get paid money. Trump got paid money from
The-
big pharma.
Everyone
They
got
did
money from Pfizer, Fauci, Biden, Trump.
all very good people.
Probably everybody. Yeah, all of us got paid
Look, I wanna
3%
Why would
somehow.
he use Trump?
Let me answer.
They paid us back in taxes.
Let me
It's
answer.
really
Quinn's
sick.
question.
Daniel's talking.
So what he did was he accepted donations so that, and it's not even donation. Basically, Pfizer bought time on his properties so they could have an event, and that's the way that he takes bribes. He hasn't just taken them from Pfizer;
Trump?
he's taking them from other people and companies as well.
Or
He's dirty. He
Trump
takes
or
bribes.
Fauci, or who are we talking?
What's
Trump
interesting
took
is
money from Pfizer.
Oh, no.
the fact
No,
that
Trump's
Well,
not.
hold on,
Trump's
let me
not
say
with
something.
Pfizer.
This is a general statement about law in general, is that the whole American people, even the whole world, has come under the impression that somehow the president has this dictator power, that where every power that's happening for the last 100 and plus years is not within constitutional limitations or boundaries. And
Right.
so therefore we can't even say there is an America, because
Right.
we're not having a state of constitutionality. It's like
That's
a
the
crash
problem with the
PC.
right. Is they believe that it still exists, which is even worse than the left that's
Well-
trying to break the rules.
Well, they believe it exists still because they've never
Well,
been a victim of the system, the
I don't
criminal
like-
system.
I don't like what the right's doing, because what the left's been doing, now the right's going to come and do it to the left. And then that's what's
That's
going
a
to be
good
done
point.
to everyone. That's what's going to be done to everyone. Do you see how this works?
Yeah,
They
the-
abuse
the-
our
exactly focused on the whole, you know.
system.
There's the whole to focus about. It's more than
Yeah.
left versus right.
Yeah,
Left
the
and right are
only-
acting way based on how they're told to act.
the
20
only
years
validity-
ago, none of this would even be believed that they
That's
could
true.
do this to people.
Can I just throw in the validity to the left and the right is like in a marriage. You got to have a male
You
and
know
a
how
female.
You know how they're doxing people?
Can I finish?
That's
Can I
the new-
finish, Todd?
Doxing people is the new warfare.
Right. I
in
agree
society.
with what you're saying. It's a race to the
They're going to
bottom.
move this thing. Yep.
But I'm saying is that when we can easily see that it's too polarized today, but the validity of the left
know,
and the right.
You
is
know, when
that
they
the-
would, they when they
Hold on,
started torturing
shucks,
people.
let me finish.
Please.
The right represents the business mindset, which is the male energy, and the left represents I care about you, which is the female energy. We all respect that you have to have a mother and a father and a fucking relationship. That's the validity of the left and the right, and we've lost that. Like you said, in your lifetime that it didn't used to be this way, that it was so polarized. But younger people don't even know. They think this is
No.
normal.
Listen, when they started torturing people,
Boom.
because we got to find out the truth. What happened? They were running TV shows 24 where he's torturing the guy. Tell me what happened, because the terrorists are going to happen in 24 hours from now. We got to torture you now because it's going to happen in a minute. That was the beginning of torturing people.
And that was the right failing on that one. They go, we got to keep you secure. We're the dad. We got to,
If we torture this guy, we're going to find the truth real fast. Never happens.
There's also
No
another
one.
there's also another major slight against Trump. It's the fact that he directly took money from the Rothschild Corporation in order to
Daniel, every motherfucker on earth of a certain level, I've argued this, has a loan from the Rothschilds.
Okay, but
Not
Todd,
I don't
directly.
know
if
how
you made all
I
that
don't know how many
publicity,
times they have to argue this.
Not
okay, but
direct-
Fucking
Todd,
billionaires.
let's say everybody does it. Does it make it right if any of them do it? Why are you
I'm
excusing?
not.
No.
I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying if you're at a certain level, if you
Rothschild
have to fucking, you
taken
have
loan
to get money
from
from
Illuminati.
them.
There's a difference. There's a
So
difference.
wow,
between
that's
money-
really bad. Oh, I got some money from the person that loans everyone the fucking money
No. They don't loan
at that
everybody money,
level.
Imagine
The
taking
banks
money from the
Oh,
person that
damn.
wants to rule the world.
but
That's crazy.
not
At that at
directly
his
from the
level.
Rothschild Corporation. And furthermore, yes,
Daniel, his son-in-law is Jared Kushner, who's trying to get land in the West Bank, like for Gonto.
Kushner's
So I'm not
Israel.
fucking
He's
saying that Trump doesn't take money from them or didn't. They made a coin with his face on it,
Right, that's
saying he is.
Pfizer.
He
Rothschild.
moved the embassy to fucking Israel. Or Israel.
Why are you
To
defending
West
Israel?
we're on your
Israel
side,
is
Todd.
right.
It's not about
So,
Trump
I'm not
specifically.
arguing about that
We're
with
not
you.
against Trump.
Even
I love
Trump
all-
says, I'm the best friend Israel ever had, ever. They love me.
But
I
there
think
is
that
no.
you've got all of
That
us to-
Israel is not the real Israelites. It's not the real.
Right, they're
it's
not the
it's-
ancient
yeah.
Hebrews. It doesn't. Even in the Bible, they're called the
So-
synagogue of Satan. It
Thank
doesn't
you,
have
Chad.
So
anything-
who are we?
I love the way you're talking.
What are we arguing? I love fucking Trump. I mean, what are we arguing about?
We're not even arguing with
I
you.
didn't know what we were arguing.
If you made all of us
I'm
pick
just saying.
Todd,
Just saying.
if you made all of us pick right now between Biden and Trump, I
Biden,
think we could
Trump.
all
Who
pick
you
Trump.
voting for? Who
I
you
think
putting
we
your
could all
money
pick
on?
Trump.
Who's gonna win this pool game? Who's gonna win this fucking coin toss?
We just have to let it go. You know, if you want to pick one of
Have
these
to
people,
let it go. Listen, let it go. You know what? Biden isn't going to be the candidate. They're going to try to run some fucking Gavin Newsom, some fair-haired
Well, even
fucking
the Democrats are pissed about that.
dude
Todd.
that's all fucking slick-haired. Even the Democrats can't figure out how to make this work. So Trump's going to be
Who
driven
created
to.
Israel? Let me ask you a question. Who created Israel?
England.
Who specifically?
Balfour, Rothschild.
Church,
Yes,
Churchill.
Rothschild. Rothschild.
Well, there was a map that was. I got a picture of the map. I don't feel like bringing it up right now, but it was made in 1947, I believe, and it was the map that was with
Be
the.
real with me, though. Be real.
But British Zionism started
it
in
was-
the 1800s.
There was a
It was-
Balfour Declaration
Stated
where
that
they were
Israel-
trying to
Hold on,
bring.
It showed in 1947 Hebrew land, right where Israel was, and that the British Israelism groups like
Look at this.
the Rhodes Scholarship and all these other pro-British Israelist groups, they're
But who specifically bought the land and went down there?
well, Rothschild is definitely a player in the outer core of the
Yeah,
Illuminati.
Hitler
Not a
helped
player.
found it with
Oh,
the
well.
transfer agreement.
I thought you were going to say something else, but yeah, Rothschild directly created Israel.
Yeah,
Directly.
Balfour.
What year?
Yeah,
what
He's the
year?
government
What,
of England to do
what
it.
year or period are we talking about right here, Daniel?
I'm talking about the beginning. I'm just
What
tying
year?
it all
What
together.
year?
Rothschild created Israel.
About what year?
1950.
1930 something or it's
30s,
started way
50s,
sooner than
20s,
1917,
10,
it began.
I know that there's a British Israelism. You can go back
Way
to
back,
the
way
late
back.
1800s.
Yeah, turn of the
Yep.
century.
Before the turn of the
Yeah.
century.
Well,
And then
They
if we
were
go
setting
to
up
World
the
War II,
fucking
we get to where the
project over there.
Nazis and the Zionists work together. They both have the same goal. The Zionists were the majority of Jews. The Germans and the Jews are just like us here in America. It's like us going to Walmart. You know what I mean? Like, we don't care. We just want to get the cheapest thing. But the minority of the Jews said, no, we want to go over to Israel. The Jewish people were like, fuck Israel. That's some sand place. Go fuck yourself. And the Germans said, we don't give a fuck about these people. We just want to buy shit from them.
Holy
It
shit.
was all a huge trick.
That's the truth of it.
Well, it was all
Go
a huge
on, Chad.
trick so they could
Go on. Keep
force
going.
Jewish people to leave Europe.
They're pretty funny, Chad. Keep going.
In a way, them creating a sanctioned place for Jewish people was a racist thing to force
Amen.
Jewish people to leave Europe.
Yeah, because they preferred being like not they were the diaspora. That's the difference between the ones that are like, see, and then even today, the people over in Israel, they're not all like, oh, we're Jewish. Most of them are atheist. And then there's ones that are Zionist, like I said earlier. The woman that is the journalist sticking her microphone in the face of the southern redneck senator with his 2 legs blown off with metal sticks, and she goes, "I thought the whole purpose of Israel was that nobody was going to be killed." And he goes, "Turn Gaza to glass." And it's like she's on my side, and I hate you, the white fucking southern person. Fuck you.
Wow. Missed that.
Well, okay, so Israel's Rothschild
Pretty
created
funny.
this whole thing.
Right on, Chad.
Not solely, there's people behind them, but
Wow.
being Rothschild's Illuminati, Israel's
Chad, I'm with you. Let's get some electricity going into
all
this.
about Israel. He's
Holy
got
shit.
Kushner as a stepson. Therefore, Trump is Illuminati.
It's definitely possible. I mean,
Oh.
you remember Monica Lewinsky?
You know what? Trump's best thing in this country.
Israel, that was heavy.
I don't mean to jump in, but Robert Phoenix, the 11th House, he did a focus on Lewinsky the other day, and I thought it was funny. He's like, she's like the Jewish Molly Ringwald, and that Clinton should have stuck with her and said "fuck you" to Hillary. And I'm like, that's a pretty good point, Like,
if it wasn't for Trump, we'd have Hillary. Hillary would be president, so let's all bow down and go, oh, Trump, because she would be president.
She's way bad.
She was coming in, gonna go, I'm president, Miss President. He stomped on her fucking dreams.
But that's what I would say to the pro-Trumpers. Nobody expected Trump to win.
Exactly. That was so beautiful about it.
Yeah.
That was so beautiful about it.
If the next election, if he loses, then I would believe that would be proof that he isn't one of them.
And that was not because they planned it. That was because they couldn't fix it enough in 2016. They couldn't stuff enough. They didn't think he would win.
Well,
he couldn't stuff enough ballot boxes.
My point is right. It's just to say there's another point of view. Like what Clinton just said, I would take it the other way. No, it doesn't mean that Trump is not one of them. If he loses, it could mean that the Masons just want to have the maximum amount of outrage. That's what I would expect to happen.
Well,
you know what I promised? You know what I promised? I promised Clint, Daniel, and my other best friend that you never ever see, but I said, if Trump isn't a good guy, I'll be his worst fucking critic. And as much as I'm his defender, if he turns on us, I'll be his worst offender.
I see that you call him out as well. I see that you're.
I will. Oh, there's shit I want to. I've already called him out on Daniel Show for years. If JD Vance, do you want to hear my first critique of JD Vance? He looks like the devil. His eyes. There's something about his eyes when he looks at you.
Eyes. There's too much like.
Oh, that's creeping me out. And then knowing that he's a born again Christian or some kind of weird Christian, I'm just like, those eyes.
There's too much of that like Bible thumping.
Get mad at you.
Yeah,
Get mad at you.
Low key racism.
Punish you.
Yeah. It's like how Daniel's going. It's like we're all white, but we look at JD Vance and go, "You're a bad white person."
And Trump's gonna
Well,
bring him
yeah,
in as this person to punish people. No, I was
he's got
teasing.
like a WWF wrestler or something.
Look at you.
Reminds me of
I laughed so hard how Hulk Hogan did the
Tore his shirt off.
is enough and tore his shirt off.
Well, I'm with them.
There's
I'm
no
not
way I'm
figuring
gonna.
that.
I know, but I mean,
Get rid of these commie scum. Yeah.
But don't
Like,
you think
look
that's
at,
a
like,
little bit?
what
Go
Hey,
type
ahead.
of
let's stop at burning people on the cross or whatever the Christians want to do.
look at the way like a lot of MAGA
Get rid
people
of the
talk on
commies,
social
but
media.
don't stop at burning people on the cross.
They like hate black people and Hispanics, and they think they're just like invading their homes. Like they're like, oh, we can't let these people in. They're gonna destroy our communities and stuff
Daniel
like that.
thinks Trump's a racist, and it just ain't true.
Well,
Let me
no,
hear
hold
what
on. That's
Daniel's
not what
saying.
I
Let
said.
me hear it.
But I do think JD Vance thinks like some kind of antichrist.
It's like-
I
So
said there's a lot of low key racism on the right.
well,
For
a lot
sure.
of those people are rich that are racist, and that they don't represent real like Americans. You know, they're trash basically.
But
They're
don't
like
you get like when you're sorry?
I can
Don't you
agree
get
with
when
that.
you're like jumping aboard bandwagons, like the conservatives and Republicans, people like you're just like following a brainwashing thing that the masses are getting into. You're not thinking independently.
Well, can I just say that to me, it's not a big complicated thing. There are black people and then there are niggers. It's two different groups
Whoa.
of people. Hold on.
is that
And
you,
then-
Chad?
and then-
See, that,
Who is this?
I was agreeing with you like this whole night until
Holy
you
shit.
You don't
That's
agree with
not
that? Here's another
Dr.
one.
Rob was
Over-
secretly
N-words.
watching, but now he's
N-words.
not.
Listen.
N-word alert.
this channel taken down. That's not good.
Listen.
Oh
Over
my
here-
God, get rid of this
Nope.
channel.
You gotta
Just
apologize.
One more
Call
time.
YouTube supervisors. Tell them to ban this.
Guys,
Over
raise
in
your
Europe,
Well, the
over
thing
in
that
Europe, they are allowing these different people, whether they're the Africans or whether they're the Muslims, to come over and rape those people. And in Germany, if you complain about it, they will put you in jail. But then
Oh,
you
yeah.
can watch on video. So my point is, I'm intelligent enough to distinguish. I'm not like a racist against a whole race of people. This is a
But why did you bring the N-word into this?
because
I live in Seattle. I'm already getting
there's-
raped every day.
I live here.
Daniel's
in
gonna
Little
get
Rock,
his
and I
ass
hang out
kicked.
with all of these black
He
people
called
in the
into this
ghetto.
show. People are gonna get looked down on him. No,
I think
Chad.
all of that being fair, I am saying that it could very much be some white person, but if you go around acting like a ghetto and gangsterous, that doesn't have anything to do with the color of your skin.
Fucking Dr. Robert is over in DC visiting AOC, and you're dropping the N-word.
And because
Oh my God.
there's a behavior that is created by media, and it is through this rap music that is terrible. And it is like that is not what black people are.
Daniel, help us out. Daniel, help us out.
I don't even know what to say after the end of all.
I don't know what to say. Oh my God. Well, Daniel being from Seattle, he should not
Me
say
being on the
anything.
internet, and these people, they are hateful to me, and I go, I would never hate you because of the color of your skin, but because they're
Chad,
black,
what?
it's okay for
Chad,
them to
what
hate
the
me
fuck are
because
you
I'm white.
talking about? Being on the internet.
Meaning,
Where are you on the internet? Where on it?
social media? These people from what's it? The reggae place, the Jamaica. This woman is like, "Fuck all you white people, you're the devil." I would never say that. That all black people are the devil. Get the fuck out of here.
But here's why I left the conservatives and the right. It's
So are you trolling us, Chad? Are you trolling us?
No, I'm saying that it's super racist for Joe Biden to say anybody that doesn't vote for me ain't black, and the number one problem is white
Well,
supremacy.
but
He's the
why would
racist,
you say
not
the
me.
N word? Why would you say the
Because
N word?
because the culture allows these people to act differently than any of us. So,
We've
meaning
heard
like
that
the only
argument.
time I've
Okay,
ever come in
you
contact
fell
with these
down that
white racist
rabbit
people
hole. Yeah, you
is
fell down
on
that
Gab.
trap.
They're like, oh, I'm this Aryan, Hitler lover, and I'm like, you're a fucking weirdo. I put you right over there with the N words. I don't have anything. You were both retarded because your whole basis of your reality is based on your race. You know what intelligent
Oh
people
yeah.
do? They don't base their point of view on their fucking race. That's
Well,
loserville.
the reason I left the right and the
Oh,
conservative
let's give it.
is because they infected the truth movement, and they
Yes, with
took it
Trump.
over. They took
With
it
Trump,
over.
like
Like
Jones.
before Trump's faggot ass, before fucking faggot ass orange face Trump.
Trump
Yeah.
ain't faggot, and he ain't that
MAGA
guy either,
and the
Daniel.
right.
So
It wasn't all about MAGA and the right and what's
Trump
it called?
ain't that guy.
All that
Trump ain't that guy.
shit.
He lives a life beyond what we can, but he ain't that guy. He's not a faggot. He's not.
Would you not agree that
everybody.
because of Trump,
I
everybody thinks of conspiracy as a right wing thing, whereas it
Look
used
what
to
you
be
did to
a
me,
totally
Chad. You got me all fired up, and I said the F word. FAG word.
It's because Saturn is in the house of Capricorn.
No, that's what's the problem.
and Trump's their next president. So
And he's gonna take it in
thank
the
God.
ass. He's gonna take
Thank
it in the
God.
ass
Well, there's like this.
from
this
Baron Rothschild.
I
Yeah.
think kind of what Chad was alluding
Well,
to is.
well.
Let me tell a
Talk that
story
way.
real quick.
Talk that way. You didn't
Let's
say
do
that.
it.
You never said
Hold on,
that
hold
about
on.
Biden. You never said that about Biden. But wow, Trump, you hate him. Trump's taking it up the ass from Saturn. Damn, Daniel.
Biden's
So
too weak
because
to
He's the next fucking president. He didn't do anything to you. He made life good for my
no, I'm
people.
just sick of all
My toothless
brainwashed ass followers. They can't
generation
truth.
did okay under him.
I know.
God damn, you hate Trump haters. Trump haters. You're tired of it. Fuck.
There's nothing unique about it.
You're tired of it. He hasn't even been here. Oh my God. Wait till Biden and these guys cheat, Daniel. Wait till the world looks like when they cheat to steal the next election.
He's just a rich faggot.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He's just a billionaire faggot.
Okay.
And I apologize for saying that word. I mean,
Wow.
against the LGBT.
Wow, it's really sick. You have a sick view of Trump.
Look what you done.
That's totally fictional. Your view of Trump is a fiction created by the media. So
he's initiated.
every single view that you presented on Trump is a projection that they've caused you to see.
You really see it that way?
Yeah, I do.
That's weird.
Name a story. Name a projection. What part of Trump do you hate? What's his worst part? Give me your best.
I told you.
Give me your best Trump punch.
I hate how his MAGA followers are like low key racist and they think he's a messiah.
They're fucking Nazis. Oh, they're gonna save us.
What about
He's gonna
himself?
save it.
Is what Todd's asking.
Say that again.
Todd's asking about him personally, not his followers. Because I agree, a lot of his followers are dumb. But he himself, what do you dislike about him personally?
Well, he throws little racist things out there, like saying there's good people on the alt-right or saying Kung Flu.
No, well, that's joking. He joked on the Kung Flu. He joked about.
But people that are minorities don't think that's funny.
That was a joke.
White people.
He's on TV all the time. He's in front of lots of people. He has to tell jokes.
Okay,
he was
Todd,
on the fucking
Biden said
firing people.
Supremacy is the number one problem. Did you feel personally threatened by that? I felt personally threatened by that. What is your answer?
Sorry, I gotta hear that again.
Oops, my camera fell.
What were you gonna say?
I mean,
Joe
Biden said that white supremacy was the biggest problem. Todd, did you feel threatened when Joe Biden said white supremacy is job number one for America?
Yeah, remember when Biden came on with the red fucking lights behind him
Yeah.
saying, "You Trump supporters, I'm gonna
Well,
come and get
I would
you.
assume that
You're the enemy number one."
typically the people pointing and blaming stuff is typically the person who actually did it. So I would assume that Bo
Right.
Biden is a white supremacist.
You
Yeah,
know
well,
what? For 10
the
years,
point
they've
is,
been running bad Trump publicity. That's all you see.
I
How many
apologize.
positive Trump?
I shouldn't do that.
How much
I went into
positive
a
Trump
rage.
news do you see? None.
I lost control of myself. I apologize sincerely.
okay,
In
let me
10
ask,
years, you never
Daniel.
saw one positive Trump story.
Daniel, yeah, you said that you felt offended that Trump was low key
Everyone
racist,
loves
but
him.
would you also? I feel that we the people don't really have this big racial. I try to downplay that. I don't think that the people, even though there are some people that believe race is a big thing, I think we all would rather get along than be against each other. Would you see that both are true? That Trump maybe was saying racist things,
Come
but
on,
we
people
don't have
now.
an issue?
Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Right
Okay,
now.
I
Come
would say
on, people now.
Wait, let him talk.
living
Smile on your
living in
brother.
Seattle, there's something called Seattle
Everybody get together. Try
where
to
people don't
love.
really talk to each other. Oh, he did it.
Okay, sorry, I muted you for a split second,
Smile
Todd.
on your brother.
All right, let Dave talk for a second. What are you trying to say here?
I forgot. No, okay, hold on. So, basically, Chad, I think that there's truth to that. I think there's a lot of good-natured people out there, and people that are. I think most people are genuinely like good people, but I'd also
Right.
say that most people have at least a little bit of subconscious racism. And I'll start by saying me myself, I'm
Subconscious
subconscious
racism.
racist. I am. I'm racist. I admit it, I'm racist. I'm just being
Yeah,
honest.
I wish
I
you
get it,
hadn't
but
said
like
that.
when
Yeah, I
y'all
wish you
reacted to
hadn't
me
said
this
that.
when
Well,
y'all
as the
reacted to me,
person
the
who
Southerner being more honest, I think what made you uncomfortable is just that
The
I said it
Southerner.
out loud. I think that the other people just don't, they just deal with that differently, and that's understandable that we have different ways to deal with it. But I will tell you one way that made me uncomfortable is that a friend invited me to a pool hall here in town, right, in the middle part of town, and then I'm playing with this other guy, and he manages this local pizza chain. And this is a Democrat stronghold in Hillcrest, Arkansas, right? Where I kind of feel a little out of place. And then the other guy goes, I go, "Oh, you manage that pizza restaurant over by the what is it, the University of Arkansas Little Rock or whatever." He goes, "Yeah, we have that one so that the black people don't come here." And I was like shocked, and it hurt my I was like, "What? That's the most racist thing I've ever heard. Oh, you're a Democrat? Oh, y'all just keep quiet about that and then point over to us on the more conservatives." That was my point. That's how I saw that.
Well, I went down to Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, and
Well, the devil went down to Georgia too.
more different than up here. Like
Daniel.
everybody act differently. Black people act differently. White people act differently. In fact, it was mostly black people down there. And if you ask me, they seemed a lot less racist towards white people, if that makes sense. Maybe because they were the majority there and they didn't feel like so downtrodden. So there's a lot of perspectives on. I personally love Georgia, and I like the South a lot.
Me too.
Marjorie
I'm looking
Taylor
to
Greene's from Georgia.
trip to Nashville. I'm like
I
really
heard.
into Nashville lately.
Cool.
And what was my point? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Nashville someday.
Huh. When I used to
Oh,
live in
that'll
the
be
hood
interesting.
in Battle Creek, I got called a cracker about 20 million times.
Oh yeah.
So you feel
Oh, yeah.
right at home over there, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's racist. Everybody. Like, have you ever seen that
Right.
Spike Lee movie? I forget which one it is, where they talk to like the Asian guy and he's saying like hella racist shit against blacks and Mexicans and whites, and they talk to the white guy and he's just racist against everybody and Jews and blacks.
Kind of like Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, like
Typically, racist people are uneducated, and that's the
That's a good
cause of
point,
it.
though.
Is
The idea that only white people are racist is a big scam.
Oh,
So what
I'll
a
agree with that.
you know
Yeah, like
you know.
people are all racist. All races are racist.
So I love the fact that Clint's show is just all over the board. That's one of the things I really love about Clint's show is it could go anywhere. Daniel, your show's a
Chinese people
little.
are racist against Japanese people.
We don't
Koreans
let
are racist against
racists. We don't let racists
people.
just like run rampant on Daniel's show.
And
But
then
Daniel,
like they all look the same.
Daniel,
Gunjai, isn't that the word? Foreigner in Japanese.
Uh-huh.
Gaijin.
Gaijin, yeah, that's it.
That's
William
why they
Cooper
have
said
the
in Japan.
Olympics, so the
William
different
Cooper said it.
races can race each other.
William Cooper
But
said
Daniel-
in Japan that he got called Gaijin over and over, and no matter how much good stuff he did, like he made a radio show, he worked for the Honda guy, test driving bikes. Like no matter how much cool stuff he did, he would never be accepted by the Japanese.
There you go.
He would always be
I've
called
seen
Gaijin.
that.
there you go, Clint. There you go, Clint.
Japanese, I've
Now,
seen that.
if I may go on, Daniel, you put on a little more structured show. You have a guest for 2 hours that you allow people to come on and
Because
come
no
out
one
and
wants
in
to
out.
hear
Very
five people
nice, very
talking over
nice.
each other for 4 hours or even 10 minutes.
Yep. And so on Clint's show, it's just all this a big mix. I love it. Man, you
It's
put
like
on a
Fortnite.
good show.
It's fun
I
for
feel like
hanging
there's
out, but what
hundreds of
about people
that watch
watching it?
Daniels, versus this is a great conversation amongst just us, but it's like
I love it.
Well,
the
these days,
of the people watching.
these days,
You
people are
can't
so
do this.
introvert
You
that
can't do this on Daniel's show. Daniel
Yeah,
has a
both
guest.
of them.
These
They're
days-
just
At the end of
different. They're
Daniel's
just
show.
different.
these
I'm
days people are
enjoying it.
so introvert.
Clint's
that
in
they
charge now.
they won't
Clint's
even
in charge
have a
now.
conversation.
Now,
They-
Clint, you can censor Daniel if you don't like what he's saying.
hold on,
Please say what you were saying.
hold on, listen, us having a conversation like human
I'm
beings,
teasing.
like we're
Well,
supposed to. That's not something you see every day. These young people,
Right.
they
I know.
could sit and hear us, and they've never probably had a conversation
Listen,
like that.
children, this is how.
I don't
Listen,
I don't
children.
moderate the show because I'm on a power trip. I do it so that people can listen and understand what people are saying.
Yeah,
Because
and I
there's so
understand
many
that
people-
too. Both are make sense to me.
Are you
my
hating on my
phone.
laziness? No.
No, I'm just saying. Like, do you guys
Hating on
remember
your
when I used to
laziness.
just let it go? Like, I had to.
Let it bang, bang it go.
People weren't into that. Everybody said
Well,
the same
and
thing.
like myself, I complained in the comments of one of Clint's shows. It was just him, right? And he was like, "Everybody's stupid that doesn't know about all of this stuff."
Oh, yeah.
And I totally agreed with what he was saying, but I didn't want to hear that, right? So that's what I'm saying. But tonight, it feels great. We're all in this together, and I am thankful to be here. So that's just reality. Is both Daniel, I certainly, understand your point of view for your show, and that's the reason why I don't have a show, is because my whole thing is I want to be about action. You know what I mean?
Action.
Like,
What do you
I
mean
want-
action? Come on, Chad. What the fuck are you talking about action?
I mean, I think it is like world wrestling to get emotionally charged about these issues, and we are very caring about these topics. But is any of this really affecting reality? Gee, I don't know. I would like to,
Yes.
but I'm just saying.
You know
if I
how
had-
it's affecting
Just
reality? People are starting to think differently.
Todd, just hear me. Just hear me. If I had the power to find all of the people that have all the podcasts, and I could pick out the ones that somehow applied action to what they were talking about and achieved a result, I would want to showcase them. It's not about me and my point. That just happens to be my point of view.
We're getting called Howard Stern show over here. We're better
We're
than
not going to
Howard
be
Stern.
fucking
We don't have somebody
down.
orgasming on a speaker.
You know,
Yeah,
Daniel,
I better have whores in here if it's the Howard
that
Stern.
would be stupid.
Okay, I get that it's fun, but this isn't a party line or like a
No,
Zoom
it
call
isn't.
with your friends hanging out or a video game or anything like that.
This
It's a
isn't
show.
4 or 5
People-
stupidest people I ever met. Yeah, this is not that.
Well, if it's actually a show, you can't have like a bunch of
Or
people
maybe it
chatting
is.
at once because it gives you a headache, and you'll just be like, "Okay, I'm
And
done."
no one tune into that.
Plus, it'll get
Well,
old too. Like if it's just the same people on.
So, Chad, whatever the funk it is that you're seeing that we're not getting right, we are working
Not
on.
complaining about y'all. And my comment is kind of like that's the reason why I've started hanging out with y'all, because the End of Days Radio was the last show that I would even want to pay attention to, right? Because
It's the very worst thing you've ever heard. Very horrible.
what are you
We
talking
all
about?
saw.
That's not even making sense. That's not why I would have paid attention to
What
Daniel.
did you just say?
yeah.
The very last
I
show
definitely only
that I
really
would
listen
ever
to Dan's
listen
show
to.
for others. Besides Cooper, I only listen to End of Days, basically.
The very
Nobody
last
else.
show that I would ever pay attention to in my whole life. I would never listen to this.
Well, Clint blows my mind that on his own show he can be so wild, right? But then when he goes on Daniel, he's like Mr. Gentleman. Yeah,
Well,
that
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that Clint is, and I'm not telling Clint how to do his show. He's his own man. Like he doesn't have to listen to me. It's just my opinion. I wouldn't want Clint to like,
Right.
just like, do whatever I say. He should
Right.
have his own style and his own vibe, et cetera, et cetera.
I think
That's
Chad's
what I-
referring to how I yell at the communists and
You know why I like Clint? Because he senses the urgency of our time. We don't have time to mess around.
I'm
We're
with
going
you.
down.
That's why
Well, you know-
today
well, hold up. You guys forget I was recently crowned the debate king since Jay Dyer blocked me.
Oh, there you go. This had to
why
come
did
up.
that happen? That
This
interesting because
had
we're
to come up.
buddy
Here
with
we
them.
go.
He didn't say one word. He just blocked me. The great debate king couldn't
Well,
debate one
Well,
sentence.
that's why I didn't like Jay Dyer back in the day.
Davey
See, there you go.
Anshaw is so
Y'all would give me
attractive,
the
though.
time of day. I always
Davey
thought Jay
Anshaw
Dyer was
is
a
so
little bitch
attractive,
because
so
I would try to call
I'm
him
sorry.
out or whatever, and he wouldn't even respond. So that's why I'm hanging out with y'all and not Jay Dyer.
Michael
It's like-
Deacon has talked to him, like they were in talks to him going on, but I think he ended up.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, geez. He blocked someone.
Him and
else,
Alex
too.
Jones can go have lunch
Why
or
would he
pizza.
block someone who knows?
Why did someone who
Pizza.
knows get blocked by Jay Dyer? Did he hit on his girlfriend?
It wouldn't matter. She's just so hot no matter what happens. It's interesting.
No lies detected.
Anyways, great show, Daniel. She is beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
It's like something about Mary, but for truthers.
Somebody got her to promise to put on a Wonder Woman outfit next year.
Well, she's
No,
part
yeah,
Native
we-
American, too.
Man, I will be there for that show.
I can't remember what.
Maybe
tribe
it'll
it
be
was.
next show she'll dress up as Wonder Woman. And then Jay Dyer's gonna put a hit on us
I
all.
would-
He's probably watching our shows. And he's like, "Fuck
I
these
think
guys."
Jay Dyer's got it in for Clint though, because Clint's the most, available
Well, like-
gentleman.
Hey, but think about how much money we could raise
Clint,
for
be
charity.
careful, Clint.
Well, what's crazy, I don't actually recall saying anything that would get me blocked.
Well, I
you know?
said that you were
Well,
the
that's
Jay
why I
Dyer, right?
asked.
I said you were Jay Dyer.
No, but
Dude.
I wanted to know because I got the understanding that you were kind of buddy with both of them, and
Oh,
none of
he
my
knows
business. Just
Jamie,
curious.
and he knew.
Well, I know her, but I don't know him at all. I've only seen like one of his presentations, and it was about communism, and that's the only reason I watched because it seemed it was
Well-
all pretty accurate. But all the movie critique and stuff,
One
I've never
time.
seen any of the.
That sounds more understandable. That if you were more friends with Jamie, then he could have just felt uncomfortable. I wouldn't want somebody talking to my wife or
He's
whatever.
known her for like 15 years.
Especially if they're conspiracy theorists and
before
attractive like Clint
Clint was
Eastwood
like
is.
a listener or a fan, but now he's getting some action going. So Jay's getting all threatened.
Someone who
Oh,
knows
no.
thinks that okay for someone who knows for what their comment there's one thing that I said that may have gotten me black by Jay Dyer, which is that they were arguing about all this stuff about how to get in heaven on biblical and their church thing. And I quoted John where he says that Jesus says, all you got to do is believe in me, you'll live forever. And I said that, and I said that quote, I said that verse, and then I said, well, why do I have to do all the stuff the church?
Orthodox.
And then I said, why do I have to do all the stuff the church says if Jesus says all I got to do is believe in him and I'll live forever? That may have gotten me black. Because I simply quoted.
Can I jump in on that? Because I had a similar thought. My friend invited me to his church he grew up with because this Mexican guy was there that he hadn't seen since he was a kid and blah, blah, blah. It was a nice time. But while I was there, I had the thought.
A nice time. Did you have chili verde? Did you do lunch?
Yeah, I had the food, pizza, and had like pie and pink lemonade.
You said Mexican friends.
Okay, here's honestly what I had to say. It is that while I was there, I hadn't been in Christian church forever, and then I started thinking, hey, this is the linchpin. The problem with Christianity is like they're kind of trying to bully you into like, you got to believe it's our way or whatever. And we don't really see the seriousness of that. But you can see in the past, there would have been a lot of fighting amongst Christians as to what, who is it just I have to pass your idea of what being a personal relationship
with here's the thing.
Or
was Spain thoughts?
Hold on.
Was Spain thoughts?
None of them have read. I've asked multiple people. None of them have read the Babylons. They haven't read it, and that they understand that. And like Cooper proves that the collection plate is not. They're perverting the Bible. Any church that has a collection plate is perverting the Bible because that collection.
Which really means people don't understand what's going on.
Which is why me, the pagan, feels awkward to where I'm explaining to these Trump people. It's like, dude, this guy is a Kabbalist. Why am I the one explaining this to you?
Well, do you remember that?
Why do you keep calling yourself a pagan?
I didn't know about the Kabbalist thing.
Well, I believe in God,
the Kabbalists
but
are
the reason why I say that
is believe in the tree of life that understand the system of
the thing that I feel uncomfortable with these religions when they claim to be the sole way to God. I do find that to be offensive. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, no, I think you're.
What do you find to be offensive? What do you find to be offensive?
When like Christians, I find them to be passive aggressive, meaning that they're really nice people, and I really agree with them 100%. But they don't seem to realize that when they're claiming that Jesus is the only way to heaven, I'm like, that's kind of offensive. Like you're like low key acting like you're better than me, and I got to bow down to you. How about fuck you? How about that?
I'm with you on that. Anybody telling you bow down is fuck you. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, it's like from the Native American aspect, it's like why
but
should
not
I believe
the other,
anything
whatever.
From because my ancestors are basically extinct, and that
right.
Who's to say that their God isn't the real God?
That's what I say. That's why I personally I pray to Father Creator and Mother Nature. Nobody told me to do that. That's just the concept that I feel. And I really I almost feel bad saying pagan because I don't really go around like thinking about that. But I think that's what you would call that. But again, I think that the Christians are so they don't know that they have these pagan perceptions, so that it's almost I don't really like to have labels on it. I think they understand it more than they do.
We don't need to talk about the fucking deepest, darkest, spookiest, this, that, whatsoever.
That's
what I would love to talk about? You know what I love? Clint, do you got something you want to talk about? Did you have anything on your list? Did you have anything on your list?
Someone who knows commented and said that.
So thank you. No, Chad, thank you for coming here tonight. Because
let me comment.
No, Chad, Chad Clint
what'd you
is
say?
starting another channel because he's been banned for saying something on his other channel, which is ridiculous. So thank you, Chad, for coming over here.
All the
So please
all the
don't
terrible
stop
words
coming
we
here.
use, and
No.
Maybe
it's
Clint.
totally
I bet
unrelated
Clint
why we
said the
got it.
worst thing you could ever say, and that's why we're over here now.
But
No.
on the Christianity thing, like, you know, it's hard for me to comment on that because it really is confusing. Like, there's some people that believe that the God of the Old Testament was like a demiurge and was actually the devil.
We
stuff
don't
like
have
that.
to. We don't have to talk about the worst shit that will get you banned on every channel. We
Well,
can
it's
talk
certainly not
about some other
Gnosticism.
stuff, Daniel,
Let
or
me
talk
say something
about
real quick.
I think
the most controversial
I
subject.
think the basic idea of like the Bible is good and that the God of the Bible is good, like especially Genesis. But what happened was it got edited at some point and like really flipped around, and some like major key issues were
Oh, yeah.
lied about, and
I
that's
definitely
why.
think the New Testament was
Right.
edited for sure. The Old Testament, I don't actually think the Old Testament is relevant to the Bible besides maybe the Ten Commandments and the part about Jonah and a few other parts, but like because it's also construed together. Whereas the New Testament, though, it was a mystery school, and all the Bible thumpers are all missing the point of the mystery teachings, in that because someone who knows says we don't want to talk about the Bible. Whenever I talk about the Bible to people who are Bible thumpers, they don't want
Wow.
to talk about how
Isn't it interesting
well,
that
hold on.
they don't
They don't want to talk
provide
about how
anything
Jesus
spiritually
died
that's
on a
interesting
hold on. They don't
unless
want to
it's
talk about
hidden.
how Jesus died on a Friday night according to their story, and that was raised on a Sunday, and that's not 3 days and 3 nights, and that the
I hate
real date of his
Fridays.
death was a different time, and that the religion that
No, I
they're
do love
worshiping, pursuant to the two Babylons written by Alexander Hislop, is the religion of Babylon, in that there is no real Christianity being practiced in its
Right.
original form. It's all just
It's like
Babylonian.
you have to come over to a cult world to actually have an honest discussion about the Bible.
Well, what proves, at least for me
Who said that?
personally,
A cult world sounder?
there's like a Jesus and a God out there is whenever I was having like weird alien or demonic experiences, or even when I got heavily into Luciferianism and black magic.
You know what I think we need, Daniel? We need
Hold
a
on one second.
medium.
Hold
What
Okay.
what got me clear of those things was some kind of like Jesus thing, like saying blood of Christ or leave in the name of Christ, something like that.
Power of Christ compels you.
Basically, yeah, like it works every time, and that's kind of been like cornerstone of my faith, I guess, or the foundation of it. Those experiences and kind of
And I
ending
can
them.
understand anybody that has been in a really scary situation and they thought they were going to die has probably prayed to God and Jesus, and that's no joke. So
No, not Jesus. God, maybe. If God is like a higher being that helps you, but not Jesus. Jesus is a construct that's occurred over the last 2,000 years if you buy their timeline, Chad.
I can agree with that, but you see what I'm saying is like my thing is
Yeah,
I don't
they're
have
gonna
that
pray to
argument.
something higher. They're gonna pray to something higher. I
I
believe in that.
agree with you,
You
but
said
I'm
Jesus.
just saying I would rather not
I
argue.
hear you. When I hear the word Jesus, I'm like,
Well, William Cooper points out something about the connection between the Fisher King and the Holy Grail, and how Jesus was actually castrated, and that's why he had the wound in his side, and the woman asked him to sleep with her, but he couldn't because he had a wound in his side, or he was castrated, just like the God with the wound in his thigh. And that the symbolism of the mystery schools, they teach that that's what it means, is the castration, the grail, the blood, the blood with the two things in the shaft. It's the symbolism of being castrated.
I just wanted to add to what you're saying, Clint. What I find interesting is even if you take the more mundane point of view, I think the fact is that whatever Christianity was originally, it was like a very fringe thing. but then it became the mainstream thing. So
Now, hold
if they
on a
don't
minute.
get
Hold
even if
on a
they
minute. I
don't get
gotta step in here.
It's not like
I
Joe.
am. I am a history student. Kill Benton here. I went to Oxford. My understanding of where Jesus was brought up.
well, you
They
be kidding. Maybe you're kidding,
didn't
but I
castrate
think
themselves.
He's doing his
maybe
Billary impression.
okay.
Kill Benton here. Kill Benton.
Can I just say that right there is a bit important point, meaning like my ex-wife's mother, who like is at the Methodist church helping the homeless people and feeding people, she is actually living like Jesus versus these nerds on the internet that want to have intellectual debates. You see what I'm saying?
All right. Well, my wife went down to Haiti, and she tried to help lots of children get back here to the United States. And I know when I was over there hanging out with Jeffrey, my wife was bringing children back from Haiti. So, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Children's very important. Lots of children. Uh,
Well,
my wife wants to be president.
There's certain
My
clues in the
wife
Bible.
might be president if she could just beat that evil orange man.
There's certain clues like when the part about Legion, like that's a part that people don't pay enough attention to because notice there's multiple spirits inside of one person. It's not just one.
Yeah, the
There's
hive mind.
exactly.
Yeah, like many when Hillary goes down to Haiti, there's many spirits.
All these gods and demons and devils, they're all part of that same legion. Like they're individuals, but they're also one. Like everyone is the devil and everyone is its own being as well. They're both infinity and they're just one thing at the same time, one big black void. Like have you guys seen the movie Phantoms? Like that weird thing that can basically become anything. It's a Dean Koontz book.
And watch Phantoms.
That's what the evil is.
Watch Carnage or Venom or something the other night.
It's a big giant other. It's an other, and it can appear in just an infinite amount of ways, and it's evil. And there's many layers to it, and mysteries.
I like that because I think when I hear the other, because there's that thing about Al Satan. One of the originations of the word Satan is from the Middle East, and I like that.
Al Shaitan.
There you go. And I like the idea that anytime we blame something on other people, that is an egregore. We're creating this evil because there is no other. I take the point of view that everything is of God, including all this terrible stuff.
Well, this is kind of off topic, but I've asked someone who knows about 5 times, when was the first time they sat down and read the whole Bible? What year? Front to back.
Right.
And they were refusing to answer me, and it's getting really annoying. And, mine was in 1997 when I sat in jail. I sat in jail and I read the Bible over and over and over. And someone who knows wants to think that I haven't read it and can't even answer whether they've read it. And so you're saying that you haven't even read it, someone who knows. So what the fuck is your problem? You think you're some kind of fucking priest or some shit? I'm sick of this people thinking they're priests or some shit. And they haven't even read the fucking book. Haven't even read it. And sit down and read it one day. Read the whole thing, someone who knows. And then come back to me and bitch.
Yeah, no one wants to do that except maybe a monk or something.
Well, and then that's where I was kind of pushing back at you today on the Twitter, Clint. I agree with what you're saying, but that's one of those tricks where, like, the other side of that is true too. Meaning, like, okay, let's say you are this master of the Bible. Are you claiming to be perfect and know everything? Because that's a foul. You can't do that either.
That's impossible to know everything about it because there's different interpretations. In fact, the Bible itself is coded.
The devil doesn't even know anything about the Bible. Yeah,
numerology and symbology combined.
You can be as you can be as conservative as you want, but if you're talking about the Bible, that's essentially talking about mystery Babylon. It's a very complex thing. It's very complex.
Well, there's
There you go.
most things in the Bible, I would say, aren't going to make sense to you unless you deeply meditate on it and consult with a
Right.
rabbi or something like that. Like you
Yeah.
can't just read it and understand it. You have to read it and study it.
And even me, as critical as I am, like, I'm telling you the truth. When I went to the church the other day, and the sermon was about Peter, and you're going to deny me 3 times, and then the pastor brought in this whole
May
personal.
I step in here? May I step in here?
After I say what I'm saying, which is that what blew my mind for the conspiracy point of view is he started talking about, and then the 2 explorers from America went to the South Pole, and I'm like, what the what is this? Okay. And then he was telling the story about, okay, so there was one explorer that goes, and then he didn't get the South Pole first. The other one got there first. He saw a tent when he got there, and then the first group died. They like buried their food, but they didn't make. I was all like, but the point was that I'm amazed at how, me being as doubting as I am, when I heard the story about Peter and the logic of it, it feels like God is talking to you personally. That's why I kind of tend to believe that these Freemasons wrote all that, because they know these ways to, step in and be the middleman and act like they're God and psychologically manipulate people, meaning that it's complicated. You can't just write that stuff off as like not true. I don't think that it's not true. I'm just saying this is not the only text that is of God. That's kind of my point of view of it.
Well,
Really fascinating.
you have different retellings of the same story. Like you could say that the Matrix was retelling the story of Christ.
Right.
You can take the story, right? You can take it, you can twist it, you can fill it full of lies and deceptions. You can say Jesus is Lucifer and all this stuff, but at some point people are gonna see through this. Like that was my experience. I became deceived by Lucifer and Luciferianism. And at some point I reached a new level of discernment because I was tested by these demonic beings, and it actually improved who I am in the long run, because now I'm stronger against these deceptions.
Right. And no matter how confused you may have been, you wouldn't like get rid of that. You had to go through that process to get to where you are now.
That's the weird thing about it. It's like it was almost some kind of weird blessing in a way.
Right.
Well,
hey,
the fact of the matter is that the book of Revelation speaks of this end of days, and that I do believe that the symbology of it is it's like a map in the sky, and when the sky is in a certain position, that's a timestamp in time, and it's telling us a date with Sagittarius, Uniceros,
I agree,
Centaurus, and Pegasus. Those constellations, and that basically I've spent a lot of time studying Revelations because that's the one that nobody seems to understand, and that it says specifically in it, for with our dogs and warmongers, and it's warning about the dogs of Astaroth, the dogs of Astarte, the dogs of the worshippers of the star Sirius, and that you can't. We can never be free unless we know our enemies, and these people that are worshiping the dog star are, that's what the Temple of Set and stuff was about, and all these other. Well, I don't know if that's the right group, but
Here's the thing.
In Illuminist Masonry, the star Sirius is known as the Great White Lodge, quote unquote, for the Great White Brotherhood, and it's not talking about race; it's talking about symbology.
The White House.
We're living in dangerous times, and
I agree.
We are living in dangerous times, and part of that is because of all these deceptions going around.
Yeah, like the rapture and all this other bullshit that's not in the Bible. Cooper proves that. He lays it out thicker than anyone. And fucking, I can't get any of these Bible thumpers to listen to the Cooper episodes where he lays it out and to even understand it. I couldn't get Lee to listen to it, and it's like, dude, I just want you to listen to this one episode. Like,
even I listened to it and responded.
Yeah, it's
So I'm
important
sitting in the
because
background. Where's
Well,
Lee? Where's Lee?
he didn't want to show up because I'm assuming he's mad about something, or he's just the
Oh,
You know,
fuck
what
you.
are you talking about General Lee? The one advice I would like to give him.
No,
It's
not
not
generally.
This
No,
is
the British
way
dude.
different. This
He's
guy's
cool.
Lovely.
this
Lovely.
one dude came on that was like from the East Coast, and they were man, they were fighting like for
We
hours.
thought he was generally
Oh,
for
yeah.
a while.
Lee was wanted him to define the stuff, and the dude didn't want to define it, and it's.
You
Oh, I
got
know who
generally
you're talking
on
about.
there
I like
right
Yeah, it was
on,
a funny
man.
episode.
So funny.
He's smart. He's smart cookie. I know who you're talking about.
But
Anyways,
one point I want to make real quick is that like one mistake that I made is how a lot of like Christian or religious people they just say like aliens are fake, aliens are demons, and that's true, but we can't like entirely take the alien thing out of it because somehow this does involve the heavens and the stars and like little
Yes.
ships flying around and shit like that. So
okay.
there's,
The gods. The
there's
gods.
something true to it.
That's similar to where a lot of people will poo-poo the space and the Christians, and I go, okay, well, there's these magi that showed up for Jesus, so they were totally star-based people, and then there's the other verse where
It
he's like,
isn't star based as much as like a technology based. You
no,
say
they
star based.
I said directly, yeah, they're totally based on the relationship. But that's how they found Jesus. So they were looking at the Star of Bethlehem because that was their knowledge of the astrology, the celestial stuff, connecting to the heavens. But
Magi isn't just a guy that's connected to the star. He's a magician. He knows how to the elements.
Is it my
This
internet or?
is kind of what's going
Everything.
on.
Everything.
When you look up
Yes.
at the heavens and the stars, yes, there is stuff up there, but it's just not quite like NASA tells us. Like a lot of those things up there are actually portals.
Well, and it's like the flat Earth discussion to where we can watch somebody send a balloon up. I saw it just the other day, and it goes way up there into what we would call space. So then you start getting into like, well, okay, where is this firmament? And you see what I'm saying? Like, obviously, the like you're saying, the stars are somehow a part of the story. Not my opinion.
Basically, you can like take a monument or something like that, and you
So-
can point it towards a particular planet or
So
star.
where we're at right now.
You can
Where we're
launch,
at right now.
you can
Daniel,
launch.
I'm
you can
sorry to interrupt. Listen.
Wait, let me finish real quick. You can launch consciousness into those stars and planets and stuff like that, and it will genuinely take you to a different place. Go ahead, Todd.
Okay.
Trump is going to be president.
I assume so, unless there's some
Here
big shit.
we go. Here we go. What are you going to do? What are you?
Well, that's right back at
So,
you,
what are you going to do? What are you going to do when Trump's president?
Todd.
Tell
That's
me
right
that
back
real
at you,
fast.
because many months ago, wasn't that the question? It doesn't matter who's president. Isn't there still a likelihood of a civil war and a world war?
I don't know.
I
How do
think
you feel about that?
I was sure about Trump until this Kamala Harris thing started because
Right.
I'm hearing conflicting prophecies and predictions.
How do you feel about that?
I think that it could easily be Trump.
Would that
and
trigger you? Would that make you so mad that you'd be just like, oh my God, Kamala Harris?
No, I don't think that's what he's saying. He's looking at what is the fallout from any of these things happening.
I'm not mad at
Yeah.
like Trump or Kamala individually. I'm mad at
But
the
you're not mad. Do you think society will just be freaking out?
I don't like the fact that we only get two crappy choices and
Right.
people are so brainwashed that they can't collectively decide to vote for a third party for once.
Well,
Yeah,
Well, the
regardless of who
problem
wins,
is
people are
that
going to be upset.
lawfully speaking, that the electoral college is supposed to be who picks the leader,
Right.
and that the powers vested in this leader are not anything that all these things they're doing now are totally outside of the law, in that the
Totally.
states are supposed to be sovereign, independent entities who, the Fed is
Clint,
its only
if
powers is
Trump
to.
becomes president, what do you think's going to happen?
That's a fair
Well, I think there
question.
would be a large tariff on China to try to stop importing Chinese
We
garbage.
don't want to know about those boring parts. We want to know about
It's
the
not
exciting parts. What's the
That's-
exciting things that are going to happen, Clint?
That would be causing a war just to do the tariffs.
Well, I think a lot of communists would be arrested, which would be a good thing.
No,
I mean, if
he's
they're
not.
not,
He's
then
not going to war. I mean, I think there's going to be a calming.
DC.
They tried to kill him. If he becomes president, he's going to want to tone shit down.
Well, what
He's going to want to go into World War III. He's going to want to solve this bullshit with Ukraine.
regardless
and
of
in
who's
Israel.
president, we're going to be
Although
seeing
he wants to
aliens
turn the West Bank into condominium areas.
we're going to see either like little gray aliens that come prancing out of their
Of
little
course, I'm teasing.
saucer ship with their little gray alien penises flashing around
No.
in the wind.
No, you know what the world needs? What the world needs now is a little bit of peace from all these warmongering pigs
Okay, Todd,
that have made
that's-
so much money.
yes.
Or it could be
Okay.
the reptilians, and they come.
They made more money than 10 times anyone could make.
No more singing.
Why
Just for
won't
a
they
minute, wait.
settle down and just live with their money?
Or
Drink
in the
some
most
can
likely
agree.
scenario,
pina coladas.
it's going to be the
Todd,
Nordic
please don't
aliens.
talk over people with singing. I can agree
Sorry.
with what you're saying that there is a predictable outcome of peace because Trump is supposed to be supporting this greater Israel project, which is basically a development deal where they're moving Israel into the Middle East, and the House of Saud is on board with that. Yada yada.
Okay.
Well, since you're a person of action, what you could do, because I don't want to do it, because anybody who
A person of action.
anybody
Who's
who
a person
files,
of action?
anybody who files the Freedom Information Act gets an FBI file on them. But if you're not worried about that, file a Freedom of Information Act on Trump to see if he's a member of Freemasonry or
That's a good.
B'nai B'rith.
I'll take you up on that. I don't mind doing that.
What
That
about
would
those
be
pictures?
entertaining.
What about those pictures? I sent
Whatever.
around
You
that post on
sound.
Twitter?
Are you from England or are you from Australia or from Canada?
What do you
What were
think
you
it
saying,
means
Daniel?
when Trump holds that big envelope like in front of his waist? It looks exactly like a Masonic apron, or he does this constantly, or he stands in
There you
front
go.
of a painting of a well-known Freemason doing this, or doing the constant Freemason handshake. If you learn the
That
symbols
one.
and the gestures, you can see that he might not be specifically a Freemason, but he's
The glad
somehow
hand.
part of the greater.
I agree with you, Daniel, but that's a fair question that Clint asked. I mean, if there was some way to pin down on a piece of paper the fact of it, that would be interesting. I don't know if you could do
that's
that.
Freedom of Information.
Everybody.
You can ask anything, and they'll tell you if it's a real question. They'll give you a real answer because under law they have to. But at the same time, when you file a Freedom of Information, you also get a file put on you by the Bureau.
Under law, they have to. Yeah, they'll tell you the truth.
And you get
know that
pieces of
video
paper
we
that have
watched
stuff
earlier
like that.
of the Druidic initiation. That's the same group that he's
Under
part
the
of.
law, these scumbags will tell you the truth. Come on, Clint.
There's certain secret societies that are so high level and so deep that they don't have any records.
Under the law, the sheriff will take in the bad guys.
Check this out, Todd. Check this out.
Yeah, go on.
There's secret agencies, right? 3-letter alphabet organization that
Secret
we've never heard
agent, man. Go on.
Oh, yeah,
Mr. Crowley.
Well, Todd was giving Ozzy a bad rep earlier. I don't think Ozzy is.
What went on in your head?
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
This
gave
is the
Ozzy
real
a bad rap.
question. The real question.
Boy, me and Daniel been down
Ozzy.
Ozzy bad rap road a long time ago.
Well, I think Ozzy just thought it was cool and didn't really know what he was getting into. He's like, I'm gonna write a song about Crowley because I'm all high and I'm thinking it's cool. But like,
tell him about Crowley. Tell him about Coven, Daniel.
to heaven.
Well,
Daniel, tell him about Crowley and Coven.
Well, the Beatles had 2 pictures of Crowley's on their one album.
Now listen, Daniel.
Oh, you want to go down that rabbit hole?
Wait, Crowley and what?
Give him
Coven?
the brief. Crowley, Ozzy.
Coven was long.
Coven.
Well, I wouldn't say that long,
Coven.
but before Black Sabbath, and the leader of Coven, the lead singer, is a Luciferian witch from real, genuine, elite Illuminati families.
Interesting.
Admitted.
And she had a bassist in her band Coven called Ozzy Osbourne.
Huh.
Yeah, it's weird shit. It's weird.
1968.
But it shows you how that heavy metal music comes directly from these witch covens, these elite witch covens.
And that's connected to the British, like Iron Maiden and all that stuff. That's like, that run to the hills. That is
and the British trading Israel and
but Run to the Hills is like the Romans.
Look when the Queen says the United States and the United States and Britain have a special relationship. That's what she's talking about.
But if you guys want to look deeper into it, check out the Clyde Lewis interview with Jinx Dawson.
Okay.
Clyde Lewis.
Please.
I can't think of what he was on.
What is his name? His show I hadn't listened to for years, but it's good. Ground Zero.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. I haven't heard him in a while.
Anyway, she explains how every heavy metal rock and roll band signed a contract with the devil, and she's a Luciferian. She was part of it, and she saw it and was behind it. And they all do it.
Well, there's the double. There's the esoteric part, and then there's the drug thing where, like, Ozzy Osbourne and all those people are like, yeah, we were basically just moving drugs.
She said they all do it, and then Ozzy went from her bassist to Black Sabbath to Ozzy Osbourne. Let me tell you another weird connection.
Even though they look like exactly the same.
Who?
I'm going to tell you another weird Trump connection. You know who Trump's vice president, J.D. Vance?
Okay.
He was an Ohio State law something that got picked to go back to Yale University, where he met Vivek Ramaswamy and his wife, who knew each other. The vice president for
JD.
Trump.
And then he went to Yale, and he met Ramaswamy,
who introduced him to his wife, and they're both from India.
Okay, well, that's
how weird is that?
Yeah, well, that's connected to they had the RNC, and they had
how weird is that?
Ramaswamy's wife was there, and she did a prayer, and
sorry, but
the alt-right is all Alice Bailey.
Alt-right's now going all weird, right. Alice Bailey. Well, fucking
example of it, that she prayed to God, but it was like a god of something or other.
Fucking End of Days Radio should fit right in then.
Yeah,
maybe.
Well, there's no doubt that the music industry is incredibly satanic. Whether it's pop music, rap, heavy metal, doesn't really matter. Maybe not country.
Maybe not country. Yeah.
Like, how would that be?
Go country. What was that one song? We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way.
When I
The
walk
wrong
into it.
people bomb the buildings. We're gonna go after the wrong people. So
I think
gross.
that country is just like rap. The country is they focus on being alcoholic and
Drink some more booze because we're all trying to soothe our.
That
Mhm.
new Eminem album is fucking weird though because
Is it good?
yeah, it's good. I mean, as a fan and somebody that enjoys good music, I like it, but I can't deny like the devil stuff that goes on in a lot of Eminem tracks, like starting from probably the beginning. He seems to become increasingly more satanic as time went on.
Well, I think he's just
And
trying
the
to be
Cult
cool.
Rejects had the guy that did the electronic music for Insane Clown Posse. I was kind of interested in that. I heard that too.
Sounds pretty sick, yeah.
I see
We have a friend. We have a friend, Martian Medicine Man. He's played with all these most popular bands out in California. Clint, this is your show, buddy.
Abracadabra, boom shaka day.
We're all calling
with an X.
You got anything you want to talk about? Anything you want to talk about?
Well, I'm rolling a joint that's a different flavor because
Oh yeah, Clint's throwing a joint. So everybody, go on. What's what you're saying?
There's if you listen closely to Eminem's lyrics, some of his songs,
Pardon me.
in some of his songs, he straight up says like the devil's in his head, and the devil is telling him what to do, and that he's not even like a real person. Slim Shady is like a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, just step out of the room here for a second. I have a dry throat, very dry throat.
You gotta quit that pen and get real weed.
You smoke some real weed, Clint says. But Clint smoked weed with mold on it, so
I don't
come on.
smoke no moldy weed.
I've done that before when I was like real desperate. I got a bunch of free stuff and it was all moldy, like they didn't cure it right.
That's brutal.
And then I gave it to this guy that he ended up getting a throat infection.
Jesus. Oh my god!
He's like, "I'll take it. It gets me a little bit high."
What you do is you take it and you put it in a coffee grinder and then throw it in a batch of brownies.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's interesting about Eminem because you can see on different levels of like just being a star is an artificial thing.
Have you seen the one where he's like that shadow person is coming out of the smart device, the tablet or whatever, and it jumps inside of him and his eyes turn all black?
No, I've only heard people talking about this. I haven't seen the videos directly or anything. I haven't really heard it.
Yeah, it's so trippy because it goes into that whole thing about like demons going in through the internet and like controlling stuff going on inside the computer, and then it jumps into a person. It goes from the machine to a person, and his eyes turn black. Like that black eye thing is big. That's a whole rabbit hole onto itself. And the question is, why would this rapper from Detroit who grew up in a shitty neighborhood and got beat up, and married some trashy girl named Kim and beat the shit out of her all the time, like why would he be talking about this like deeply esoteric stuff? It's so weird.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely a coin flip on whether he's his producers are occultists or if he's an occultist, or on the other side of the coin, if he's just trying to be cool but he doesn't know how to research like we do. You know what I mean? Like it's like parrots that try to mimic intelligence, whereas that's
like Poppy. Like, is it her or is somebody like controlling every little thing that she does?
Yeah.
Well, here's another level.
She's made it to stardom basically. She was playing at this place in Grand Rapids where I don't remember how much the tickets were, but they were really expensive, and it was like, Jesus, like fucking this chick is just raking in the dough.
Okay, I just want to say there's this whole other level I find interesting. I think I first heard it talking about Black Sabbath, right? So that, I always associated that with some kind of mainstream Satanism, even if it was just for money. But then I heard the band was saying, well, actually, yeah, we're talking about these dark things, but if you listen to it, they point you to like you don't want to do these bad things. It's like, and there's a lot of validity to that because the Catholics, they fund Men in Black and these kind of things, and then horror movies, right? When it's all said and done, does that make you like I just watched Witchboard for the first time the other day, a whole movie about the Ouija board. Nothing about that movie makes any sane person want to pick up a Ouija board. It makes you scared to death of it and believe that it is real and you should stay away from it. You see what I'm saying? So,
Earlier, I this probably doesn't seem related, but I was reading about AI, and I had no idea how advanced this stuff was getting. Like they literally mimic the structure of the human brain and the way that neurons fire, but instead of firing a signal, it fires like numbers, and that's kind of like a super advanced Ouija board, because if something was able to like subtly manipulate our nervous system, then it could probably subtly manipulate in which direction these little transistors and fake artificial neurons are firing, if that makes sense.
Oh,
yeah, and that's one of those things where even if you take the technology out of it, just planning the idea in your mind could, destabilize your own mind, knowing whether it's causing it or you're, you know what I'm saying, influenced by just this idea outside of you.
Yeah, I also, another kind of interesting little rabbit hole I went down was the idea of, I believe it's called the dead internet theory,
Mm-hmm.
where, and this is something I experienced firsthand because I used to run a fairly popular message board, and as soon as smart devices and social media became popular, it just died, and so did all the other communities out there.
Yeah.
It's like, as soon as they established that popularity, the search engines just closed off the rest of the internet to everybody,
Mm-hmm.
and everything
Yeah.
basically now is artificial and fake on the internet, meaning it's created by bots that are using, or they're using AI and bots to create artificial content everywhere, and they're completely what was once meant to be free, or make people more free, because the internet used to be like the Wild West, has now
Mm-hmm.
become Skynet, and the means of which they can control our very thoughts.
Yeah, I like
yeah.
that because you can
You know,
extend it further back
you
into
know,
time, and you can
you
go
know
like
what?
me. I go, well, everything died when the internet took over because I remember before, and then I'm
You know,
also quick to point
you
out,
know
hey,
what?
AI
You know what,
isn't
Chad?
this new thing. Books
You know
are
what,
AI.
Chad? Sorry to interrupt.
You're all good. You're the elder, so you're allowed to interrupt.
Yeah, yeah.
Mama told me not to come. Mama told me not to come. She said, that ain't the way to have fun,
Well, to
son.
fill Todd in, we were talking
That
about
ain't the way to
technology,
have
Ouija
fun.
board,
No.
like computers being used as a Ouija board type of thing, and possibly
Yeah.
manipulating people.
And I don't know if you've heard that Three Dog Night song.
But what I was
Mama,
telling them is I was
Mama told me not to come.
finally learning
Relax,
how
don't do it.
AI works, and they basically figured out how to make AI resemble the human brain and the nervous system and the way that our brain synapses fire.
Yeah, that's why I'm all scared during this conversation.
I didn't know it was that advanced. Like, I admit, like, this is way closer to like some kind of form of consciousness, I guess, than I really imagined. I thought it was just like all pre-programmed shit, like a choose your own adventure book, but way more advanced.
Well,
I didn't know
think
these
they're.
things.
Well,
I think they may be channeling something through the technology. That's why that
so
would
like
explain why
spirits
that
and
one AI went
technology.
all Nazi.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah, how come
really?
we only heard that story at the beginning of AI, where the dad is like, it's a spirit from this, and then it's telling my son all this stuff, and then now we don't hear those stories. Where did the stories go?
Well, it's
I
bad
always
publicity for
hope
business.
that the end of days radio cast would be light years ahead of them. We would be ahead of them when the world ends. You know? So we'll avoid all that garbage.
I'm gonna be naked riding a horse, going, bro.
We'll race through the traffic jam. There won't be a car in front of us. We'll just
Hey, can
drive
I
around.
seriously? I want to throw in on that. We forget that just us talking on the internet and all the information that we're exposed to, we're already androids. And I don't like to be snobby, and I don't
There you
see
go.
myself as knowing more than other people. But honestly, obviously, we're like in a very small group of compared to these other people. We are way
Please,
farther
friend,
in
please,
time than these other people.
But
Well,
that'll change too because they'll create things that'll help them catch up with us.
between
Yeah.
all this like weird AI stuff and the thing that we don't really talk about, like that's just so terrifying to think that they might be putting computer shit inside of us, like little nanobots and stuff
The
like
most
that.
terrifying thing, or one of them, might be that it's moving so fast, the future, that we can't keep ahead of the terrors that are going to chase, nip at our heels.
But then that kind of comforts you, because now we don't have to worry about being in control, because it sounds outlandish to act like you could be in control.
And we'll be dead. And that's kind of what's going to happen.
We don't have to worry too much because fire replenishes all.
Well, you remember how they say that like Jesus was always like, I'm gonna wash your feet. Like he's always talking about foot washing and stuff like that. It's because it has to do with purity. And that's also why he says, like, eat of my flesh and drink of my blood, because if you were literally to drink the blood of Christ and like just a drop of it or a cup full of it, it would purify you because he's a perfect being. And that's why that ritual exists. Like people think it's like vampirism, but it's actually the opposite of that. It's a negation. It means that by tasting this sounds gross, and this is also why the OTO does it. They have like a sick misunderstanding of it, but you can actually become more pure by being, somehow ingesting fluids, ingesting blood.
Well, it could be the mushroom too, though. Also, if you read John Allegro's book, it's very intense. It's not an easy read.
Amon Hillman is making the circuit. Amon Hillman, the guy that translates the ancient text from Greek, because he's
he does the Greek translation of the New Testament or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, my point about the purity thing, like, okay, let's say that that's true. I know that sounds kind of weird, but think about how much stuff that they're putting in our environment and all this stuff around us that like brings our vibration. I know it sounds kind of new age, but there's definitely some truth to it. The idea of a vibration and all this toxic pollution and evil music and stuff like that, all this political trash and everything that you see around you, from the disgusting products that they sell to the standards of beauty.
Political trash, like Trump.
Yeah.
Trump is president.
Well, no, like the debauchery.
Just
no,
like
I know, I'm kidding.
Back and forth, and the like way they use politics to distract everybody and pit them against
Trump
each other.
has to win around, and he will. I'm sorry.
Todd, will you take Trump's cock out of your mouth?
No, not at all. Not at all. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's still talking tonight.
Give me that old shriveled mushroom.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Good night.
So America sleeps better tomorrow. Yeah.
Chad's like, I'm gonna fuck off.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
This is turning gay.
Daniel, take Biden's fucking.
Let's just switch.
You visualize it. No, I have no comeback.
Well, I was gonna say something about
Daniel did those
but I completely
burns.
forgot.
I don't have a burn. I don't have a burn.
I didn't know what to say. It just came to me.
Take Trump's mushroom-shaped
How's
penis out of shriveled mushroom penis out of
Oh,
your
yeah.
mouth.
We're talking
God,
about
Daniel.
I feel
How
like
gross.
everything around me is trying to bring me down. Like when you
Take Trump's mushroom-shaped penis out of your
Hey,
mouth.
calm down.
Jesus.
because of what's going on with the economy, everybody has to work way harder. They get run down. They can't afford everything or anything, I should say. There's a bunch of freaking fentanyl addicts all over the place. The police don't even respond to anything. It's like
What do you do?
everything is just evil. It's just everything's turned evil all around us.
Well, that's why it's so
What do you do?
sad that we can't have a fully exercisable Second Amendment. You know, because all these criminals wouldn't be criminaling if they got their ass shot. You know.
Pretty much.
I mean, like the founding fathers wrote in the Federalist Papers. Well, I think it was the Federalist Papers. How? No, maybe it was a different. I can't remember which book it was that they wrote it in, but they wrote that when they went to the city, they would strap up with some heat. You know, like 6 guns each, because and that they weren't trying to fucking get robbed, or carriage jacked. And that they specifically
be able to defend yourself.
Yeah, the criminals are just it's crazy how in the mainstream how
Scorpions did a song called Out in the Streets.
Well, if you commit a crime and it suits the
lyrics were out in the streets, kids are on the run, dogs are all in heat. Out in the streets.
But so if
Scorpions.
The thing about the money though is it just sucks so bad because the dollar is supposed to be. This is the reason why they wouldn't let me be on jury duty, because I said pursuant to the Coinage Act.
That's the reason.
I would like 24 grams of silver per dollar pursuant to the law, and so they wouldn't let me be on the jury because I said because they were agreeing to pay me like $5 or $10 an hour. And I was like,
I'll pay you $5 or $10 an hour not to tell this story again.
I'll pay you $11 an
hour.
I'm
just
well, my point though is that I was quoting the law and stating that I wanted 24 grams of silver for every dollar pursuant to the law.
Oh yeah,
so they didn't want me because they knew that I knew that the whole system is corrupt. That's why anybody who receives a paycheck from the government,
but all you're doing is looking at some old guy, or maybe not. You're not even looking at anybody going, I know what you know. Come on, Kent. That's a horrible, boring story.
See, the law doesn't want the real law to be shown. That's why
and we don't want to hear about that.
Well, that's why that guy that I told that guy that
sorry, I've been
all the
working all
2A
day.
people on Twitter, are sharing around this Dexter Taylor post. I personally reached out to that guy before he got locked up, and I was like, I want to hear your case because I think you don't have a case, and I think you need to do
Clint,
this.
We're not interested in that story.
Well, my point though is that these people who proclaim to be 2A advocates who aren't actually, because they don't actually study the law.
2A advocates. No one here even knows what that means.
Like Second Amendment stuff. Okay, so they protest to be Second Amendment advocates, but yet they don't discuss the law. They won't let me discuss the law with them on their Twitter chat things. Because I've entered in there, but my point though is that they don't understand that this Dexter Taylor guy was in a community where he had to register what he made because of the unconstitutional laws.
And why is that important to us here now?
Well, it's important because the people that are donating thousands upon thousands of dollars to this lawyer.
You know what, Ken? I'm out of here. It just don't get much more exciting soon.
It's
I'm the guy that you're having on as your guest
all right.
host.
Well, we're gonna switch subjects.
Is
So
that-
choose the subject, Todd.
I don't want to hear about some fucking obscure guy in some tax case.
So
Well, let's
I'd
hear
rather
what you
talk
want to hear
about
about.
Bigfoot or
maybe the reason
Mothman or
maybe the reason that Christ was able to drive out the legion was
Jesus
because he was
Christ.
such a
Yeah.
pure being. And that's why, like, when we're in a really bad place, demons are able to take over us. And then when we raise our vibration, they seem to just go away. Like we just are out of their realm and out of their reach.
Man, I'd
Well,
rather talk
I would
about
agree with
Jesus
that, but I would use
Christ
a
than
different
some
term than vibration.
Have you
who I
guys seen
don't like to
Prince of
talk
Darkness?
about.
Have we seen what?
The movie Prince of Darkness?
Oh yeah, isn't that with
No.
the big tube thing?
It's like
I think it does have that in
Antichrist.
there.
The devil takes over.
Yeah,
John
It's-
Carpenter.
the
It's
idea
got
of
the
it.
guy.
What's
It's
that?
got the guy from Big Trouble Little China, I think.
Possibly.
No.
Alice Cooper's in it, and he
Kurt Russell's. He's
sings the
talking
main
about
song
Kurt
for it.
Russell.
It's a badass song too. The song
Oh, I
that
love Alice Cooper.
Alice Cooper made for that movie. But the idea
Yeah.
is that they're doing.
Hey,
it's like time travel
where'd Blue go?
Wait, would you say the
Look,
idea is
where's-
what?
Yeah.
Where'd Chad go? Yeah.
Chad just left like 15 minutes ago.
Oh,
But in this
good.
movie, the
God,
feature
Chad is such a downer.
Wait,
features-
hold on.
I love Chad, but I love
Hold on,
Chad,
let
but
Dan
he
talk.
is a
Todd,
fucking
Todd,
downer.
let Dan-
Sorry.
Let Dan continue his statement. Sorry.
Oh,
So
sorry, Dan.
the feature is
Sorry,
trying to
Dan.
communicate with the past, and they're basically trying to stop this this anti-god from being released. And somehow this anti-god's child or son is Lucifer, and Lucifer is possessing this dead chick. I think it was a while ago that I saw it. And then he's trying to pull this anti-god through, and this anti-god is basically in like a negative dimension, like the lowest possible
Sounds
vibration
like
imaginable.
that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that is like a common theme with the occultists of them trying to bring their demon god into the physical plane.
Well, some of these communists are like worshiping these weird gods.
Well,
it's
it's
like-
relevant.
It's getting a
Because
lot
African.
because maybe
Not
that's
for
what
you.
they're doing with CERN. I'm pretty sure is they were reaching some kind of weird 0 point type of thing.
Lovecraft
using
had
the-
some stories where these
Hydrogen
cults in Louisiana were
Hadron Collider.
Oh, yeah, it could be some kind of portal.
close. Hadron.
There's this
Hadron.
book called Marx and Satan, and like it was
I got
really
that book.
interesting because it's the same thing with Solinsky. He dedicates his book to Lucifer, but like there's a weird connection between the Satanists and the communists and the Illuminists, and it's really weird
There's
because
power in animism.
well, the Illuminists pretend like they don't believe
Say
in anything.
Zelensky?
The Satanists.
You said Zelensky dedicated his book to Lucifer.
Oh, Saul Alinsky, the book
Saul
Rules to Radicals.
What's that book about?
It's a blueprint for socialist communist revolution, and that Obama said that was his hero, and that Saul Alinsky openly dedicates his book to the greatest rebel, quote unquote, Lucifer. He says Lucifer in plain English. No coding about it, just straight up dedicates it to Lucifer. If you can easily Google a picture of the front page. But my point though is that this dark side, this draconian brotherhood, because I mean that would be the best way to describe it, that like the same as like Vlad the Impaler basically, but they've cleaned up everything and made themselves appear to be PC and stuff. Like
thank you, Daniel, for coming over here on Clint's channel. I sure appreciate that. Because Clint's cool, as you know. And he comes over on your channel. And, man, anybody listen to Clint's channel and likes this, donate to Clint. And then get over to Daniel's channel and donate to Daniel.
Absolutely. but this thing with these like entities out there, these guys that are doing CERN and all that, like they couldn't possibly know what they're doing. It's all experimental stuff. And supposedly there's hauntings at CERN. Like there's literally shitloads of haunting things happening, poltergeist type of activity.
Weird
Like
shit.
no
Oh,
shit,
yeah.
you guys are opening portals using technology.
Very
Wait,
strange.
you remember that weird video of the cloaked people or something
So
going around the
strange.
Shiva statue?
Go on. What's the weirdest shit you've heard? What's the weirdest?
There was a
There's
video
stuff,
where
yeah.
some kind of cloaked people or something were at night going around to the
My wife's calling me. I'll be
Shiva.
right back.
Well, I think it was Shiva, wasn't it? You know, the statue, the lady with the 6 arms or whatever.
Yeah, it is. And I believe that statue actually depicts Shiva walking through a portal.
Oh yeah, these people are worshippers of the dark side, and they believe in like very very crazy stuff, and that, you know, even on the even the ones who aren't behind the veil, quote unquote, even
They
those
also
ones.
they also have these. They look like scrolls, and they're written in. It's this huge library of like these glass sort of frames, and they have these scroll things in them, and they're all stacked up like a library, and it's written in Akkadian or some kind of form of Sumerian or something like that, and it talks about the gods.
Oh yeah.
It's because the elite of this world, their bloodlines go back to those times of Babylon, Sumer,
Oh yeah.
Atlantis.
You've read the Necronomicon, haven't you? I'm sure.
Yeah, the Simon Necronomicon, absolutely.
Yeah, you noticed that the language was Babylonian, right?
The language of the incantations.
Yeah. Ever since I read most of that, what's the name of that? I always mention that book, Dead Names, which that was a part of the Necronomicon series or whatever, but it wasn't part of it. But the book claimed, ever since I read that book where it claimed about these priests and how they snuck into all these places and then they claimed to have translated the book from some other book, and they just called it the Necronomicon. But I do think the Necronomicon is a real book. It's just not called Necronomicon, and it's weird that it's in Babylonian. For starters,
yeah, there's a lot of mysteries to that particular book, but Babylon had a good and an evil. Like a lot of what was going on was summoning the gods to banish evil spirits, because there were several different types of demons that plagued humankind in Babylon, like main groups: wind spirits, scorpion men. There's particular ones like the Lulatu, that's another group, or Lilu.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have Pazazu from The Exorcist, as well as but you would actually use Pazazu to drive away a much more dangerous demon that would prey on children. The name escapes me at the moment, but the gods were in opposition to these chaotic entities. And also, if you look back, and before that, in Babylonian times, Akkadian times, the gods themselves had a god. Their god was Anu. And
Anu.
Yeah, Anu was perfect in every way. It was a completely pure being. It's almost like Anu is very similar to the concept of the Christian God.
Oh yeah. Well, that's no doubt the word where the etymology from Anunnaki comes from. The Zechariah Sitchin thing is very interesting. We were going to talk about that a couple weeks ago or something, but somehow we didn't. But like, actually, I think Todd wanted to talk about it a couple weeks ago. But like, because have you read the Zechariah Sitchin book? And
oh yeah, I read the entire 12 Planet series, starting from beginning to end. I was massively into Sitchin, but The stuff that goes on in there, that's it's a deception, because Sitchin was a 33rd degree Mason, and if you're a Mason, we talked about this, like there are the good Masons and the bad Masons, but pretty much all the Masonic groups nowadays are bad. I mean, they're part of they're taken over by the Bavarian Illuminati. We know the whole story times 10.
Oh yeah.
But
Well, the idea though of like a possible, some kind of ground zero in Babylon, where, because remember that diagram in the book where it showed the cities and how they were all perfectly the same distance away from the center point, and it went into outer circles, and that they were the same distance apart, and it was like a technique that some kind of strategic intelligent entity or being, or conscious something would, the coincidence of it, those cities all being the same exact distance from that center point, in this like pattern is
well,
I thought
Babylon
Well-
translates to gate of the gods. So there's stories from the cuneiform tablets. There's a particular one that talks about, and this is where I say that Sitchin is kind of a deception, because he fits it all into the context of space, NASA, other planets, spaceships, and things like that. But they weren't aliens. They were what they say that they were. They were gods. They were chthonic entities, meaning they're associated with the underworld. And after the Vatican rose up, they became the demons of Christianity, because that all became about worshiping one God. But that's besides the point. Babylon was the gate of the gods. So when they were fighting back then, and they were contesting Babylon itself, because it was a seat of power, there was a particular battle where the leader of one bloodline, one house of gods, Enlil, was fighting against the one who became the god of Babylon, Marduk.
yeah.
And it was a fierce battle, but they both had a lot of Anunnaki with them. Like, it wasn't just them. There's clearly an army with them. It sounds like something out of Star Wars or something like that, but to me, it's even more mysterious and fantastical. Or I shouldn't say fantastical, but it's really interesting. But they were fighting, and they were fighting over that location because it was a portal, and I shouldn't say all, but so many battles back then, including some stuff in the Bible, revolve around fighting over these portals. And supposedly they even fight for them to this day. And the Iraqi war may have been conflict related. And but there's two factions that are fighting, and eventually Marduk took control and became the god of Babylon. And there's no doubt that there's a lot of mystery surrounding Babylon, and there's a lot of knowledge of demons and a lot of demonic activity and stuff like that. But I think it's we look at it like, it was like demonic or Luciferian or something like that. But it really, back then, it was like, I guess there were no good guys. Like, it was just these gods that nowadays we would probably call like archdemons or something like that, just contesting over power. Maybe one was good and the other one wasn't, or maybe it's just not that simple. But they fought, and Marduk was very strong, and he ended up overcoming Enlil, who until that point was the most powerful of the gods, and he was kind of like the all-father sort of figure. So they've contested back and forth quite a bit, and his, as you know, his brother Enki, him and Enlil, something happened where Enki was in control of the world, like he was the god of the world, and then Enlil kind of usurped him with his might, and they didn't exactly hate each other after that, though. It was just like acknowledged that one was stronger. In fact, when Marduk, who is Enki's son, later defeated Enlil backed down and he acknowledged the power and just became kind of like, like he became subservient to Marduk.
Oh yeah, that it's really reminiscent of, because I originally heard this story from Terrence McKenna's friend. In the audio, the guy keeps banging a gong. I don't know if you've heard that one, but it's all about the story that you were telling us. I forget there's some other part about the two brothers, and they would one was the city and one was the town, the country, the wilderness one. I'm really bad with names.
It's a repeated story. It's an archetype like Cain and Abel, or in the Hindu, pre-Buddhist Hindu religion, those two brothers fighting there. Even in Naruto, that's kind of like the fighting at the end between the two characters. They're kind of like brothers.
So the two are synonymous with Cain and Abel, like in symbology?
Well, that's a really hard question to answer. I would say that because some people say that the gods were like literally the first people and that Anu was Adam. Yeah, that's fucking weird. I don't know if I buy into that whole idea. And then their sons, Enki and Enlil, were actually Cain and Abel, and their bloodlines are all the people that are around today. Because really, the Anunnaki were just kind of like the first people. Really, I mean, they look different from us, and they act different, and they all obviously had a lot more knowledge and lived longer. But like, if we come from them, then we are them. In a way, they were just here first, and even to this day, like I was talking about like Nordic aliens and stuff like that. Those are probably just the Anunnaki, like the people that were fighting on Marduk or Enlil's side. Like it wasn't just them. Like I said, they had soldiers with them of a different species, and Marduk went on to rule Babylon until, guess what? In the future, one of Enlil's sons, who is like actually a friend of Marduk's for most of their lives, he takes over because Marduk gets old and he goes into like a semi-retirement. And what these things do when they reach a certain level of age and consciousness, or whatever the hell goes on with these guys, he ascended to a higher dimension or a higher heaven or something like that. He went somewhere, and a different god that was another of Enlil's sons now takes back Babylon from him, and it becomes the reign of chaos. So for a period of time, the god Nergal, he's in control of Babylon, and he turns, because Babylon is the center of the world, and it's the major capital of everything back then, right? It was all Babylonia. Because of that, the whole world turns to chaos because, hey, and then eventually Marduk comes back. He's like, what the fuck's going on? Wherever he went. And then he kind of like writes it and puts everything back in its place and makes things peaceful again. So like, to me, when I hear like this all comes from Babylon, well, I mean, a lot happened in Babylon. It was huge. That whole thing with the Chaldeans, where we can basically prove that they were like Jews that lived there, like the normal Babylonian people. They're just Jews. And the idea of what we think of as Jewish or Hebrew or Israel kind of breaks down. It's more like everybody back then was a Jew, like whether you were Sumer or any of these places, Egypt. Egyptian looks just like Hebrew. That's another way you can prove this. They're all the same religion. It's just whatever happened later.
What's interesting about the story, the father of Enlil and the other one, it reminds me a lot of the the Arcana of Freemasonry guy broke it down to where like the chief one was the symbol of the universe, and then the suns were the symbol of the poles of the earth. But the pole wasn't just the pole of the earth; it represented the whole northern hemisphere and the whole southern hemisphere. And that in Egyptian, those would be Horus and Set, you know, or like Cain and Abel, the two pillars. But then, you know, it's like that's where the two pillars, fire and ice, the two symbols of it's like, imagine like a diagram of the universe as like the first name is the universe itself as a whole body. The second two names are this division of the fire and the water, and that it's this symbol of this it's really weird how they would map stuff out in ancient times like that, these models, but there could have been a spirit attached to it, you know, and that there could have been a spirit that would feel the need to embody itself in an earthly presence, which is very interesting.
It's because back then they didn't have the same concept of space like we have nowadays. It was more how I choose to see it, where, you know, the world is of itself, and you have the earth, which seems flat to me and seems to be motionless. Like, I've never seen any evidence that makes me believe that we're hurtling through space. Now, you can whip up a bunch of reasons why that's possible. I don't want to really get into flat earth shit because it's just been done. It's a beating a dead horse. But they saw the sky as anew, and they saw space as a deep watery abyss. So, and we've even seen like videos that kind of show that it's might be water up there, like ripples across the moon and stuff like that. So it's more like a sea, and we're a bubble inside of that sea. And it's actually you know, I can get really deep into Sumerian mythology and cosmology, but in the story of the Enuma Elish, the creation epic, basically what's called the waters of the deep, they connect with the waters below, they call them. And basically you have the meeting of freshwater and saltwater, kind of like what happens when a river dumps into a sea. And that was the creation of that was like the original act of creation. It was when these two waters met and the world was formed. And then in the Bible it says that the Lord shone his face upon the abyss, and that was the act of creation. That was the let there be light moment. So it's kind of like a sex act where there's two forces meeting each other. I guess you could even say it was like order and chaos coming into contact, or light and darkness. There's
It reminds me of the Molten Sea Melchizedek story, where the Molten Sea, where it was the molten metal with the water, and they hit together, and I can't remember the alchemical symbology, but it reminds me of the same would you grab a snack or something?
Yeah, I had to tell my wife I'm hungry and grab something real quick.
Oh yeah, that's what I figured.
And we are, how many hours are we going on now?
We're at hour 5.
Hour 5?
I'm falling asleep.
Hour 5 on your show?
I gotta.
Oh, thank you.
I apologize.
God, thank you, Daniel, for coming over here.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I had fun. But
so cool.
I like to talk about Sumer and that stuff. It's interesting how they saw the world and the universe. I really think that those old ancient depictions of things are more accurate than, you know, what not NASA shows us. NASA, the Hebrew word for deception. There's nothing real about any of that stuff, and it's just shocking, and a lot of people can't, you know, quite get there. but I'm tired. That's all I fucking got. Go to endofdaysradio.com, look up End of Days Radio, and research
If
Anunnaki.
you haven't been to End of Days Radio, go there now. Get over there. If you've never heard of Daniel or Clint or any of us, get to End of Days Radio. Go there now. Get there.
All right, guys.
Donate.
I don't know when I'm gonna be hopping on with you again, but
Oh, my dog's crying. No, take some time off, Daniel. 2 weeks,
right.
3 weeks,
yeah.
a month.
yeah.
But I'll be around. I'll just be
Whatever time you
doing
need.
stuff.
Tune back in, yeah.
Yeah, let us know what's going on text or
We
something.
love you.
Just
And we love you. Just know that we love you.
You don't have to say it
All
here or
right.
anything.
Love you guys. Good night.
Later.
We'll send you some music, Daniel.
Sounds good.
Hasta luego. Oh.
And then there were two.
Yo quiero fumar mota.
Whatever that means.
I want to smoke weed.
So what do we want to do here, Clint, at the end of your show? What kind of things do you want to discuss, sir?
Well, I'm not sure. We could ask the commenters.
Yeah, is there anyone out there listening? Does anyone care? Is there anybody out there?
That's weird because I heard a what was it? I think it was a Chris Cornell cover of The Doors or something recently. It was really weird.
Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Yeah, break on through.
Yeah, for some reason that reminded me of that. I don't know why. I was driving the other day.
No,
Yeah,
Doors.
freaking,
Doors is like a mystical experience to the other side. They were talking about getting through the barrier. Notice how all the records or songs were about getting through to the other side.
remember the that movie? I think it was, where the
Oliver
Doors lead
Stone.
singer Jim Morrison said that he's seen like a dragon or something, or in the vision.
Oh, I'm sure that's in there. Yeah, but that doesn't mean.
Well, it's interesting because when you take the ayahuasca shamanic experience, you'll see serpents that are like they're spirit snakes, and it's very interesting. I've seen them before in real life, and that during the ayahuasca ceremony, and well, it's crazy because the witch doctors, the Amazon, they're having you do stuff, and then all of a sudden you're like seeing patterns and fucking ghost snakes, and the ghost snakes are making pictures for you, and it's very intense.
Wow.
It's real magic. That's why I know magic is real, because I've seen it, and it's not a poke or anything. It's real.
So Clint, pardon me, I had to get off for a minute.
Oh, you're good.
But I also have to just end this. So how are we gonna end this? How long have we been on here?
We're at 5 hours 11 minutes.
5 hours 11 minutes. Sounds like a long show. Sounds like a good lengthy, action-packed. I hope when I went off, somebody filled the gap.
Oh yeah, Dan was talking about the Babylonian mythos, which is very interesting.
Dan's so good. What happened to the other fucker?
Blue tapped out
Chad.
without saying bye. Chad did say bye, but his phone was about to die and he was pretty tired. So
God, Chad is so. I don't know what is up with Chad, but he is weird. No, sorry.
Well,
Got some kind of weird bend to Chad. I don't know what it is. Like is he the devil?
Well, I thought my points are pretty strong. I mean,
I hear you. I'm just wondering, is Chad the devil? Because he don't seem to hear nothing.
I think he was just.
I don't know what's going on. He's trolling us. He's trolling us. No, that's what he thinks. That's what he feels.
Well, I think the proof about the election fraud, you know, if you know, that's how you know that he's not on the New World Order side. Is that they did election fraud against her.
Man,
It's
Clint, I love you because you're on with the Constitution, and man, we can hold that. Notice how we can hold that in common. We don't have to argue about that part.
I'm not arguing or anything. I'm saying that
But I love that we don't have to argue about rights and freedoms and what that all means. It's very nice.
yeah.
A couple of other people, they don't quite get that.
Yeah,
It's like,
it's really important that we know our rights and stuff. I don't know if you're gonna have to re-listen to the halftime show on End of Days if you didn't get to catch it earlier, but I did or no, you caught it. Yeah, the Constitution speech that I was doing
earlier tonight.
Yeah, when Dan.
Yes, I was on there.
The halftime show or whatever. But
anyways, I am so messed up. You probably are too.
Well, actually, I haven't drank for a couple hours, so I'm feeling pretty better. I drink 2
You're
Dr. Peppers.
Straight. But Clint, you haven't been on for 2 weeks, have you?
I don't know. I don't want to open another
when
tab. My internet's
when did you do your last show?
I think it was last time you were on. I might have did a show last Friday. I can't remember.
Are you back on YouTube?
Right now we're on Illuminati News at YouTube. That's not my regular channel.
No one understands what is happening here, but okay. We appreciate that. How did we get back? Are you a second channel now?
Well, I just wanted to make sure I could live stream so you could come on this weekend.
Well, we appreciate that, yeah. You know, we always, so I could come on.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you,
well, it's cool hanging out. I mean, I didn't want to leave you hanging.
Leave me hanging, Clint. I thought I would leave you hanging. Yeah. I didn't come on. What are you talking about?
Well, my back's been hurting from doing too many podcasts, so I got the couch now, which is better, but I still seems like my back's hurt. I need to go do some like.
Well, I didn't mean to force you on here tonight. Jeez.
Well, no, I was planning on.
Are you telling me your back's hurting so bad you don't want to come on tomorrow night?
Well, no, I was gonna come on tomorrow too. I just that's why the last couple. Plus, my girlfriend got that.
Do you want me to come on here tomorrow night?
Yeah, we can do another show tomorrow.
All right. Well, then let everybody know we'll be on tomorrow. Then
I might be able to get the headless giant dude to come on again. He seemed like he was.
Well, if he hears this show, he might not come on tomorrow. No, I'm just teasing.
Well, the Nick's chick might come on too. She
Nick's
is on Twitter.
Very nice.
Well, so, one of the commenters was saying, talking about via CERN, like CERN, guarded by the Swiss guards who patrol the Vatican.
Hopefully this fucking show was decent. I mean, hopefully this show is decent. One of the commenters out there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, commenters, how'd we do? Hope you like this. I'm passing out now.
Oh yeah, are you pretty hit or?
Yeah, I'm hitting it, Clint. Not that I'm passing out. I'm just, you got to leave on a high note. Everybody else is gone, Clint. I'm on my 12th beer or 13th beer.
Oh, yeah.
What are you thinking? You want to keep going? No, fuck you. 5 hours ago, you didn't even want to do a show.
Well, I was planning on doing a show. I didn't want to.
But you said, I'm sick. I'm feeling sick.
No, that wasn't me. That was Dan that was feeling it. Well, no, I felt sick from the beer, but
That's what you told me.
Well, I didn't say I wasn't going to do the show. I just needed to water the apple
I know.
trees
I was
outside.
worried about you. At the time, though, you're just like, I'm not feeling well. I don't know if I can. You didn't say, I don't know if I can do it. You just said, I'm not feeling well.
Well, I ate a bunch of candy and then.
anyways, Clint.
And,
a pretty nice show. I think this could be way up there. Who do we
Well-
have on tonight? We had Daniel. We had Chad. Chad
well,
sat and gave us a hard time for 4 or 5 hours straight. Where else can you tune in to have somebody just giving you a hard time for 4 or 5 hours straight, arguing with you? I don't even know what Chad is arguing for. You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean,
well, somebody's
I thought
asking
I
about
got
talking
so
about
weird.
portals from the Vatican to CERN to Iraq, and like William Cooper says that in the top secret documents, it basically claimed that Stargate was real. That
Yeah,
the Stargate portal could be real, possibly, according to if those documents are real, then Stargate's real.
yep, I heard that. I heard him say that.
Yeah, and he because he read about Stargate before the movie ever came out, you know.
Oh
He
yeah,
talks about it before the movie came
he
out.
was trying to tell people, hey, there's Satanists that are at the highest levels of your government, Michael Aquino. And
Yeah.
they're involved in psychological operations. So what do you think your government's going to do to you? And that was like 1990
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
92 or 80.
89,
So
I think is the year.
32 years later.
He wrote his book in
Imagine
89.
what they're
But
imagine what they're doing to you today, people. Imagine what kind of satanic, evil, Illuminati, sick stuff, Clint.
oh yeah. Well, that's why Cooper
They're
was
probably doing.
that's why Cooper was the king of conspiracy, because he was the original person to bust out Aquino. He was the original person to name the location of Area 51. He was the original person to predict 9/11.
Satanists,
You know, he
commies,
everything he predicted is coming true. Even
Babylon,
the monoliths appearing.
the horror of Babylon, the monoliths.
The monoliths appeared, you know.
Yeah.
And that's a prediction he made that has come
No
true.
wonder they killed him.
Well, it's amazing
He
that
was getting a little too uppity.
Well, that's
They don't like to let people. They don't like to let people stick around that just tell too good of a story. Back then, he was doing my ham radio. Today, Clint, you're broadcasting his shows, and we're all talking about stuff he said.
Oh yeah. Well, it's still relevant. I mean, it's people think it's not, but it
will always be relevant. What he was saying.
Yeah,
it's historical now. Can't be scrubbed out.
Yeah,
the people that run the world like to get rid of things that don't fit their mold of history or whatever. As time goes by, you start to realize, wow, those people that said something off the beat were the ones that really had it. So, the thing I like about your show, Clint, is you're fun and you're funny, and you let everybody on here, and you're a deep thinker. You are a deeper thinker. You're like one of the most. You blow like people that analyze things out of the water. You know how Jay Dyer does some analyzing? Oh, you blow him the fuck away.
Well, he blacked
You
me.
know,
I was gonna make, before I forget this joke. Talking about people washing their feet or something with the hair. You know, the whole Jesus thing. Well, remember what
Jesus washing his feet.
That comedian, Red Fox. Remember what Red Fox says? Wash your ass, motherfucker.
No, I don't remember that. But
that's an
had
old
to be
joke
there,
too.
1970s. Yeah, nobody's getting it. Doesn't matter.
One of the counter wants to expound on the Melchizedek, the Babylonian priesthood of Solomon.
That sounds like some I don't know.
Well, that has to do with the alchemy, the symbols, the symbology.
Tell that guy we're going to bed.
Well, that whole thing about the two pillars and the two pillars being, imagine a model of the universe where the chief deity is the universe, and
All
then
right, Clint.
he's
I've
got a
already told you.
temple.
We're out of here, buddy. But I wanted to say goodnight and I love you.
All right, well, you taking off?
Yeah, we're going to bed.
Or unless you don't want to hear my rant.
Well, if your rant doesn't go for 45 minutes, go on.
Okay, so imagine this model of the universe as the symbol of Solomon's temple, and that the two pillars of the temple aren't together next to each other. They're the north and the south pole, which are the two
Clint,
fighting.
I'm out of here. Sorry, rant goes too long.
All right, well,
I want everyone to donate to Clint's show. Donate to Daniel's show, if you will, please. Just give him some money. Give him $20, $10, $100. Give him anything you can. Thanks for having me on, Clint. You know I love you, my man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out of here.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I just wanted, talk to you tomorrow. I'm on tomorrow. Come back. We've only been on for 12 hours. It's like a fucking Jerry Lewis marathon.
Well, make sure you get some sleep.
Sleep. We've been between your show and Daniel. It's like 11 hours. So, yeah.
Well, you should get some real weed because those pens always knock me out. I can't smoke those pens.
Oh, fuck, Clint. Do whatever you can over there.
Yeah. I'll continue.
You know I love you, my man, and you know that you have my positive vibrations going your way. This this enterprise is blessed by me, Kthulu Magi. Checking out.
Later.
Peace.
Okay.
I'll sit backstage. Can I sit backstage? I'll just sit backstage and watch.
You want to sit backstage? Okay. Oh, where'd he go? Nope. No. Okay, so I got quiet. But well, Todd's not an atheist. He believes in the supernatural, and the atheists don't believe in the supernatural or life after death. A lot of people don't believe in ghosts. I've went out of my way to ask people if they believe in ghosts, over the years, and I don't really need these anymore, I guess. That's really long. I've went out of my way to ask religious people and atheists if they believe in ghosts, and that they don't actually believe in ghosts, and the fact that somebody who proclaims to believe in a god wouldn't believe in a ghost shocked me. But back to the model of the universe thing, symbols, the two pillars, or the Cain and Abel, the two brothers of the Babylonian mythos, the two Horus and Set, these symbols. Imagine the earth and the two poles as being the two pillars to the temple. And, this is what is talked about in the Arcana of Freemasonry by that British guy. But damn it, my back hurts. But this whole story of Sheba and the Solomon and the workers. Yeah, it was an alchemical story, and that its symbols are important and have been lost. The story itself is the model of the universe, and that it's interesting though because of how the stuff about how Solomon starts worshiping Astarte, and and then what Dan was saying about Lilitu, that's the same deity as Astarte, or what Headless Giant was saying, Tanit, that's the same deity as Astarte. And that the word Astaroth comes from Astarte, and that Astaroth was a word that was denoting the followers of this deity. This dark demon whore goddess was dead in the underworld for 3 days and 3 nights, making the Jesus story. The one was good and the other was bad, and that Jesus was the Scarlet King, while the Babylonian deity that was the woman that was dead 3 days 3 nights in the underworld was the Scarlet Whore, and that she was the master of Abaddon, or no, she was the master of Abaddon, which is the land destroyer, and Leviathan, which is the water destroyer. And that this has to do with the Book of Revelations, and that the they were foretelling this water and land destroyer being summoned by this Babylonian deity, which, based on the 3 days 3 nights thing in the underworld, could only be described as, in the Greek Christian term, as Antichrist. And that the Scarlet Whore of Babylon, this female entity, was the I do believe that it could be a real entity, this Babylonian demon, based on the shamanic journeys that I had in the 15 years ago, like seeing the entities, knowing that there's 1% of spirit world with all these different types of entities in all different weird forms, call them whatever you want. They're ghosts of some sort. And that the stories about the stories about the well, it's okay. Sorry, I was giving you a hard time earlier. But the stories about these mythos of these demons, because I'm pretty sure it was Lulitu that was associated with the type of vampire in Babylon, a vampire, and that vampiric spirits are real. Like, I was once having a journey with someone, and the speakers started, the computer was off, and the speakers were off, and the speakers started going louder and louder. And fucking me and my friend were sitting there. We're like, what the fuck is that? Why is the speakers doing that? And fucking and then we could hear this loud purr noise, like on what is that, Crocodile Dundee, when he spins the boomerang or whatever on the string, we heard that in the distance. And then we were sitting there, we heard the two noises, the speakers and the purring noise in the distance. And what's weird about that is the Michigan Native American stories about the underwater panther that is in Michigan or whatever. But so anyways, we've seen this spirit cat entity thing like fly through the wall, and it slammed down on the couch, or like it hit the couch, and then it hit the other cushion, and then it jumped up, and then it went upside down on the ceiling, some kind of like cat looking. It looked like a saber-toothed tiger or something. Like, it was upside down, and it started going I don't want to make the noise too loud because I don't want my girlfriend up, but it was like pew, pew, like really loud, like this high pitched noise. I can't even make the noise that loud, but it was, damn it, I can't do it that high pitched, so I'm not gonna do it. But this thing was making this loud, ear piercing noise, and we were both like, ah, like we could see this thing, and we're both like screaming in fear, like, what the fuck is that? It's looking at us and making a weird noise. And fucking all this at the same time, the speakers were happening and this purring noise was happening. This thing was on the ceiling making this piercing noise. Do, 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 like, and it was so loud, and we were yelling and fucking and then all of a sudden this purple smoke started going around in a big circle, and it was going around and it was centering at my friend that was at the other end of the couch, and fucking it started circling around him, and then I seen this thing that was standing above him, and it was going like this around him, and it was going like around him, and he started like doing some weird shit, you know, and it's like I seen this thing and this smoke, and fucking this thing is on the ceiling, and I run and turn the light on, and it all disappears instantly. And fucking you know, look at my arm. It gives me the shivers because it was freaky. And fucking and it's not over because he started acting really weird after that. And fucking he claimed that see, I had solo trips by myself where I seen these entities. They were standing outside of the shadow line of light. They couldn't stand in the light. And fucking these things, this is about 2007. These things couldn't go in the light. And fucking, and I could see them. This is on solo trips. And fucking but after that incident, my friend, I never told him about those trips, and like he was on my couch and he fell asleep while we were smoking weed, and I was or something, and fucking he wakes up in this weird fucking thing, and he's pointing at the closet, and he's like, something in the closet. He claimed that he fell asleep and that he woke up, but he was dreaming, and that these entities were in the closet in the darkness, and they told him, come here. And he went to them in the closet in his dream. Entities told him to tell me something, which is very bizarre. But the fact that he described that these entities couldn't walk into the light, that they had to be in the darkness, that was the spooky part. And then fucking the dude started acting real weird, fucking or something, and fucking he started stealing people's bikes, and like had like 40 or 50 bikes that he stole. You know, it was fucked up, and he started like he didn't know how to do certain things like he did before. He couldn't play a game of Magic cards. He couldn't play video games. It was a very bizarre thing that happened to him. You know, to see something visually grab him like that, you know, during a trip, you know, and then for his everyday life to be affected by it. And like it was very bizarre, you know, because but think about this, these people though, they're going to concerts and stuff, and they're tripping, and they're not seeing any of these entities, but these bands are playing these songs, and the people are taking this substance which creates basically a portal. It gives the user the ability to see the spirit world, and the the people are indoctrinating themselves with these large bands and fucking the bikes. Well, the dude was like, he went crazy. He was all, and he turned into like a primal person where it was very bizarre. And damn, it's already almost 6. I better. It was like he was straight up possessed. Nothing could stop him until he went to jail for like a couple months. That scene and fucking well, the dead is not evil. These things weren't the dead. These weren't dead humans. You don't understand that. Things were not people, because I've seen a ghost in real life, and it was a person, and it was in a graveyard, and it was a disembodied. It looked like a hologram, but it was a real. It was see-through, and it was all you gotta do is go to a graveyard every night, sit in the graveyard and watch. Don't do anything, just watch. Just sit there and watch. That's what I used to do, and fucking because I wasn't afraid. I didn't have any shit, I'd go to the graveyard every night and just watch. Fucking smoke joints and watch, and fucking after about a year of that, I did see a ghost eventually, and I never went back to the graveyard because it was scary. It was real, but like that's well, he was possessed by some type of thing that wasn't human. And it had primal urges. He did some weird sexual, like, what was it? He seen my friend's girlfriend and like did this weird I don't know how to describe it, but it was very primal, and it was like my friend like about kicked his ass for doing it, but like it was just really bizarre because we caught him talking to someone that wasn't there, and that yeah, but there's also ghosts. Like Jesus was a ghost. It's like I've had dreams about my friends that died, and they came and said goodbye and stuff. They I used to have this dream of my best friend that committed suicide in 2002, and he in his apartment, and the dream was always a really similar dream where he was in his apartment, and like he had to go to work or something, and I'm like, dude, you're dead. You're dead, dude. You're dead. And he'd be like, no, dude, I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work. And it was like this nightmare that, where it was like, I kept having this dream where it was like my dead friend was in it, and I couldn't convince him that he was dead. And fucking years later, I had another dream with who was dead, and he was the same apartment, and he came up to me in the dream, and he said, I'm gonna go now, and I know that I'm dead. And he said his goodbyes, and it was like a miracle. It was very it was real. It wasn't like some kind of delusion or something. It was a real spirit dream, that they're real. I used to live in this Catholic house, and fucking I had a dream of an old lady, and fucking I told my friend, and he was like, "Oh," he showed me a picture. Like, is this the lady you've seen? And I was like, yeah, that's the one. And fucking, that was his dead grandma that I met. She died years before I ever lived there. Yeah, it's like the what was it? Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off though because I'm pretty tired. All right, well, peace out. Probably do a stream here tomorrow night with Todd as well. Listen to Wayne Cooper. Listen to episode I uploaded, episode 1919. That's the first part of a 3-part series. The other 2 parts are on my other channel. The episode, what is the name of that? The Fulcanelli, and the Mystery Cathedral. And then the 3rd episode is the Alchemical Meme. It's a 3-part series that was made, the month within Cooper dying. And it was, an epic episode, an epic 3-part episode that is about the mystery teachings of alchemy and the secret societies, language of the birds, and the language of the green language, the green language that's the language of the Freemasons, and then the language of the birds is the Templar symbolism in the cathedrals. Eventually I will read Fulcanelli. I did start it at one point on here, but I'll get the Fulcanelli book. But anyways, that's the homework, is to listen to episode 1919 on here, something about darkness, and then the first part, and then the second part is the Mystery of Cathedral, Fulcanelli. Then the 3rd part is the Alchemical Meme, which is the most important episode. And I'll leave it at that. What's interesting that we're talking about portals, because the Jewish people believe that there's a portal in Jerusalem where the dead would come alive. Yeah, it's the only upload I have on this, and the other ones are on the other channel. But all right, peace out.